In the heart of Gotham, where the frost bites deeper than any blade and shadows stretch like the wings of a predator, a new area begins. The city's breath hangs frozen in the air, every heartbeat echoing like a drumbeat in a cathedral of ice. From the pages of Gotham's dark past, fiends long thought buried rise again. Murderers, madmen, and monsters, each with a single blasphemous purpose: to kill the legend of Batman and burn his shadow from the city's soul. Beneath the Gothic arches of steel and stone, an ancient waltz of vengeance and salvation swells, its notes written in blood, fear, and fire. The clock is ticking, the stage is set, and the players, heroes, monsters, and something in between take their marks beneath the flicker of a dying light. This is an opera of the damned, and every crescendo could be a requiem. So take your seat, let the curtain rise, and let the opera devour you. But before we begin, we have a small request. If you like our content, please subscribe to our channel. It is a small click from you, but it means a lot to us. Thank you. Overture, The Ascension, Part 1. In Gotham City, the exterior of La Riga stood lit against the night. A Gothic opera was in play. Inside, amid clapping, an actor in ornate attire walked past the bodies of Treviso, Maria, and Fredo. He mourned aloud, asking who had stolen their lives and wondering at the theft of breath and wonder. Leaning over Maria, he said he had no tears left, his grief having parched his soul. Sensing a presence, he accused a demon of breathing on his back, feeling terror in the shadows. A towering bat-like figure loomed behind him. He described heavy hands on his shoulders and imagined the pearls around the demon's neck laughing. The creature's claw reached for him as he admitted he dared not look into his own soul's depths. He demanded to know where the demon was. There was an empty theater seat marked "Reserved for Bruce Wayne," which caught the actor's eye while acting. In the next scene, the actor shouted for an answer, locking eyes with the bat-like form. Elsewhere, Batman stood atop a Gotham building, scanning the East Side docks where smuggling was underway. Reading vitals, he spotted 8 targets and leapt off, estimating 18 seconds to neutralize them. Gliding over the docks, he noted laser alarms meant to alert the criminals, making his job easier since they knew he was coming. Gunfire erupted as he advanced. Fear led to mistakes, and he swiftly disarmed and incapacitated 2 men. Grappling another, he acknowledged their persistence, but declared the takedown time 22 seconds. As he caught his breath, a noise drew his attention, and he looked up toward a loudspeaker emitting a signal. A strange music played on the loudspeaker. Batman recognized the approaching figure as Bruno Maroni, Sal's nephew, but sensed something was wrong. The man's features warped, his skin cracking as green fluid seeped out, and his eyes glowed red. Realizing this wasn't Maroni at all, Batman prepared to fight as the creature spoke in an unrecognizable tongue. The thing's power was overwhelming, ripping through Batman's suit effortlessly. A crushing blow sent pain through Batman's side. He knew he couldn't allow it to gain solid footing, so he forced himself forward, trying to shift its balance and push it back, reminding himself he'd faced worse. He landed some hits, intending to wear it down, but it moved with alarming speed. Before he could gain distance, it smashed into him, and his heart began pounding violently, forcing him to steady his breathing as the creature came at him again. An arrow hit the monster in the head. It fell down, breaking and crumbling in ashes. Batman looked up to see Talia with a crossbow on a rooftop. She jumped across shipping containers, and Batman fired his grapple to intercept. Calling out her name, he told her she knew his rules and had to follow them in his city. Talia dismissed his rules as childish, but acknowledged they forbade killing humans. Batman warned her that the creature was older than both of them, older than the Lazarus pits, and far from human. Talia countered that he'd been at this too long, that his rules once worked when he could rise above them, but now they only slowed him down. She told him she came to warn him. They were coming, and he wasn't ready. At his brownstone in Gotham, Bruce conducted tests on himself. Blood panels, toxicology screens, and laceration clotting responses all returned normal. Hooked up to monitors, he ran through diagnostics when he contacted Nightwing. Nightwing apologized for the delay in responding and asked about Bruce's fight with Maroni's nephew, who turned into a strange creature. Bruce said he couldn't get a usable tissue sample. The remains were just ash with no match on visual morphology. He asked if Nightwing had noticed anything unusual. Nightwing asked if Bruce was hurt or worried about infection. Bruce firmly said no. Nightwing pressed about the testing, and Bruce claimed it was routine. Nightwing pointed out that being in the basement at 3 a.m. hooked to sensors wasn't routine. Bruce admitted he felt something was wrong and mentioned being 3 seconds off, allowing Talia to escape. He said he needed to find out what was happening and fix it. Nightwing teased him about getting too old, and Bruce warned him not to push it. They bantered before Nightwing offered to keep watch in Bloodhaven and asked about the smuggling. Bruce said it was mostly antiques, showing a cube-like box with a contraption inside. Complex for its age, it felt both familiar and alien, and he couldn't identify its origin. In Svartsdal at the Orgum Palace, Arzen met his mother. She came not to bid him farewell, but to arm him with implements and their legacy, handing him a scroll tied to Gotham and Arkham. She told him Orgums had no use for blessings, and tasked him with rebuilding their legacy in 1 year. She assigned Shavhod and Neng to accompany him and advised using their abilities well. When Arzen asked about Gail, she revealed Gail was already in Gotham. In Gotham's water district, Gail met with local criminals who told him there were no guarantees in the city, especially once the signal appeared. They argued they had delivered on their end of the deal, giving him control of the docks, and demanded to know if he wanted a refund. One man mocked Gail as a tourist who didn't understand how things worked. Gail replied that the lack of understanding was theirs. Screams erupted upstairs, and hooded figures emerged with bloodied knives. Gail instructed them to clean it up and burn everything, saying Arzen would arrive soon and there could be no blemishes. Bruce sat asleep in his chair, sweating and grimacing. In his dream, words spoke of a boy in whose nightmare a shadow rose, fearing neither devil nor demon, for shadows had no soul to take. A monstrous bat-like figure attacked him, urging him to open his eyes and face it, saying it resided within him. The voice claimed darkness feared him, and told him to listen to the bell that told its name, Barbatos, repeating it as it echoed in the wind and the deep. Bruce awoke suddenly, hearing music. His eyes widened as he saw it was coming from the strange box he had recovered. The cube had opened into a music box, the soft melody filling the room as small figures twirled inside. Holding it in his hands, he stared at it in surprise and muttered in realization that it was a music box. The Coda. Part 1. Jim Gordon described a faint, unsettling tune lodged in his head, thin, bloodless, like the scar of music without substance, a ghost without a body. The harder he tried to remember where he'd heard it, the more it slipped away, enough to unnerve even the sanest mind. He wandered the ruins of Arkham, seeing it as inseparable from Gotham itself, part of a larger, darker whole, the city as the skin, Arkham as the liver. A year ago, he had left, chasing cases abroad to avoid the questions about his purpose, after stepping down as commissioner. Now back, he sought answers and a renewed sense of meaning. 2 weeks earlier, he kept busy in the city. At a bar, Sal teased him about finding work, but Gordon had already struck out. A call to Montoya ended with her too busy to help. Barbara urged him to embrace retirement, play golf, or get a pet, but he insisted on staying active. Sal hinted at criminal work, which Gordon refused. Detective Urquhart appeared, smug, bringing in Annie, Walking Red Redding, a woman Gordon knew from her past life selling information. Annie revealed her son Jonas had been missing for 36 hours, possibly involved in drug dealing, and police claimed they lacked the resources to help. Urquhart mentioned a place where kids traded, implying Gordon might be useful. Gordon asked why he was brought into it, and Annie admitted she pressured Urquhart by threatening to expose his visits to her. Gordon suspected Arkham's damaged basements, still bearing cracks from past attacks, and decided to investigate. Inside, he noted the lingering effects of old nerve gas, and the bodies of the homeless and hopeless, 12 or 13 in all, but no children. Jonas was not among them. Red footprints on the floor broke his focus. Following them, he called out for the person to stop and identify themselves. A voice warned him there would be no further warning, but Gordon pressed forward, threatening consequences if provoked. He caught a glimpse of someone and, for a moment, thought it was Jonas, but the figure struck him, knocking him down, and warned him that he would not get another chance. A naked boy crouched in the shadows, his posture animalistic, the word sorrow visible on the wall behind him. He looked at Gordon and calmly said he did not believe that Jonas was his name. The Ascension, Part 2. In the dimly lit parg of a bar, a blonde singer performed on stage, while a man watched from a table, drink in hand, idly spinning a golden coin-like object. The performance was slow and sultry, her lyrics touching on whiskey sorrows and bitter truths. The man revealed himself as Harvey Dent. Bruce Wayne, seated nearby, commented on Harvey's drink, addressing him directly. Harvey replied that in Gotham, it was always dark, and people found their light where they could. He asked what brought Bruce to such a place. Bruce said something in the city had changed, shadows and stillness shifting in a way he couldn't identify. Harvey questioned if they were still talking about the city, Bruce admitted he used to understand Gotham's underworld, but its lines were being redrawn. He thought Harvey might help, but Harvey said he was no longer part of that world, having been fixed. He claimed he had experienced change before anyone else, and was curious why Bruce felt this way, asking what Bruce believed had changed. Elsewhere, Batman struck criminals across Gotham, breaking jaws, twisting arms, stringing them upside down, and demanding answers, but none spoke. One delirious man mentioned the Wolf of Bezajahani before throwing himself off an unfinished bridge, turning to ash before hitting the ground. A cloaked figure entered a building and threw a torch, setting it ablaze. The city's underworld foot soldiers were frightened, bosses in hiding, not from Batman, Penguin or Riddler, but because a new power was stepping into Gotham's vacuum. Amid the flames, Gail Tenclaw observed the situation, his hands bloodied. Meanwhile, Bruce reflected that everywhere he turned, he kept hearing the same sound. Harvey Dent told Bruce the sound he heard was his own echo, suggesting Bruce came not to find out who was moving in Gotham's underworld, but to confirm it wasn't him. Bruce said he was glad Harvey was doing better. Harvey asked if Bruce ever considered that his unease might be about himself. Bruce said Gotham was changing and questioned how long Harvey could keep up, noting he once owned the place. Harvey replied that the same could be said of Bruce. Bruce walked along the docks, reflecting on the remark. Offshore, aboard the Orgum Royal Sun Skipper, Arzen asked Shavhod if their family had truly owned the Gotham land years ago. Shavhod confirmed it, showing a land title deed granted under Eduardo Arkham's stewardship. She recounted that Anatole Orgum purchased and leased the land in 1692. After his death in 1701, it passed to relatives. In 1853, Laurentius Orgum changed the family name to Arkham to protect his trade. Over time, Gotham grew from a town into a city, and in 1921, Amadeus Arkham built the asylum there. Arzen questioned why they were reclaiming it now. Shavhod explained the asylum's destruction erased a vital piece of their history. His mother would not tolerate it being forgotten, as their power lay in memory and others in the world were watching. They could not appear weak. Arzen snarled at the word weak, demanding to know who thought that of them. Shavhod denied accusing him, but the outburst was interrupted when a bald man presented a music box, telling Arzen he had been awake too long and needed rest. The man, Niang, led Arzen away at Shavhod's thanks, while she stood at the railing, contemplative. Batman watched the lights at Blackgate's low-security wing burning late, and slipped in easily with Harvey Bullock's help. An open window, disabled cameras, and guards distracted. Inside, he followed an eerie melody to Payne Cardine, the maestro, playing piano. Batman asked for his help, showing him a music box found in a smuggled shipment dated to around 400 BC. Cardine, known for leaving musical clues at crime scenes, examined it. Batman explained it played a melody unheard for centuries, offering him the chance to listen if he shared his analysis. Cardine described it as black noise, first noted in 1883 during Krakatoa's eruption, a sound carrying immense power. The tune contained unresolved trinons, the devil's interval, but the true effect lay in sub-audible harmonics. He suggested such sounds might change people or even entire societies, possibly used long before modern discovery. Cardine asked if Batman heard it. Batman deflected, but questioned its truth. Cardine's words lingered as Batman left, considering whether the music could alter someone or reveal their true nature. As Batman grappled with this thought mid-patrol, weakness overtook him. A shadowed, monstrous figure confronted him, claiming the music had always been inside him, tied to vengeance, mocking his lack of lasting change. Calling himself eternal, the entity invoked his own name, Barbatos, and warned that the long sorrows were nearing their overture. Elsewhere, Harvey Dent left a building at night, receiving change for cigars. Passing through an alley, he noticed a large black wolf growling. Distracted, he collided with someone, apologizing quickly. Harvey Dent was confronted in the rain by Gail Tenclaw, who remarked on his change from feared man to one who apologized. Harvey was unsure if he knew him, but Gail struck him, expressing disappointment that Dent was only a husk of his former self. Producing a vial, Gail introduced himself and spoke of granting Harvey strength, asking if he knew of the Asmir. He broke the vial and blew green vapor into Harvey's face, saying ancient beings of wrath would watch him, know all he knew, see all he saw, and force him to obey or kill him. Gail promised to make him king of the underworld again, but in their name. Collapsing, Harvey heard a familiar voice in his head, calling his name repeatedly, taunting that he needed it now. The voice urged him to put it back in control, suggesting they flip a coin to decide. The Coda, Part 2. Gordon observed the boy's bird-like movements, poised between stillness and heard his strained voice ordering him to leave. Sensing fear behind the aggression, Gordon noted this was not Annie Redding's son. He wondered why someone wanted him in Arkham and what the boy was guarding. Spotting red marks on the boy, he questioned what he was missing before tackling him, shouting for him to get down as a tactical team stormed in. Realizing he had led them there, Gordon was tranquilized. The team captured the boy while mocking Gordon for risking himself. Waking in the rain, Gordon felt the strange tune lingering in his mind. He saw the incapacitated goons, their weapons smashed, and suspected the boy had dragged them out. His wallet was gone, but his phone remained. Calling Harvey, he heard sympathies and went silent. Visiting his son's grave, Gordon reflected on 2 years since his death. The boy approached, asking if Gordon was a spirit, noting his name matched the monument. Gordon revealed JJ was his son. The boy refused condolences, claiming he didn't recognize the world or himself. Gordon offered help for a normal life, but the boy dismissed normal with disdain. He spoke of observing the city, tasting its carrion, and seeking truths to steal before leaving. Later, Gordon visited Harvey Bullock's office. Harvey told of a client suspecting his wife's infidelity, only to find she was charitable. He divorced her and sued for damages. Harvey hinted at too many similar cases, mixed with pro bono work for those without police help, like Annie Redding. She had come before the cops, reporting her missing son. Harvey admitted he hadn't made Gordon's requested call, and Gordon realized Urquhart had used the case to provoke him. Harvey explained police found nothing at Arkham's crater site due to new landowner barriers. He advised Gordon to let it go, but Gordon stole Annie's contact sheet and tailed her. Watching through binoculars, he saw Urquhart deliver Jonas to Annie, raising suspicions they'd held him all along. Gordon wondered what game Urquhart was playing as Jonas and Annie were led into St. Cyprian's shelter, a demolition notice on its door, leaving him watching intently. The Ascension, Part 3. In a desert long ago, Damian asked Talia to tell more about the grim soldier. She spoke of Farhad, who defied gods and devils without fear. His victories drew envy, and the gods sent him on an impossible mission to retrieve a boulder from a cursed desert. Bound by love for Alicia, he accepted, promising to return. Each day he battled a reaper and its army. Each night he endured the freezing desert, yet his task remained unfinished. His endurance impressed the sun god, who offered aid in exchange for allegiance. Farhad agreed, but upon reaching the desert's end, he found Alicia dead beneath the sun's blade. Stricken with grief, he set down the stone, refusing to move it again. Talia ended by saying the stone still stands as a sign the end of gods is near. Damian asked if he could be like Farhad, but she explained these were tales from a past world when gods were petty and humans unyielding. In their time, humanity was closer to the end of gods, and women were no longer merely spurned lovers set adrift. At Gotham City General Hospital, X-rays revealed multiple severe fractures in Bruce Wayne's body, many of which had not healed correctly. The doctor expressed surprise that his body was still functioning and noted his complex medical history. Bruce attributed it to the perils of his past lifestyle, though the doctor observed his overall good health. When Bruce mentioned recent symptoms, the doctor suggested the possibility of panic attacks, prescribing sleep medication and recommending a therapist, along with avoiding high-stress situations. Bruce left abruptly, dismissing the idea, and leapt across rooftops. He moved through the city, changing into his gear, and entered a building where he confronted a man at a sink. Smashing his head into the mirror, Batman reminded him of their last encounter at the dock, and demanded to know why he was under witness protection. The man protested ignorance until Batman applied more pressure, eventually revealing details about another man with a tattoo resembling a dog's head with horns or long ears. Guards outside grew suspicious from the noise, but by the time they entered, Batman was gone. The man angrily questioned their absence as Bruce walked among the crowd, recognizing the tattoo as a jackal's head and knowing its meaning. Tracing the lead, Batman followed the trail to the abandoned Pennyman Theatre. Inside, he found Talia, admitting part of him hoped she wouldn't come, but said it was good to see her again. She called him her grim soldier. Batman confronted Talia, recalling their meeting at the docks where she had made it seem like a warning, but now realizing she had her men working there all along. As League assassins closed in, he fought them while demanding answers about why the League was in Gotham and what they wanted. Talia avoided a direct answer, warning that half-truths were dangerous, and despite the situation, claimed she was still trying to protect him. Batman countered by questioning if he looked like someone who needed protecting. While clashing, he noticed something unusual. Talia wasn't trying to win or flee. This told him she wanted him here, fighting her, which meant she didn't want him somewhere else. He wondered where and why. Talia hinted that the situation wasn't about him, drawing a comparison to Alyassa and Ferhad, suggesting that perhaps Alyassa could have protected Ferhad better if she had embraced the truth. She asserted that even the greatest of men could be broken. She triggered an explosion, and Batman fell into the lower levels as the building collapsed. As he fell, Batman connected the dots, realizing Talia's goal was to keep him away from Gotham Harbor, the location tied to their first encounter in this conflict. Whatever she was hiding was happening there, and it was happening now. At Gotham Harbor, reporters and spectators awaited the arrival of Prince Arzen Orgum, emissary of his mother, Queen Darien Orgum of Svartsdal. Mayor Nakano and Commissioner Montoya attended the ceremony. The press explained that the Orgums had deep historical ties to Gotham, with connections to some of its oldest landmarks. On the royal vessel, Gail joined Arzen, commenting on his early swim. Arzen asked if everything was ready, and Gail confirmed there would be an attack as they reached shore. League operatives swam toward the harbor while taking gunfire from defenders. Their commander noted the League's usual tactics, but ordered restraint, deciding to let their opponents make the first move. She instructed them to keep Master Arzen safe while they observed and waited. Meanwhile, Batman emerged from the ruins, launching himself into the night toward the harbor. The confrontation between the League and those at Gotham Harbor was set, with an attack imminent and Batman closing in. The coda finale. St. Cyprian's, once a vital refuge for addiction recovery, abuse victims, and those slipping through society's cracks, now stood condemned, set to be reduced to rubble. Gordon reflected on Bullock's cynical view of such closures as inevitable casualties of capitalist development, where kindness had no value. Approaching Detective Urquhart outside, he remarked on the noise inside. Urquhart blamed big rats. Gordon questioned whether the demolition was legal, hinting at corruption. Urquhart claimed it wasn't his department, but suggested it was all officially sanctioned. Gordon spotted an unmarked black car across the street, with a shadowy figure inside, who nodded toward Urquhart. Urquhart spoke bitterly about Gotham's unwanted, mentioning a kid trapped in the walls a century ago, and accusing Gordon of theft. He said his employers just wanted back what was theirs, and ordered Gordon to lead them inside to die with dignity, threatening to break his nose otherwise. Gordon demanded to know who was behind the scheme to load people into condemned buildings and discard them. Before the confrontation could go further, Urquhart's body grotesquely changed, glowing green veins snaking under his skin, his eyes turning red, transforming into a monstrous version of himself. The monstrous Urquhart attacked, knocking Gordon down and taunting him about regrets. Gordon, struggling for breath, began to say sorrow, but before Urquhart could kill him, the boy Gordon had found in the tunnels, Sorrow intervened. Sorrow forced Urquhart back, telling him there was an obscene light within him. Urquhart vowed to let it out and lunged again. Gordon and Sorrow argued about keeping him alive for answers, but Urquhart claimed the man they were trying to save was already dead, animated by unclean vapors that could not last. Urquhart collapsed, lifeless. Gordon looked at the frightened but resilient people gathered nearby, realizing they were the ones society ignored. Some still had hope. He acknowledged Bullock had been right about the urgency to act. Gordon turned to a young man in the crowd, offering a deal. Later, at Bullock and Gordon private investigations, Gordon left Bullock a sarcastic remark about not getting used to him being out. The young man returned with pizza, claiming he'd bought it, though Gordon noted it was with his money. Gordon agreed to help him uncover his identity and the truth about his captivity if he stayed out of trouble. The young man accepted, but also pushed to investigate Gotham's horrors. He revealed stolen intel about a heavily armed guard rotation at the docks that night. Gordon told him to stay out of it, calling him JJ, which the young man doubted was his name. Gordon prepared to head to the harbor, telling him he could stay or come along. Outside, Gordon realized he could no longer hear Sorrow's footsteps, and noticed the persistent tune in his head was suddenly gone. The Ascension finale. At the docks, armed League assassins with flamethrowers and fuel tanks kept police from advancing toward the harbor. Lieutenant Riggs urgently called for backup, but Commissioner Montoya was told by her officers that helicopters couldn't be deployed due to RPG threats from the harbor towers, and snipers risked hitting civilians. The Coast Guard was en route, but until then, they were exposed. Montoya admitted they might not hold out long. Meanwhile, a towering horned figure prepared to strike, leaping toward the harbor. This was Ubu, Ra's al Ghul's personal guard, armed with explosives strapped to his chest. He mocked his opponents, calling them dogs sent to face a wolf. and identified one of them as Gail Tenclaw. From a distance, Niang assessed their chances, noting 18 assassins aboard the Sunskipper, 12 more at the harbour, and additional crowd control forces, making them short-handed by half. She told Master Arzen they were there to watch, not fight. Montoya was about to seek another signal option when she was told to look up. Above, Batman descended from the Batplane, cursing himself for falling into Talia's trap. He dove straight at Ubu, striking hard, then quickly turned to fight the League members swarming the area. Batman recognized that Ubu's explosives could kill everyone present, and noted the League's overwhelming numbers. Whoever their target was, they were taking no chances. Batman knew he had only a brief window to act before they could overwhelm him completely. Batman readied himself, knowing he had to make the next move count. He released a smoke burst, momentarily disorienting Ubu, and revealed he had taken the explosives from his chest. Ubu roared and charged, forcing Batman to leap toward the water with the device. The blast erupted mid-air, sending waves crashing. Underwater, Batman struggled, still weakened from an earlier fall, while Ubu seized him. He was running out of air, his body burning from lactic acid, and realized he had to break free quickly. He decided on the only option, delivering 50,000 volts from his gauntlet. The shock would work on Ubu, but also harm him in the water. Accepting the risk, he discharged the current, incapacitating Ubu. Batman urged himself to swim toward the surface, pushing his body forward, but his strength faltered. A haunting vision of Barbatos taunted him, telling him there was no escape from the depths. His body drifted unconscious until a hand reached for him. James Gordon pulled him to the surface. Gordon struggled to drag him through the water, urging him to hold on. Sorrow emerged and helped Gordon pull Batman toward the shadows beneath the pier, warning they were being watched and listened to. Above, armed men and helicopters scoured the area. Hours later, news reported a deadly attack on visiting royalty at Gotham Harbour. In a penthouse, Mr. Cummings discussed the worsening state of Gotham, remarking that half its citizens belonged in Arkham Asylum. He welcomed Prince Arzen, expressing relief at his safe arrival. Arzen thanked him and said Cummings had touched on why he requested the meeting. Cummings, executor of the Arkham Trust, confirmed his awareness of Arkham's decline. Arzen's associate, Shavhod, acknowledged the asylum's deteriorated state, thanking him for his attention. Arzen handed Cummings a sealed envelope, saying it was an offer. Cummings opened it and saw a large number. Confused by its meaning, Arzen explained it was calculated by valuing the land Arkham was built on, factoring in its historic significance, estimating a market value with adjustments for market shifts and future potential. Cummings replied, Arkham was not for sale, as Gotham real estate was too valuable. Arzen clarified they weren't proposing to buy it. Shavhod stated they already possessed the title deed to the land. Cummings doubted the centuries-old document would hold up in court. Shavhod said they had also factored in legal fees and potential settlements, then tripled the amount. Arzen told him the payment was not to buy Arkham, but to avoid the hassle of taking what was theirs. They were paying for him to go away, with lawyers to be in touch. Elsewhere, a hooded, injured man moved through an alley marked with blood and graffiti, reaching a metal door and knocking. Through a hatch, he showed a medallion with horns, asking to be taken out of Gotham quickly and quietly. The contact recognized him as the man from the docks and noted he had heavy heat on him. They agreed to move him soon, inviting him inside. Once inside, the hooded man, Ubu, was confronted by Two-Face, who revealed the smugglers were now under Orgum control. Ubu said there were others loyal to Talia. Two-Face flipped his coin and decided not to kill him, saying someone else wanted him. Ubu was handed over to Gail Tenclaw, who saw Talia's failed assassination as benefiting the Orgum's public standing. Gail resumed his earlier conversation, smiling as he bared sharp fangs, saying the difference between dogs and wolves. Gail changed into a big werewolf and mauled Ubu as he screamed. Two-Face observed, noting Harvey could have ended him quickly, but chose to let him suffer. He accused Harvey of keeping his hands clean while letting a wolf do the work. Harvey reflected on the road ahead, knowing it led to one person. At Bullock and Gordon private investigations, Gordon and Sorrow tended to an unconscious Batman in the dark. Gordon explained he needed to remove the cowl to help, but didn't want to look behind the mask, suspecting who it was. Sorrow questioned why Gordon saved everyone, including him and the man dressed as a bat. Gordon said he learned it from Batman, recalling when Gotham was as doomed as now, but still held hope. He wondered if Batman had someone watching over him. Gordon replied that everyone needed saving sometimes, asking Sorrow if he agreed. A Tale of Three Halves, Part 1. Two-Face walked through an alley, flipping his coin while mocking someone trailing him. He tossed the coin onto Sergio, telling his men to give him a bath in concrete. A subordinate interrupted with a call from Gail Tenclaw, giving Two-Face a new target, Dr. Annabelle Mead. Two-Face objected, saying she was his shrink who had helped him, but Gail insisted she knew too much and had to be killed. When Two-Face hesitated, Gail threatened further incentive through the asthma parasite inside him. Haunted by an internal voice mocking his appearance and mental state, Two-Face reluctantly agreed there was no problem. He instructed his men, Donnie and Isaac, to bring Mead without harm, while the voice taunted his reliance on coin motifs. Alone, the voice urged him to rest, drawing him into a surreal dreamscape. In the vision, the voice derided his lofty plans, reminding him they were built on blood and secrets, and demanded he come down to talk. Two-Face confronted the voice, insisting it was his dream, but the voice revealed it was separate from the Asmare and unnoticed by it. It pointed out something else was inside him, influencing his thoughts, and lured him toward a hidden shadow. He followed, descending into a grim space where the red, skeletal figure of the voice said they needed to talk about Batman. It was none other than Harvey's two-faced psyche, suppressed but alive. The figure explained his own scar tissue prevented him from feeling pain or recalling memories, blaming Batman for his condition. It claimed that Two-Face knew who Batman was and tried to convince Two-Face to make contact with him. Two-Face refused, horrified at the suggestion. The figure attacked, warning that without Batman's help, he would have no choice but to rely on him. Struggling, the psyche said that Two-Face needed him. He refused, asserting it had no power over him. As he walked away, the figure pleaded desperately not to be left alone in darkness, while in waking reality, Two-Face sat in his office, the voice, "You need me, please need me," echoing in his mind. Act 1. Something in the Way, Part 1. At the Bullock and Gordon investigations office, Gordon sat drinking, while a heavily bandaged Batman rested on the couch. 3 days earlier, the Orgum Sun Skipper yacht arrived in Gotham Harbor with Arzen Orgum aboard. An assassination attempt targeted the 20-year-old, with Mayor Nakano and Commissioner Montoya present. Batman's intervention saved Arzen, though Gotham's plight remained grim. Batman, unconscious and submerged, was pulled from the water by Gordon, who treated him in the dark to avoid seeing his unmasked face. Batman awoke to Gordon's explanation. He nearly drowned and was poisoned by the harbor's filth. His face was unhurt, but he'd been feverish for 3 days. Gordon showed him headlines praising his rescue of the yacht's passengers. Gordon reflected on how Batman's actions had brought the Orgums to Gotham, supposedly to save it. Batman suspected Talia's loyalists planned the attack and intended to uncover their motives. Gordon spoke about trying to save the city after meeting Batman, admitting he hadn't expected his return, but was glad he was back. Elsewhere, Two-Face sat in a club as a man named Louis was dragged before him. Louis pleaded that he hadn't known of Harvey's return and would have stepped aside if he had. Harvey quipped about the odds and listened as Louis begged for another chance. Two-Face flipped his coin, telling Louis to trust him before shooting him in the head. He set the gun down, saying they had all been adrift for too long. He reflected that Gotham once had a deeper ideology beyond simple good and evil, with power that could pull people in. He admitted he had felt like a ghost, drifting in a city that no longer recognized him and thought he had changed, until looking in the mirror reminded him that Gotham always had two sides, light and dark. Declaring his return, he told his listeners to pick a side, his good side or his bad. Later, drinking alone, an inner voice warned him not to overplay his lies. It said the truth was he couldn't keep this up, and that the demon inside would break him. It taunted him over killing a man himself and claimed only one person could help, asking for Batman's identity. He refused. Gail entered, overhearing him. Dent assured Gail he had things under control, and Gail reminded him the Asmare could see and hear through him. They discussed the power stations. Most of the city's infrastructure was under their control, but the oldest part of the rail grid had teams disappear without abnormal reports. Dent offered to investigate himself. At the Arkham Asylum reconstruction site, Arzen ignored reporters' questions until Bruce Wayne appeared. Arzen introduced himself, thanking Bruce for what his family had done for Gotham. He said he admired Bruce, explaining he came from an old family with responsibility for shaping the new world and had always had an interest in Gotham. Arzen Orgum walked the Arkham reconstruction site with Bruce Wayne, speaking about Gotham's decline and his family's reluctance to directly involve themselves in the city's affairs. He pointed to Arkham's destruction as the moment they took control and contrasted this with the Waynes' willingness to get their hands dirty. He admired that, expressing a wish to learn more about the city from Bruce, and suggested visiting Wayne Manor. Bruce corrected him, saying he no longer lived there. Bruce told him that if he truly wanted to help Gotham, he was starting in the right place, welcoming him with a handshake. Nearby, Shavhod warned Arzen against associating with Bruce, calling him a relic of a failed past. She described Gotham's decay beneath a facade of glamour and insisted their mission was to address a city clinging to the ghost of its former self. Bruce, walking away, thought one must understand how something was built before tearing it down. Batman and Gordon arrived at the Sunset Central Power Station, investigating a body found upstream. Gordon explained the victim was mauled by an animal and coated in naphthenic oils from the 60s, likely from old power substation. This narrowed the search to 4 possible locations, with this one active and recently used. Gordon warned that those who entered never returned. Batman noted the cold just before Victor Freeze smashed in. Freeze dismissed any interest in Batman's affairs, saying he only wanted to be left alone, but Gail appeared, calling Freeze too valuable to be left to fate. He asked if Freeze knew about Asmares and threw a vial towards him. Freeze blasted the vial and froze it mid-air. Gail immediately transformed into the Wolf of Bezajahana and lunged at Batman. Batman fought the wolf in a vicious close-quarters exchange, trading blows as the creature boasted about their reputations. In the chaos, a beeping began. Freeze had armed explosive cryo-tanks. Batman realized too late that Freeze had no intention of staying in the fight. Apologizing to Batman, Freeze triggered the detonators, unleashing a massive surge of freezing energy. The explosion engulfed the power station in ice, with the shockwaves sweeping outward. Batman, as well as Gail, was consumed by the freezing blast as the cold overtook everything around them. A Tale of Three Halves, Part 2. Two-Face's inner voice, the voice of Scar, mocked him, calling his current work boring and unoriginal even when freezing people. It taunted that his life was pathetic, reduced to serving foreign suits and spying on old enemies. Harvey ignored it, instead ordering a tale on Jim Gordon, whose name kept resurfacing. The voice pressed him, claiming he didn't understand Gotham's true nature, before noticing something new approaching. Dr. Annabelle Meade was tied to a chair, insisting she was just a psychiatrist and that they had the wrong person. Harvey entered, and she pleaded with him to work through whatever was happening, insisting he wasn't a killer. The voice mocked him, but pushed him to act before the Asmere forced him. Harvey stalled, offering to let someone else do it, to keep his hands clean. Before anything could happen, Sorrow interrupted, announcing that James W. Gordon was under protection. Chaos broke out as he attacked. Harvey was thrown to the ground by Sorrow, who said he sensed sickness and death in Harvey's spirit. The voice taunted Harvey about being helpless, but Sorrow noticed something more inside him. An ugly light, green energy, flared from Harvey's scarred side as Sorrow commanded the asthma inside Harvey to sleep within Harvey's mind or be destroyed. The voice panicked, realizing it was trapped. Sorrow greeted it as Little Monster. Sorrow addressed the scar directly, recognizing it as something separate from Harvey. He revealed he had tasted its dreams before. He recounted being imprisoned in Arkham for a century, feeding on despair and madness. He sensed the scar's rage, impotence, pride, and love, and admitted an affection for its protective will, despite its ugliness. Declaring Harvey's mind compromised, Sorrow spared the parasite, saying it had simply forgotten how to live, then expelled it from its place of control. The scar protested, insisting it wasn't here to protect anyone. Sorrow dismissed it, wishing it never heal. Probing Harvey's mind, Sorrow pulled up a buried memory. As a boy, Harvey had been bullied and called Crybaby. He remembered his father's violence and being left in a theatre for safety, only to be attacked afterward. The scene shifted to Harvey as a teen, being mocked and beaten, his attackers deciding to flip a coin to see who would cut him next. He had picked up a brick that day. Harvey awoke on the floor, shaken, with the voice reminding him they still needed to talk about secret identities. Panicking, he realized Meade had escaped and ordered his men to find her. Scar's voice reflected that in Gotham, what mattered wasn't how tall something stood, but what it was built on, whether sand, good intentions, or a brick. The brick fell through Harvey's memory into the scar tissue. Scar picked up the brick and ominously suggested that next time they would find out. the Thelamus engine. Shavhod and Gail Tenclaw moved quietly through a concealed subterranean passage, their steps echoing faintly as they descended toward the long-forgotten depths beneath the ruins of Arkham Asylum. Gail explained that the institution had been erected on the very site of an ancient church from Gotham's earliest days, when the city was merely a humble 18th century settlement. He spoke as one who had seen it firsthand, stating that he had lived through that era and had hidden a priceless relic deep in the soil they now stood upon. Pausing, Gail knelt and pried loose a circular stone from the floor, exposing a large glass container that held a radiant yellow dodecahedron. Holding it up, he emphasized the profound value of Gotham's history, declaring it essential that the past be remembered. With that, he began to recount a piece of the city's origins. His tale shifted to the year 1776. In the settlement then called Gotham, the lifeless bodies of Tim and Moira Wainwright lay sprawled on the ground, the grim scene being examined by Garrett Jardine, a city official and the settlement's sheriff. Close by, the couple's young son, shaken but unharmed, was in the care of Aldridge Pierce, a wandering drifter and veteran of the Revolutionary War. The townspeople vouched for Pierce's integrity. Hardane turned to Barrowman, the man who had discovered the bodies, asking for his account. Barrowman claimed he had been startled awake by a nightmare, and upon stepping outside, he saw a massive, wolf-like creature, larger than any he had ever known, standing over the Wainwrights. Elsewhere, the zealous pastor Ichabod Crane delivered a fervent sermon to the townsfolk, railing against the faithless and condemning Jardine for allowing a supposed witch to live nearby. This woman, Ayanna, the medicine woman, resided at Miller's Creek, just outside the settlement. Jardine fired back, defending Ayanna's reputation as a healer who had saved countless lives. Crane countered that the town was changing too quickly, stoking fear, and that only God could free them from such dread. He further revealed that his patron would soon arrive to fund the construction of a grand church intended to restore divine order and eradicate corruption. Shortly thereafter, Ethaniel Orgum arrived by carriage, accompanied by a much younger Gail Tenclaw. Later that day, Crane led a mob of armed religious zealots to Ayanna's home. They shouted threats, hurled insults, and brandished weapons, promising to burn the house down with her inside. Ayanna responded sharply, but before the mob could advance, Aldridge Pierce stepped in, positioning himself between them and their target. Warning them to leave, Pierce was met with violence. Drawing on his considerable combat skills, he swiftly incapacitated the attackers, breaking one man's arm and scattering the rest. Crane retreated, promising a coming reckoning. Once inside, Ayanna tended to Pierce's injured hand. Pierce's attention was drawn to another room, where a gravely ill man lay in bed. Recognizing him as a raider, a member of a notorious gang, Pierce questioned why she would aid such a man. Ayanna replied that she never turned away the sick, no matter their past. The raider issued a warning. Darcy Hunt, leader of the raiders, planned to strike Gotham at dawn. Outside the settlement, Hunt rallied his men, loading rifles and preparing for an assault, declaring the young settlement ripe for plunder. Meanwhile, in a nearby tavern, shopkeeper Pebblecroft met with Orgum and Gail. Orgum openly admitted that he had orchestrated the Wainwrights' murders to ignite fear across Gotham. His goal was to drive the people into the arms of his church under the banner of deliverance. Gail produced a small box and opened it, revealing the glowing yellow dodecahedron contained within a glass vial, an artifact known as the reality engine. Orgum explained that the townsfolk would soon beg the church for protection from life's trials. His plan was methodical. Gail would incite the religious zealots to once again attack Ayanna, exploiting the fact that she harbored a raider. By publicizing this, the mob would be justified in launching a final assault on her home. This would draw the bulk of the town's defenders away from its heart, leaving it vulnerable for Hunt and his raiders to attack. Once the attack was over and the settlement lay in ruins, the pastor would offer shelter to the surviving townsfolk. Jardine would be executed publicly, cementing Orgum's control. Gail would then bury the reality engine beneath the church, binding Gotham's destiny into a perpetual cycle. Two key figures slain, the city rotting in corruption, and the Orgums holding unbroken power. As long as the engine remained active, history would replay this pattern across generations. Pierce prepared to leave the settlement with the Wainwright boy in a carriage. Hardine agreed it was the best way to ensure the boy's safety. That night, as they traveled, the driver revealed himself to be Mordecai, an immortal wanderer. Mordecai claimed that fate had placed Pierce in his path, and that Pierce alone might be able to stop Gotham's downfall. Pierce expressed concern that failure would put the boy at risk of mob retaliation. Mordecai handed him a cowl and hat with pointed ear-like extensions, instructing him to conceal his identity and take on the guise of a demon to gain the upper hand against Gotham's enemies. Soon after, a flaming wagon was sent hurtling toward Ayanna's home. A man held a knife to her throat, while a fanatical mob gathered once again outside. Pierce, now clad in a colonial-era black batsuit, smashed through the wagon and swiftly overpowered the attackers. Ayanna, revealing her true form, green-skinned with striking red hair, reminiscent of a modern poison ivy, thanked him. She told Pierce to repel Hunt's impending assault by setting fire to Devil's Snare trees nearby. These burning trees would drive roosting bats into flight, sending them in a great swarm toward the western edge of town and through Gotham's center, creating the terrifying illusion Pierce needed to frighten the attackers. During the chaos, Hunt held a sword to Jardine's throat, but Pierce, still in his bat guise, disarmed him and struck him down. Hunt sneered, asking what use there was in a fool dressed as a bat. Pierce replied simply, to resist. Meanwhile, Gail lowered the reality engine into its resting place beneath the church. In the present, Gail told Shavod that Pierce's emergence as a dark knight was never intended, and had inadvertently become entangled in the reality engine's time loop. This interference had prevented the Orgums from achieving absolute control over Gotham across the century. The only way to restore their design, Gail concluded, was to break the engine's enchantment entirely and remove Batman from existence once and for all. Something in the way, the finale. Encased in thick ice, after the detonation of Mr. Freeze's frost bomb, both Batman and Gail Tenclaw, still in his monstrous werewolf form, were left immobilized. Batman's utility belt instantly activated an automated thawing mechanism, designed as a last resort failsafe. The process began breaking him free, while the ice around Gail was already fracturing under his own immense strength. Before Batman could fully regain movement, a nearby frozen sewage vent ruptured violently. The sudden collapse unleashed thousands of gallons of pressurized water, crashing into the area with immense force. The torrent slammed into both combatants, sweeping Batman into the darkness of the sewage tunnels. Gail, having freed himself moments before impact, escaped upward through a street-level grate. The flood eventually receded, leaving Batman unconscious on the tunnel floor. Seizing the opportunity, Freeze approached, hefted Batman over his shoulder, and dragged him deeper into the underground. At the former Arkham Asylum site, Arzen Orgum addressed reporters and guests, delivering a carefully crafted speech on his family's dedication to Gotham's future. He announced that their vision began here, with the construction of Orgum Place rising where Arkham once stood. The ceremony concluded with Mayor Nakano cutting the ribbon to mark the project's commencement, drawing applause as Arzen departed in a limousine. Inside the limo, Arzen reviewed progress with Gail, Niang, and Shavod. Shavod presented him with the reality engine, its eerie glow catching the dim interior light. Gail suggested they reshape Gotham through decisive, even brutal action. Producing a box, he revealed 4 masks, explaining they would conceal their identities and serve as symbolic and literal weapons to wield against the city. Far below Gotham, Batman awoke in Mr. Freeze's subterranean hideout, his body surrounded by a circle of industrial heat lamps. Freeze told him that he had begun to understand Batman's role, seeing the city through his eyes as a relentless protector. He likened Batman's devotion to Gotham's fragile innocence to his own devotion to Nora. Freeze proposed a truce, leave him undisturbed in the tunnels, and in return, he would share vital information. He revealed that Gail had approached him with an unusual artifact, an asthma, a shimmering green gaseous substance sealed in a glass vial. Freeze explained its vulnerability. When frozen, it became inert and harmless. Armed with this knowledge, Batman departed via a tunnel that opened to the surface. Night fell over Gotham when Arzen departed his high-rise condo, once again riding in a limousine, this time to pay a visit to Bruce Wayne. Welcomed into Bruce's apartment, he engaged in an apparently sincere discussion, asking where his limitless resources might do the greatest good and which problems, if solved, would bring the most profound change to the city. While the conversation unfolded, Niang and Gail, now masked, stood on the rooftop of a tall building in the Gotham Narrows. They carried out their own answer to the question, triggering a massive explosive device. The resulting blast obliterated much of the Narrows' low-income housing. Entire blocks were reduced to rubble as firestorms erupted, smoke rising in columns visible for miles. Chaos consumed the streets. Citizens screamed, ran for cover, and fought to escape collapsing structures. Niang descended into the mayhem, cutting down unarmed residents with twin blades. Meanwhile, at Wayne Realty's offices, Shavhod put forward a bold proposal: purchase all low-income residential land in Gotham. She argued that eradicating these districts entirely and replacing them with high-rise towers would permanently displace the city's worst criminal elements. Mr. Phillips, the head of Wayne Realty, refused without hesitation. He explained that the Narrows, under Wayne Enterprises' stewardship, were earmarked for ongoing socially responsible development projects and were not for sale. Without further debate, Shavhod produced a distinctive purple mask adorned with multiple unblinking eyes and placed it over her face. With the mask's psychic influence, she compelled Phillips to sell the Narrows property to them and then take a vacation. The sinister command concluded with a final mental push, ordering him to end his own life afterward. Back in Bruce Wayne's apartment, the discussion with Arzen was interrupted when Bruce's phone buzzed with a message from Jim Gordon. The text urged him to turn on the television. Bruce did so and was confronted with live footage of the Narrows in chaos. Buildings engulfed in flames, the skyline lit orange by the inferno. Without hesitation, he ended the conversation, excused himself, and quickly changed into his Batman suit. Moments later, the Bat plane soared toward the devastated district. As it swept over the burning streets, Batman dove into the heart of the destruction, ready to confront the carnage below. A Tale of Three Halves, the finale. Harvey sat alone in his office, a faint tune echoing in his head. Scar's voice taunted him about how the melody wouldn't leave, even with all the other thoughts crowding his mind. Harvey asked if he should be concerned about talking to himself, but Scar mocked the constant noise inside his head, likening it to maggots in a corpse. The voice noted his lack of usual distractions and questioned if he was coming intentionally. Harvey dozed off, and Scar welcomed him into a surreal, colourful dreamscape. Confused, Harvey demanded to know where Scar was. Scar joked about the surroundings before dragging Harvey deeper into a swirling, chaotic space. Harvey resisted, telling Scar to stop, but Scar refused, saying Harvey had never listened before and now it was time to remember. Images from Harvey's past flashed, moments of violence, humiliation, and rage. Scar reminded him of times he'd saved his life, but Harvey refused gratitude, recalling that one of the kids from that day never walked again. He insisted Scar couldn't be trusted, especially with Batman's identity. Scar pushed harder, replaying old memories, taunts from law school, the mob incident, his drugged early days in Arkham. Scar claimed he'd always been there, not as a sickness, but as Harvey's teeth, the part of him that acted when needed. Scar accused Harvey of clinging to Captain Hope and the asthma, insisting Harvey needed him instead. Harvey fought back, saying Scar had his father's face, the man he remembered drunk, brawling and violent. He admitted hating Scar for being stronger, for not fitting into the world he wanted to build. Yet, after a pause, Harvey conceded that sometimes in his life, he needed Scar. This broke a glowing chain between them, and the two embraced in the dreamscape. In reality, Harvey's men arrived with Dr. Mead in their custody. Ordering everyone else out, he told the wreckers to be ready. Mead pleaded with him. Harvey hesitated, gun shaking, as Scar mocked his inability to act. Finally, Scar took control, declaring, "I can," and fired. But he missed Mead intentionally. Mead screamed she had been spared. Scar told her Harvey wasn't present, that it was him and the one she'd tried to kill who stood there now. He ordered her to run and never return, warning her to stay silent or face death. Harvey flipped his coin as she fled barefoot into the street. Scar later stood watching the demolition of a building, reveling in the destruction, and telling his men to bring it down to the ground. Harvey sat at a table drinking when Gail entered, noting the Asmir's unusual silence and asking if the job was done. Harvey confirmed it, earning Gail's measured approval and permission to continue operations. Alone again, Harvey held a golden mask as Scar's voice pointed out that the strange music was gone and their thoughts were now private. Scar suggested it was time to talk about Batman, ending with a cold reminder, "You owe me." Half a chance. In hell, flames engulfed the skyline as chaos spread through Gotham. Armed men herded frightened civilians toward trucks, and the thought crossed that things had gone too far. These criminals, once rivals of assassins and other villains, were now part of a darker plan. Harvey Dent reflected on how he had fought alongside people like these in the past, but now they were being dragged into abandoned subway tunnels. There, they were separated by age and health before being tethered to the Asmare's green energy, turning Gotham's Forgotten into an army. Dent remembered they had once believed in him, but Scar's voice taunted that even when he tried to play the victim, he lied to himself. Scar reminded him that when they bound the Asmare to him, he had a coin in his hand, choosing servitude rather than breaking free. Scar accused him of being present only to watch events unfold out of guilt, too afraid to make hard choices and too afraid of Scar. Meanwhile, Batman flew over Gotham in the Batplane as Gordon relayed intel. Trucks from the Narrows headed to the old Gotham substation. Gordon warned they would be expecting him, linking the Wolfman, Music Box, and demons together. Batman reassured Gordon, but was warned about walking into a trap. Scar predicted Batman would enter regardless, as he was the only hope for those underground. Batman landed, confronting the captors. Harvey denied Scar's claims, declaring the villains were wrong and Batman always won. The Wolfman of Bezer-Jahan appeared. He claimed Batman should have stayed hidden, but Batman countered that Gotham's shadows belonged to him and vowed to end the Asmare threat. The two clashed, the Wolfman leaping at him while Batman dodged and readied electrified weapons, determined to bring the fight to an end. Batman used what he learned from Victor Freeze, freezing the Asma's influence, but the Wolfman warned it would not help. Batman demanded to know his purpose in Gotham and with its people. The Wolfman mocked the idea of Gotham belonging to Batman, accusing him of being the reason its shadows and disease persisted, then calling him just a mistake. They fought, with Batman enduring bites and blows before revealing he had infused his suit with nano-silver, exploiting the lycanthrope's vulnerability. The Wolfman began to weaken as the silver entered his system. Before Batman could press his advantage, Niang Modram, the Dark Blood, attacked him, mocking his belief that he could stop them. He spoke of the Ten Claws' ancient history and his own role as a healer, claiming Batman was a disease to the city, a poison whose good intentions still caused harm. Declaring that Batman must be neutralized, he broke Batman's ribs and injected him with a paralytic. Dark Blood suggested sparing him so Ten Claw could bind an Asmare to him, making Batman serve their cause. Ten Claw agreed, preparing the green essence while ordering the captives move through the tunnels to avoid discovery. Harvey Dent, watching through the Asmare link, heard Scar taunting him. Scar urged Harvey to help Batman, but insisted he would only act if given Batman's identity. Harvey refused, saying Batman was his only friend and would never forgive such a betrayal. Scar argued that Harvey had always needed him and that he was the only friend Harvey ever had who would understand. Ten Claw loomed over the paralyzed Batman, ready to bind the Asmare. Scar continued pressing Harvey, saying they would kill Batman or make him a puppet like Harvey, but Harvey still resisted, torn between loyalty and the demand for the man beneath the mask. Batman, weakened and on the ground, heard Barbatos's demonic voice. Barbatos compared Batman to himself. He called Batman empty and without fire. Barbatos taunted him as helpless, offering him the chance to rise by doing what he had avoided for years, drink the demon's blood to become more than a man. Struggling to get up, he fought the urge, while Harvey Dent, torn between his own will and the Asma's control, considered helping. Scar told him he couldn't, but Harvey resisted. In spite of being poisoned and under the Asma's control, Batman forced himself to his feet, shocking Dark Blood and Gail Tenclaw, prompting Dark Blood to ask what kind of creature he was. Gail Tenclaw fought him, noting Batman's strength wouldn't last. Scar urged Harvey to act before the Asmare took him completely, questioning if he'd let Batman lose himself or do what it took. Harvey flipped his coin, wrestling with the decision. Memories and emotions flashed, thoughts of someone dear and the moral weight of his choice. As the coin spun, Batman fought on but was overpowered. Harvey, in his mind, weighed his bond with Batman against Scar's insistence. In the fight's chaos, Harvey made his move. Ten Claw demanded he kill Batman to ensure their victory. Harvey, now fully in control as Two-Face, denied the existence of the cowardly half and aimed his gun not at Batman, but at Ten Claw, declaring control and firing multiple shots. He then lifted the injured Batman, addressing him as Bruce Wayne and calling him an old friend. With Batman in his arms, Harvey walked away, fired a single shot at a tank, causing a massive explosion behind them, and drove off into the night. The city was ablaze. its skyline swallowed by fire and smoke as demons prowled the streets. Police surveyed the devastation, noting the disappearances from both the Narrows and the destroyed substation. Questions arose about Batman's whereabouts. Gordon believed it wouldn't be long before both allies and enemies came looking for him. Inside, Scar reflected on the chaos that would follow if Batman were gone, imagining the city spiraling out of control. Batman lay bloodied and unconscious in Harvey Dent's arm. Harvey argued internally with Scar, reminding him of their agreement, Bruce's identity in exchange for Batman's safety. Scar warned that if Harvey surfaced, the asthma would burn him from within. Harvey promised to honor his word, but demanded control until Batman was secure. Carrying Batman, Harvey entered a building, calling out for Dr. Joy. His intention was to move them somewhere safe, but Scar countered that it would be meaningless if Bruce didn't survive. From above, the 10-eyed man emerged, his fingers lined with unblinking eyes. He revealed he had been watching over the place in Dr. Joy's absence. His words carried a grim warning. No matter where they went, there would be no place far enough to truly escape. A tune that listens back. At the Gotham Municipal Archive, Gordon apologized to Sorrow for finding nothing, saying Gotham didn't give up its secrets easily. Sorrow thanked him, but suspected they'd never learn who had incarcerated him in the machine at the asylum. Gordon mentioned deeds, newspapers, and planning orders, but no clue on who owned the Arkham plot. Sorrow noted the records were only lists of wealthy donors, then pointed out a ledger. Gordon noticed a shine in its binding, revealing a hidden envelope. As he opened it, he whistled. Sorrow asked about the melody, and Gordon admitted it was odd. He hadn't thought of it since the day he agreed to help him. Sorrow said now that he knew Gordon. He could see something, sensing a mind within the music that Gordon just whistled. He claimed the tune listened back. Gordon was confused, saying he couldn't remember it again. Sorrow insisted it fled after being discovered and abruptly left. Gordon called after him, but Sorrow apologized, saying the shirt didn't suit him, and leapt away. An officer told him not to move, but a man nearby was humming the tune. Sorrow pursued the sentient music across rooftops, weaving through people and conflicts, always hearing the melody. He tracked its direction upward, calling it parasite music. The tune led him to a building, but Batman intercepted him mid-leap, demanding to know why he was terrorizing people. He declared no one haunted Gotham rooftops without his say. But Sorrow could see the music's sentience in Batman too. There was an evil energy surrounding him. Panicking, Sorrow tried to get away, calling Batman a beast and shadow. Gordon appeared, defending him, but Sorrow recoiled, asking to make the haunting presence go away. The tattoo on his back started glowing. Batman told Gordon the boy needed help and was special. Gordon refused, saying he wouldn't watch another child fall into that life. Batman apologized for nearly tracking the living melody to its lair. Gordon urged him to focus on the document found, listing 13 children, with one possibly being Sorrow. It was marked Project Magpie, 1880. Sorrow asked if there were others. Gordon said maybe, but Sorrow refused, believing someone had taken advantage of their distraction. He ended by agreeing with Gordon's earlier words. Gotham did not give up its secrets easily. Grand Design, Part 1. At Dr. Joy's apartment, Harvey Dent demanded that the 10-eyed man fix Batman, asking if he was healed or dead. The 10-eyed man explained he had found worms in Batman's veins, removed them and fed them to pigeons, expecting Batman to wake by morning, unless the other possibility was that he was entirely mad and had no idea what he was doing. Harvey pressed him for clarity, and the 10-eyed man claimed he had been looking with his special eye, which could see deeper truths. Through a surreal vision, the 10-eyed man described being able to mend the body like sticks and stones, but not the soul, which was fragile and hard to repair. He reflected on Batman as a broken man, on Gotham City's fleeting, corrupt nature, and on seeing its past and future. He hinted at an ominous name that should not be spoken, spoke of the battle at the city's heart, and suggested that, with his eyes, he could see hidden truths and dangers ahead. Batman suddenly awoke in pain, clutching his head. The 10-eyed man announced his recovery, calling it a saved day. Harvey, irritated, said he would have shot him if he kept rambling, but allowed him to leave, wanting a private conversation with Batman. The 10-eyed man warned of trouble coming and left. Harvey addressed Bruce directly, warning there was bad news outside. He reminded him of their deal. Harvey had saved him and revealed Bruce's name. He threatened that if Batman ever tried to fix him again by separating Harvey from Two-Face, he'd go after everyone Bruce cared about, make them suffer, and then kill himself. An explosion shook the building. Shavhod entered and sensed Batman's presence, and that others were with him. Batman fought through armed men and escaped out the window. She ordered a perimeter search, concluding he had help but hadn't been fully mended. Batman battled more attackers and grappled away, with pursuers saying he couldn't have gotten far. Gordon, working at Bullock and Gordon Private Investigations, called Barbara after 2 days of searching without finding Batman. He said the signal had been on the whole time despite Montoya's stance, and he had even pulled favors to check the towers and a substation, both burnt out with no trace. Oracle was his last hope, until Batman staggered in and croaked his name. Gordon told Barbara they had their miracle. Elsewhere, an injured Gail Tenclaw was carried by Niang Modram while they spoke with Shavhod Erhad. They remarked that Batman's ability to evade them seemed near miraculous, as if Gotham itself shielded him. Gail said Gotham clung to her sickness, and perhaps they had been trying to remove Batman the wrong way. Arzen resolved to change tactics, accelerate Orgum construction at double pace, and flood the city with wealth, beauty, and power so its people would yield allegiance or remain comfortably ignorant. When Batman noticed, they would make the addict come to them. 3 days later, at the GCPD, Commissioner Montoya debated the strange quiet with the police chief. Crime stats were dropping, the costumed rogues had gone to ground, and Batman hadn't been seen. She admitted it might be the calm before something worse. The chief slapped down a paper announcing a soft opening for Orgum Place and praised the family's rapid redevelopment. He asked when anyone last invested like this and argued the police deserved credit when things were good, warning she wouldn't keep her chair long if she couldn't acknowledge it. She asked if that was a threat. He called it a fact and left. Frustrated, Montoya opened her desk safe, revealing her sidearm and her question mask, then stopped herself and reconsidered. She rang Ellie to find Eric Wells's number. He'd been with Special Operations Unit 10 and asked to have him come to her office. His file pulled up on her screen. At Bullock and Gordon Private Investigations, Gordon and Batman sat on 2 sides of a wall. Gordon told Batman he couldn't keep doing this. Batman apologized, saying he had nowhere else to go. Gordon clarified he meant the constant physical toll, puncture wounds, broken ribs, poison in Batman's system for 6 days, too much for one man. Batman insisted it wasn't too much for him, but Gordon reminded him myths don't bleed. Gordon said he was talking about the man behind the mask, warning of a dangerous edge. Batman said he'd seen that edge his whole life. Gordon asked if he had ever been this close to it, admitting his own sacrifices to the city. He imagined what it had cost Batman: a life, body, heart, and soul. Batman vowed to keep giving until nothing was left, because he knew no other way. Gordon revealed that when Batman went missing, he had contacted Barbara, who found something about tunnels or lines beneath the city. He urged Batman to speak to her, saying he wasn't worried about Batman stopping, but about what it would cost him to keep going. He said someone needed to look out for the man behind the mask. Realizing Batman had already vanished, Gordon chuckled to himself. Batman moved through the city. As Barbara explained, there were lines beneath Gotham's exterior, corridors of power where unseen forces aligned, like ley lines or chaotic systems forming order. She traced his disappearance to the substation fire, noting his encounter there with the Wolfman and Victor Freeze. She didn't believe it was a coincidence having tracked activity there. Batman was skeptical, but Barbara pointed out Freeze had recognized the lines earlier and built coolant units along them. Batman conceded it could be coincidence, but said Batgirl was already investigating. In the tunnels, Batgirl was on reconnaissance, gathering information on how extensive Freeze's network had become. Batgirl moved through Freeze's network tunnels as guards investigated noises, dismissing them as rats. She overheard that there were worse things than Freeze in the Warrens. In a large chamber, people were held in cages. One prisoner, Shoes, told Billy they were turning Gotham's forgotten strays into monsters. She freed herself, telling Billy she'd return for him, but a guard ordered her back. She ran, evading gunfire, though one guard thought he hit her. While they searched the tunnel, she hid and spotted something. She told the guards she didn't think she was alone. Then a massive figure emerged from the darkness. It was Solomon Grundy, declaring he was born on a Monday. Absolute. Part 1. Annabelle Meade walked through Gotham, reflecting on the concept of choice, acknowledging it as an illusion proven by science since the 80s, that unconscious decisions precede the conscious act of choosing. Still, she valued the illusion, as her career as a therapist relied on the belief in free will and agency. She told her patients there was no such thing as fate or luck, yet her own life contradicted that certainty. After being terrorized by Two-Face, her apartment ransacked, her office torched, and being told to leave town, She felt fate had intervened. She might have reached safety in Bloodhaven if not for a bus accident on black ice and a series of missteps that led her to the wrong place. Now, at 44, she considered herself the unluckiest person in Gotham. That wrong place was Victor Freeze's lair. Freeze examined a failed test subject, noting the theory was sound, but the specimen's brain was insufficient, leading to flawed outcomes. Annabelle sat captive, wrapped in a blanket, as Freeze recorded observations. She pleaded with him, insisting she was a person and asking him to stop. He coldly remarked that lowering her voice could avoid punishment. She cried for help upon hearing noises, hoping for Batman, but the intruders were asthma parasite-infected soldiers. Freeze dismissed them as fools before unleashing a freezing blast, encasing them in deadly crystalline ice. Annabelle recoiled in horror, while Freeze calmly returned to his work. Freeze reaffirmed the project's necessity despite interference. Annabelle recognized his obsession with his wife, Nora, and pressed him, suggesting he had kidnapped a therapist because part of him wanted to be heard. She said he clung to Nora as an excuse to avoid normal life and could let go. Freeze recalled how Nora thanked him when he first placed her in cryogenic stasis to save her, but despised him when revived, which he attributed not to himself, but to brain damage from the process. Annabelle countered that Nora saw him for what he truly was. Ignoring her, Freeze prepared an amplified treatment to ready her brain for absolute zero, explaining it might cause slight neurological destabilization but was worth the risk. The process, he said, would keep her calm and quiet for his preparations. Annabelle noticed the harmless tune she'd been humming growing louder and more invasive, filling her head until she feared it might be her last thought before dying. She fought panic, not wanting to go out with a dumb earworm in her mind. As the cold overtook her, she heard a voice, alien yet intimate, inside her head. At first she thought it was the cryogenic process breaking her mind, but the voice corrected her. It told her it was not her brain, but the music itself speaking. When she asked who it was, the voice reminded her that she had already named it. It called itself Earworm and reassured her she was not alone. Grand Design, the finale. Underneath Gotham, heavily armed soldiers unleashed gunfire on Solomon Grundy, but he advanced undeterred, bullets bouncing off as he recited the days of the week. Despite orders to keep shooting and pin him back, he shrugged off the assault. One soldier ran out of ammo, another cursed, and Grundy hurled men aside, declaring he was married on Wednesday. Blades and more gunfire failed to slow him as he knocked attackers away, stating he took ill on Thursday. Soldiers struggled to hold him, wondering what he was, while he grew more violent, grew worse on Friday, and transformed, his eyes glowing with green Asmere energy. Ordered to bring the Asmere for Tenclaw, they closed in, but Grundy smashed the parasite out of himself, shocking them. One soldier panicked, pulling grenades, prompting Cheshire Cat to yell, "Oh crap!" before a massive explosion engulfed the tunnel and buried on Sunday. After the blast, Cheshire Cat found Grundy alive. She noted he'd killed the creature, making him immune to infection. She calmed him, assuring she wasn't one of them, introduced herself, and asked if he knew the way out. Grundy grunted, walking alongside her, while repeating he was born on a Monday. Elsewhere, Bruce tended Thomas Wayne's grave, reflecting on repeatedly clearing weeds and debris after storms, never questioning how long he could continue. He thought of someone who once told him Gotham needed a Batman, and Batman needed his darkness. Remembering standing close to contentment, he admitted he was a boy raised among gravestones. Placing a rose on the grave, he wondered if they were right, as he remembered Gail Tenclaw had called him just a mistake. Bruce remembered when he was a boy, he sat in the alley with his parents' bodies, listening for their last breaths. In the darkness, he heard a voice, like malice and the beating of leathered wings. Barbatos. It called to him, and he followed willingly. Now, in recent nights, he had heard it again, the laboured breathing now his own, calling to him as he stood at the edge. He wondered if Harvey, Gordon, Dick, Freeze, Selina, Talia, and the others were right. What if he had made a mistake? At the cemetery, Arzen greeted him. Bruce asked why he was on the manor grounds. Arzen explained that Gotham National had a lien on the property and that interested parties were being shown around. Bruce firmly stated Wayne Manor was not for sale, reminding him the Waynes were part of Gotham's fabric. He said Wayne bones had been buried beneath Gotham for generations, and he did not want history to be forgotten. Arzen shared the Orgum tradition. Before taking the throne, heirs journey into the world to find something worth saving. His father, who married into the family, left on such a journey when Arzen was a child and never returned, dying in betrayal. Arzen promised Bruce his history would be remembered. Later, Bruce called Oracle, asking for tunnel reconnaissance. She reported hundreds taken, constantly moved to prevent rescue. Batgirl was still inside, thinking the captors were following some deep memory of Gotham. Bruce asked her to investigate the Orgums, suspecting a link. That night, Batman moved through the water district. The dockside warehouses, long havens for smugglers and traffickers, felt especially alive with hidden danger. Though he had been away only a week, the place had reverted to its most primal state, like a scar in need of constant reopening. He noted that, like the city, he too was different tonight. Batman felt more awake and less weary, as if old rage had returned to his veins. He fought through enemies, questioning if this was his true self. Demanding to know where she was, he told them he saw her influence in their organization and vowed to break every bone in their bodies if needed. Before he could continue, Talia appeared, telling him he kept breaking her trusted hands and that he could have just called if he wanted to see her. She invited him inside from the rain to ask his questions. In her lavish surroundings, Batman remarked she seemed at home. Talia said she found home in familiar comforts and company, explaining she had been tracking smuggler traffic since finding Ubu dead in the river. Batman asked why she stayed after the docks attack. She said it was too late. Such acts had happened countless times without being stopped, and she had been a fool to think she could intervene. She admitted trying to warn him and feared he would die, calling this the undeniable truth, though it gave her both hope and fear. Batman pressed her about the Orgums' connection to Gotham. Talia began recounting a history that predated her life, passed down from her father. Before Arzen Orgum was of age to take on his duty of saving precious things in the world, that responsibility had fallen to his father, newly betrothed to Daria Orgum, the queen of the house. His father set out with 4 near-immortal servants of the Orgum name: Niang Modram, physician and fleshcrafter of the Chola kings; Gail Tenclaw, the oldest fang of Timur's horde; Shahvod Erhad, Mercurial, priestess of serpents; and his closest aide, a man who was both his brother and eventual killer, Raz Al Ghul. At the clock tower, Barbara reviewed multiple screens, frustrated that she still couldn't see the bigger picture. A voice told her it was because she lacked the pieces that mattered. Startled, she turned and threw a batarang, but the intruder, a glowing figure laced with circuitry, caught it mid-air. The figure introduced himself as Arclight, explaining they had someone skilled with computers on their side. That person appeared on her screen, introducing himself as Castle. Castle addressed her directly, explaining that she had been tracking the architectural pathways beneath Gotham, as had Victor Freeze. These lines drew people and power toward them. Their teammate, Dodge, was already following Grundy and Cheshire Cat through guard-filled tunnels. Castle told her to imagine the city's pathways as neural connections, influenced by a device, an ancient concept called thelema, meaning will. The Egyptians had first applied it to architecture, and the Thelamus engine could convert will into power. There was one such device beneath Orgum Place, placed by Gail Tenclaw and Shavhod Erad. Castle described its potential, a city able to choose its own people, shaping Gotham without Batman. They had an operative, Sire, monitoring it. Barbara asked why not stop it, and Arclight replied that Gotham was under Batman's protection, whose rules they respected but didn't follow. Calling themselves the Vigil, Arclight warned Barbara that they would remain in Gotham, and if she didn't fix the problem, they would. Absolute Part 2. Annabelle Mead reflected on Carl Jung's idea of a subterranean god, describing her night as being kidnapped, brain-frozen, and haunted by a ghost named Earworm that claimed to live in music. Earworm had tried to communicate for hours, and she could still hear its tune, and she dismissed Jung's symbolism, saying she already had enough real-world subterranean fiends. Mr. Freeze, keeping an experiment log on day 122, noted her calm, cerebral activity despite heart stress. He had collected a superconductive apparatus from the surface and decided it was time, remarking on the blood on it. He believed fear was forgivable if the experiment succeeded. Freeze powered up a large machine, ignoring Annabelle's protests. As the device activated, he noted stable brain activity and no damage, while she sensed something coming. Freeze spoke of absolute zero as she experienced disorientation, describing inverted reality. Freeze had completely frozen Annabelle, but somehow her thoughts still functioned. Freeze adjusted the temporal field, but was interrupted by an alarm. The machine cracked with a loud boom, causing Freeze to scream in frustration, kick equipment, and lash out emotionally. In her thoughts, Annabelle compared him to a tantrum-throwing toddler who blamed himself. Freeze analyzed the exotic energy, finding it faint as if depleted. Considering reaching him on a human level, Annabelle heard him announce her brain death at 5:13. He decided to find a new specimen and bury her once thawing was complete, then left to rest. She panicked, recalling his words about death when Earworm reappeared, telling her to calm down. Earworm insisted she was still alive, explaining her heart had stopped briefly due to forcing reality to flow the wrong way. The ghost warned someone was coming, immune to its music. Just like Freeze, Sorrow appeared into the tunnels. Earworm warned not to trust him, but Sorrow told her not to be afraid and introduced himself. He said he followed the glow of dead things and hadn't expected to find someone alive, especially young. He revealed he was kidnapped as a child. Annabelle thought to herself about the absurdity of her situation. Freeze thought she was dead. Earworm said reality was frozen, and now Sorrow acted like they were the same age. As Sorrow bent down toward her, ice still clinging to her, she wondered if everyone in the city was delusional. But Annabelle had indeed grown younger from Freeze's experiment. Act 2. Lost Sands. At present, at the Orgum Place grand opening in Gotham City, Batman observed from above, noting it was almost time. Oracle, monitoring from her screens, estimated about an hour until the event began, but expected delays. Batman insisted the Orgums were making their move now, despite earlier discussions about a cautious approach. On a rooftop, Batman, Nightwing, and Batgirl discussed the Orgum's long-term strategy. Nightwing had monitored Bloodhaven, while Batgirl's investigation revealed the Orgum's acquisition of media and transmission capabilities via shell companies in Gotham and nearby city. They had also invested in infrastructure, power, construction, water, and people Cass had been tracking underground. Batman reasoned that if they had a device to control a city's will, this event was the ideal moment to use it. He instructed Nightwing to handle civilian safety if things went wrong, and Batgirl to locate those trapped in the tunnels so he could join her. Batman planned to go after the engine, despite Nightwing's reminder of his earlier caution. Earlier in Talia's hidden Gotham base, she spoke to Batman over tea about how every great civilization like Atlantis or Alexandria had stories of lost cities, with guardians and eventual downfall due to the people, not the cities. She spoke of long foretold doom caused by hubris, claiming she had warned Batman of his own. Yet, she suggested there might be hope if he could see himself as she saw him. Talia spoke of the lost city of Ahem, where a marriage united the Orgum family and the nomads of the sands. Zaydan, son of the nomad chief, married Daria Orgum, and they had a son, Arzen. Their marriage soured, and tragedy struck. The wedding had been political, aimed at claiming Ahem's riches, secrets that could bend reality, and waters that could revive the dead. Daria asked Zaydan to find the lost city, intending for their son to inherit it, while secretly instructing Zaydan's closest friend, Ra's al Ghul, to kill him once it was found. At present, in the Orgum royal palace in Svartsal, the queen was greeted with flowery praise as she arrived. She was told someone had been calling for her constantly, and her voice would bring solace. She dismissed the speaker's flattery, calling them oil mouth, and questioned why her mother, the crone, had summoned her after so long. The reply suggested it might be an hour of regret, a desire to remember mistakes in her remaining time. Inside, the queen visited the bedridden crone, who acknowledged the queen's reluctance to come, but did not begrudge her. The crone recalled that each time she had summoned her, she had demanded sacrifices, her innocence, her pride, and then her love, referencing a wandering boy named Zehdan. The queen confirmed his name and asked what her mother wanted. The crone explained that a crystal from a stone that fell from the sky was embedded in her skull, allowing her to foretell fates, and she had only ever guided the queen's hand. The crone revealed she now heard a dirge in her mind and expected to die soon. She called the queen to give a final foretelling, warning that while events unfolded in faraway cities involving her precious boy, a greater threat approached. Ra's al Ghul was dead, and someone was coming for the stone. This man, a savage with godlike powers, was Vandal Savage. Savage and his forces attacked armed guards, cutting them down with skill and force. He told his men this was not a fight they could win yet, and to hold back. Savage anticipated victory if they were patient and took Gotham from under their enemy's nose. At the palace doors, the queen ordered an end to the bloodshed. Savage, bloodied but smiling, addressed her as child, acknowledging her growth into a queen. It had been 7 years, 8 months, and 6 days before Zaydan and his crew had found the lost city. Years earlier, after a long journey, Zaydan and his men reached the silhouette of the lost city of Ahem. As they approached, monstrous wraiths emerged to defend it, leading to a brutal battle where the sands ran red with blood. Zehdan's men were more than ordinary warriors, and the wraiths proved to be mortal men. When the dust settled, Zehdan entered the city's inner sanctum. Inside the vaults, they found a frail elder guarding piles of treasure. The elder revealed the history of 2 pieces of the Sky Stone, one for the Daughters of the Sands, who used it for knowledge and agelessness, and one for the Sons of the Wind, who crafted powerful constructs. The stone's power could turn will into reality and even resurrect the dead, but the daughters were corrupted by hubris, leading to war. Ahem was split in 2. The daughters were cast out, taking their stone to new lands. The sons, tempted by power, abandoned the city to keep it safe, leaving a group called the Lazarus to guard it if rediscovered. The elder offered Zehdan a choice: kill him and take the treasures, or leave so he could revive the dead of the desert. He challenged Zehdan to decide whether he came to save the city's treasures, its people, or its honor. In Svartsal in the present, Vandal Savage confronted the Orgum queen, taunting her and entering the chamber of Amina, the crone. Savage claimed the Sky Stone as his own, ripping it from her skull despite her protests. Bleeding and defiant, she warned him of an impending war to be fought in Gotham. Savage confronted the Queen, who accused him of weakening and collecting the stones out of desperation. He acknowledged the stone had whispered to him and vowed to see her in Gotham. Back in the past, Zehdan prepared to leave, but Ra's al Ghul stopped him, revealing that Daria had ordered Zehdan's death. Ra's urged him to consider the fate of his son Arzen, warning that choosing to return home would force the boy into a loyalty test. Zehdan was forced to choose between his people, his life, or his child. He asked Raz to kill him. Raz swiftly finished him to spare him pain, took Ahem's treasures, and fled rather than let the Orgum queen claim them. Daria's warriors pursued him across the desert, but he defeated each: the Tenclaw with silver, the Flesh Crafter with healing knowledge, and the Serpent with mental strength. In his retreat, one treasure, the Thelamus engine, fell into their hands, but Raz kept the blood of the stone, named for the warriors who guarded it. This began his eternal vendetta against the Orgums, with each resurrection renewing his quest. As she finished her tale, Talia had told Bruce their feud was inherited from their fathers, binding yet separating them. She said they were cursed to carry those burdens and warned he'd have to choose between saving Gotham City or its people. Bruce recalled the Asthma's weakness to cold, their strange music, and tactics against Tenclaw and the Fleshcrafter. In the present, fireworks marked Orgum Place's opening as Batman entered the tunnels, instructing Oracle to have Batgirl locate the cages. He suspected the Thelamus engine would be used at a critical moment in Gotham's subconscious. Beneath the building, preparations began. Niang Modram told Master Arzen it was time. Absolute. The finale. Beneath Gotham City, Sorrow told Annabelle that he had slumbered for more than a century, bathed in the same energies that powered Mr. Freeze's machine. He admitted he didn't know why or what he was for, but asked for her trust. Earworm muttered in annoyance, but Sorrow continued, saying that though he had been lost among lunacy and evil, good souls had helped him, and now he would aid her so she was not alone. Annabelle snapped at him to get on with freeing her. He noticed frost on her skin, a glimmer in her mind, and asked if she had heard the music. As he uncovered her jaw and asked what troubled her, she suddenly shouted that Freeze was behind him. Freeze attacked with an ice blast, demanding to know Sorrow's knowledge of the exotic energy and its lines of power. Sorrow was sent flying, and the two fought as Freeze fired relentlessly. Sorrow dodged and struck back, while Earworm urged Annabelle to find a weapon and kill Sorrow for the good of the city. She angrily rejected Earworm's advice, mocking it as a figment of her imagination and lashing out about her own resilience. Freeze called for a time-out mid-battle. Annabelle, holding a grenade, declared she was rescuing herself and threatened to destroy the bad science if anyone moved. Freeze tried to persuade her that the machine worked, pointing to her restored youth as proof, where once there had been a woman in her 40s. She was stunned at the mention of her age. Ordering everyone to shut up, she mocked the cliché of calling her crazy and told Sorrow to guide her out, offering him clothes and deodorant but no conversation. She then confronted Freeze, asking if he knew what he truly was. Freeze replied that he was a scientist who rejected dream-based interpretations or mythologizing. She called him a narcissist, mocking the idea of the tragic villain and accusing him of being self-absorbed, unable to imagine a world where others had agency. She ridiculed him for talking to a dictaphone instead of his victims and accused him of dismissing Nora's choices by medicalizing her decisions, framing her as broken to justify his experiments. She said it was really about his own mistake, his responsibility. As Freeze tried to interject, she cut him off, calling him pathetic and kicking him hard. Sorrow said he could no longer hear the music and offered to lead her out. Freeze stopped them, revealing the machine wasn't for Nora, but for himself. He had been violently exposed to cryogenesis, and the machine could undo the corruptions of time and error to restore what was lost, to make him a better man. He dismissed them, saying his hopes bloomed better in peace. Outside, Sorrow asked Annabelle if she was really 40, which she confirmed with irritation. Freeze examined the equipment, realizing Sorrow had touched the superconductors and awakened the exotic energy's lines of power. Tracing them, he found their nexus. The fount of pure energy was located at Arkham, the Fall. At present, Batman, bloodied and strained, crouched as a voice reflected on the burden he carried as Gotham's savior. It warned that such weight could crush him, that he could never afford to see failure coming. The speaker likened it to Rome, where slaves whispered memento mori to leaders. Arzen Orgum, standing before the Thelamus engine with twin swords, asked if anyone had whispered this truth to Batman and offered to be his auriga. He declared Batman came seeking an ending, but this moment marked the beginning of his fall. Earlier, fireworks lit Gotham during the Orgum Place grand opening. Earlier, the streets were filled with cheering crowds, watched by heavily armed GCPD. Nightwing monitored the restless energy, noting more drunk tank candidates than serious threats. Underground, Batgirl reported the cages had been moved and she was tracking them. Oracle reminded her their priority was freeing those inside and said Gordon was trying to reach Commissioner Montoya. Batman, deep in the tunnels, moved past unconscious and restrained guards, calling it minor resistance. He told the team he was heading for the machine's core and reminded them time was short. Above ground, Nightwing operated in an alley, warning others to stay alert. He observed that Gotham events often drew saboteurs, then spotted armed men. Launching into the fight, he taunted them about forgetting how to panic and run, deciding to give them a forceful reminder. Nightwing fought armed attackers, disarming one with a strike. As he grabbed his Eskrima stick, the attacker's hand transformed into a monstrous clawed form, surprising him. The man fully transformed into a glowing-eyed asthma, prompting Nightwing to call it an unexpected development. Oracle warned over comms that asthmas were vulnerable to cold, which would slow but not stop them. Nightwing joked about needing an ice machine while evading its attacks. Elsewhere, armed patrols in the tunnels reacted to sudden screams and gunfire. One claimed to have seen something, but Batgirl ambushed them, swiftly knocking them out. She reported taking out some tunnel patrols and soon found the cages, now empty. She noted the captives had left on their own, still mobile. Oracle questioned what happened to them. Batgirl found glass vials, evidence of more Asmere demons, and decided to track the captives since their trail wasn't hidden. At the GCPD on-site command center, Gordon urgently told Montoya that something was happening underground. People were lost in the tunnels and drugged or controlled, and it was tied to the Orgums. Montoya was skeptical, pressing him for proof. Gordon speculated it could be drugs, magic, or psychosomatic control, but insisted it was happening now at the Orgum Place opening. Montoya questioned his intel source, accusing him of working with him again. Gordon countered that the source didn't matter. Montoya argued she had every available officer on crowd control and more surveillance on Orgum Place than ever, with nothing matching his claims. She implied he was reckless for relying on that source after all that had happened. Gordon reminded her he was in her old chair and that if he couldn't trust his people, he shouldn't be in the job. Montoya dismissed him, saying she had her own hunches to follow, as Eric Wells was shown in the crowd, watching intently. Montoya watched the crowd, thinking he wouldn't repeat Gordon's mistakes. Gordon demanded to know what she meant. He reminded Montoya that she once asked the right questions without being swayed by optics, politics, or the position. He urged her to remember that before slamming the door and leaving. An explosion tore through the tunnels, scattering bodies. Amid the chaos, Gail Tenclaw and Niang Modram emerged, with Gail stating, "Batman was near, like a wraith in smoke and shadow. Batman attacked from above, striking Gail with a batarang, but Gail caught it." Meanwhile, Arzen reflected on Batman's relentlessness, noting he grew stronger with each fall. He acknowledged Batman's use of silver against Tenclaw and carrying an antidote to Modram's venom, countering with blood thinners in his system. Batman pushed forward, convinced persistence was his greatest strength. He entered the machine's chamber, recognizing its connection to the Orgums plan. He met Ahem there. He told her that he had built his defenses against her. He had the power to resist Crane's toxin, Mad Hatter's control, and Ivy's pheromones. Shavhod, the Eye of the Serpent, acknowledged his willpower, but called such victories hollow, claiming true greatness required sacrifice. She had waited for him to begin the final act, saying she wasn't his true opponent. She declared Batman must choose and sacrifice that day. And right then, Arzen Orgum attacked from above. Meanwhile, Batgirl reported the captives had been led out of the tunnels into Gotham's streets. The Eye revealed her Asmere demons were now topside, with explosives planted around the Orgum Place opening ceremony. While Batman fought Arzen, one Asthma charged at Nightwing above, attacking with ferocity. Nightwing spotted a burning ice cream truck and joked about it, even mid-crisis. Oracle warned there were more Asthmas loose. While Batman fought Arzen, Nightwing noted there were too many Asmeres and explosives to handle, admitting to Oracle he couldn't find or stop them all. Oracle relayed the urgency to Batman, who ordered her to evacuate the people immediately. Arzen taunted Batman, offering two choices: fight him to reach the reality engine and risk the explosives at Orgum Place, killing countless innocents, or use a detonator that would collapse the building above them, sacrificing the structure he had built. Above, Eric Wells contacted Montoya, reporting he was tailing suspects and planned to move in, giving his location. Arzen said one of them would choose well and win. Batman reached for the detonator as Arzen warned of the fall, but Batman triggered the switch. Wells discovered enough explosives to destroy a city block and called Montoya, urging the bomb squad. Before he could finish, the explosives detonated with a massive blast, sending flames erupting from the Orgum Place tower. Things That Must Die, Part 1. In the past, a grotesque severed eye and tongue spoke of what had happened. King Zaydan was dead. Within the palace of the Orgums, Daria, holding an ornate golden box with the eye and tongue in it, repeated that her husband was dead, smiling as she absorbed the news. That day, in the palace training hall, young Prince Arzen sparred with his companion Asim until a servant announced his mother's approach. Arzen thanked Asim and eagerly ran to Daria, holding out a Gaia fruit. He explained that the Gaia tree he and his father had planted at the heart of the garden had not budded the previous year, so he suspected the Middlemas flowers at its roots were draining nutrients. He dug them up, believing it saved the tree, and now he and his father could eat its fruit together again. Daria gently told him she had news. Arzen soon learned the tragedy. His father had been betrayed by a most trusted brother-in-arms and murdered by Ra's al Ghul. Daria told him to hate Ra's, the man he had thought of as an uncle. The boy wept in her arms, realizing his father would never return to share the fruit. Later, while training outdoors, Asim urged Arzen to focus, stressing the importance of skill for an Orgum and hinting that one day Arzen might avenge his father. Arzen recalled his father's teaching that death should allow new things to be born, and he pointed out the Gaia tree, which was wilting again. Believing wisteria shaded it and stunted its growth, Arzen vowed not to let it die and asked Asim to help remove the plant. The wisteria, however, was a rare and valuable diplomatic gift, and the palace gardeners knew it would not survive uprooting. Asim reported to Daria that Arzen's grief distracted him in training, but that he approached the tree's decline with remarkable determination. Arzen had been systematically removing other plants, first the Madonna lilies, then the azaleas, then the blackened orchids, suspecting each was harming the tree. Daria agreed to let him continue, hoping that when the Gaia tree finally died, his grief might fade, though she warned Asim he was overstepping. One day, Arzen stood alone before the withering tree, accusing it of betraying his father's memory and begging to know how he could save it. The narration noted that he had always felt safe in the garden, but grief should have taught him how easily a heart could be breached. Hidden in the foliage, assassins approached. Asim spotted them and shouted Arzen's name, warning him. One assassin declared death was coming for the child in the name of Ra's al Ghul. Arzen turned, confused, calling for Asim as his friend engaged the attackers. Asim fought fiercely, cutting one down, but another struck him with a fatal blow. Arzen screamed his name in horror as Asim fell to the ground, bleeding, while the remaining assassins stood silhouetted under the barren Gaia tree. Condemned. At the Orgum Place opening ceremony, a massive explosion erupted, sending the crowd into panic. People screamed and fled as smoke and fire consumed the site. Oracle, shocked, called for status updates from the team. Nightwing, carrying a child to safety, reported that he had evacuated most of the people just before the blast. He reassured Oracle that he got them out as instructed, though he wasn't certain everyone made it. Oracle checked on Batgirl, who confirmed she was out of the tunnels, tracking an asthma, and had found more explosives that hadn't detonated. She promised to alert the GCPD. Gordon, amidst chaos on the streets, demanded to know from Oracle what happened and if there was any word from Batman. Oracle tried to reach Batman repeatedly. Underground, Batman fought Arzen Orgum. Arzen remarked on Batman's noble choice to protect Gotham and challenged him to follow through. Batman revealed he knew the tunnels were reinforced and could withstand the blast, anticipating a complex trap. Arzen pressed the fight, but Batman said he had been waiting for the right moment. Right then, Shavhod Uram, the Eye of the Serpent, then addressed Gotham through broadcast screens, calling on citizens to look at the darkness they'd aligned with. She declared this was why they could never have nice things. Images of Batman appeared beside her as she accused the city of repeatedly placing itself in disaster under his shadow, questioning how many villains were born because of him. She framed the destruction as a reason to reflect on Gotham's past and consider a different future. Crowds across the city watched the speech unfold, hypnotized, illuminated by the fires from the devastation. The Serpent's broadcast continued, declaring Gotham's wounds would heal and the city would be rebuilt, but in a future without Batman. Screens across the city displayed her image as Batman faced Arzen. Batman dismissed the idea that public opinion could stop him, saying he had been hunted before and it never stopped him. Arzen told him the Serpent was telling Gotham he was not part of its future, accusing Batman of selfishness, willing to die for the city, yet unable to imagine a Gotham without himself. He promised Batman would die in more ways than one that night. Outside, the Serpent's message promised Gotham would change, with her powers and the reality engine reconfiguring the city's design, free from Batman's interference. At the clock tower, Arclight appeared, frying Oracle's equipment again. He explained the Serpent's mask gave her mass hypnotic power, and with the Thelamus engine, she could sway entire cities. He warned that without his intervention, Oracle would have fallen under her influence. Oracle asked how to help the rest of the city, but Arclight said the Orgums already controlled all information networks. They had planned for this. The engine had to be taken as far from Gotham as possible. Meanwhile, the ten-eyed man extended his fingers and tried to read what Gotham would become next, beast or butterfly. Elsewhere, Two-Face observed the city as the Orgums' control grew. Noting their move to discredit Batman was the start of their larger plan. Two-Face prepared for the storm ahead. Mr. Freeze locked himself in the tunnel. Jean-Paul Valley muttered too as his Azrael outfit hung from the wall. Arclight warned Oracle that Gotham would change if Batman failed, and that terrible forces would rush to fill any power vacuum. Oracle contacted Gordon, warning him not to watch the broadcast due to its hypnotic effect. Gordon claimed he was already too damaged to be affected, but agreed others could fall victim. Rushing off, he found Montoya entranced in front of screens and smashed them, snapping her out of it. She demanded to know what he was doing as the situation in Gotham worsened. Batman hammered Arzen with punches, telling him he had no idea what he was doing and that he could still stop. He warned that a city could not be saved by imposing one's will on it, or by changing it so fundamentally, demanding if Arzen was listening. Calling him by name made Arzen pause in shock. Batman revealed he knew Arzen's father, saying his father understood this truth even with his dying breath. Arzen, stunned, asked what Batman knew of his father. Batman replied that his father would not want to see him like this, and that he knew his father had been betrayed. Fury overtook Arzen. In his rage, he called the Asmare into himself, his form igniting with blazing golden energy as he transformed into a monstrous figure, raw power emanating from him. Snarling, he accused Batman of presuming to know things beyond his understanding. With a roar, he launched himself at Batman, ordering him to keep his father out of the matter. The force of his blows sent Batman reeling. Arzen taunted him, accusing him of thinking he was always 10 steps ahead and priding himself on it, then produced a small green object. He asked if Batman had seen this coming before shoving it into his mouth. The object unleashed a surge of sickly green energy. Batman gagged as the power enveloped him, Arzen declaring there was no fighting the asthma. It would persist until it wore him down completely. He told Batman better men had tried to resist it and failed. Inside his mind, Batman heard Barbatus's voice. The dark entity told him this moment was inevitable. when his strength and wisdom would fail. Even now, a demon tore at his mind. Barbatos urged Batman to give himself over, promising peace if he surrendered. Batman plunged into a vision of dark, swirling waters, where Barbatos offered him the taste of the blood of Barbatos and asked if he would sample the darkness. Batman refused. Barbatos mocked him as a stubborn fool and told him to run. A massive green, wolf-like asthma emerged from the shadow. Barbatos promised to keep it at bay for as long as he could while Batman escaped. He warned that outside, all manner of enemies and allies would hunt him, while inside, the asthma would rip apart his mind piece by piece. Gotham's fragile world would begin to fall apart, and desperate times would come. Barbatos told Batman he would call upon him before the end, as he always had, and that he would be there, waiting. Things That Must Die, the finale. Arzen ran toward his mother, Daria, as she called out in concern, asking what was happening and if he was hurt. Shaken and pale, he told her, stammering that Ahem had been killed. He repeated the assassin's claim that Uncle Raz had sent them. Daria listened intently, then gestured toward two corpses being carried by her guards, assuring her son that at least these two would never again threaten their household. Arzen's expression hardened as he said there had been 3 attackers. The third had wounded him before vanishing into the garden's dense shrubbery. A guard explained that the garden was already surrounded and the man could not escape. They would sweep through and pull him out like a tick from a dog's fur. Arzen flatly refused, saying, "No, you won't." Daria reminded him this was no time for leniency or mercy, that the assassin had come to cut his throat and end his father's bloodline. Arzen agreed there would be no mercy. Holding a lit oil lamp, he explained that Ra's men had taken Asim, and the one now trapped would fight to the death, taking more soldiers with him before being caught. His father had taught him that things must die for new life to be born. He decided the garden would die, so fear could grow in the hearts of their enemies. He dropped the burning lamp into the greenery, setting it ablaze. The fire roared through the garden, consuming trees and plants, including the Gaia tree he had tended so fiercely. In the inferno's midst, the hidden assassin struggled and screamed, his body engulfed in flames. Beside Daria, Arzen stood watching the destruction, the firelight reflected in his eyes. Weeks later, the palace rang daily with the clash of swords as Arzen trained relentlessly. After a sparring session, Daria dismissed his instructor, Shorko, to speak with her son. Arzen, still focused on his regiment, reminded her he had another hour scheduled. She told him the Gaia tree, the one he and his father planted, had burned in the fire. Arzen answered coldly it was only a tree. Daria agreed, but revealed she had salvaged its wood, finding beauty beneath the char. She presented him with a finely crafted music box, carved from the tree's remains and depicting it in miniature. Arzen's stern expression softened. He took the box, opened it, and listened to the gentle melody. He smiled faintly, calling it beautiful, and told his mother he would listen to it while he trained. Elsewhere in the palace, the grotesque severed tongue and eye reported that the families of the men killed in the garden had been silenced to prevent suspicion, ensuring no one would learn who had hired them to attack Arzen. Daria remarked on the tragedy of such sacrifices, but justified them as necessary. She reflected that often things must die so others can be born. In the training hall, Arzen, now visibly hardened by grief and resolve, practiced with his sword, blood on his blade and face, striking with unflinching precision. Out of Hell, Part 1. A building burned as firefighters worked to contain the blaze. Detectives led a handcuffed man away. He protested his innocence, claiming it was him and that he had nothing to do with the fire. He began telling his side. He had been making dinner at a lady friend's top-floor apartment when noise erupted on the roof. Curious, they went up and saw Batman. The man described him as the big flying rat himself, but noted Batman seemed shaky, mumbling Mortons to himself. Thinking Batman was in bad shape, the group considered helping, but before they could, Batman attacked, fists and gadgets flying. The man spotted grenades on the ground. The chaos led to the destruction of his friend's apartment, killing her, though he claimed he was lucky to escape. As he fled, he was tackled by one of the detectives. He ended his story by recalling Batman leaping from the fire like a bat. Later, Detective Fielding was mocked by a colleague for his arrest. He got a call from Montoya, who told him and Nash to track Batman heading northwest. She noted Batman had been sighted all over the city since the Orgum Place explosion and wondered where he was going. Fielding asked to be reassigned, admitting he had a bad feeling, but Montoya insisted she needed her best people. She reminded him arresting Batman was never easy and that they were stretched thin. Fielding reluctantly agreed, and in the car he repeated Morton's, wondering if it was an old confectioner's nearby. Nash suggested they should figure out why Batman was visiting these locations, not just follow him. Fielding thought he recalled Morton's from a documentary as they drove off. Still unsure where Batman's trail would lead. Inside Bruce Wayne's mind, his good memories tried to stave off the influence of the asthma. At sunset by the waterfront, a boy sold newspapers with the headline about Wayne Enterprises' profits dropping. Nearby, Thomas Wayne bought a banana sundae for young Bruce, exactly how he liked it, and shared some candy with him. They stood together, watching the horizon. Thomas remarked that the view never got old and asked if Bruce agreed. He explained that before the shipyard moved, the water was even closer, and pretending to fly over it made the world feel distant. Thomas said Bruce's grandfather often brought him there, especially after bad work days, always buying sour drops from Morton's. Though Thomas hated the taste then, they would sit quietly, looking at the water. Bruce asked why his grandfather brought him so often. Thomas said it was to remember what truly mattered. During the war, when Wayne Enterprises grew, his grandfather often questioned his own motives. Coming here reminded him that grand ideas could fall to despair, but small joys like the sea, the sun, candy, and a child eating ice cream were what kept one going. The scene shifted. An adult Bruce stood before Thomas, who told him that life had to be about more than vengeance, justice, or saving Gotham. It had to be about the little things. He urged Bruce to run. As Bruce hesitated, Thomas repeated the command. His face transformed into a skull as he told Bruce to save what you can. Suddenly, the big red wolf, the asthma, appeared, its massive form bearing down on them. Thomas said, "It is here." Bruce's expression turned to alarm as he shouted, "No!" and began running, his bare feet pounding against the ground while the asthma's presence loomed close behind, threatening to tear into his mind. At the Gotham Reservoir, Killer Croc narrated to Detective Fielding that he knew Batman was like a wraith, a cursed, doomed creature descending from the sky. Batman's cape was already singed and frayed, as if he had flown through hell. Croc knew better than to get in his way in such a state. Batman was heading toward the old fairgrounds, long abandoned and now Joker gang territory. Croc noted the clowns didn't joke around, and before leaving, Batman looked at him with eyes cold enough to curdle a demon's blood. Croc told Fielding that sometimes a man was possessed by things beyond knowing, and it was best to leave him alone. That night, Batman was no mere man. The clowns at the fairgrounds learned that the hard way. Croc then recalled meeting the woman from the television, the Serpent, who arrived with a small army, insisting that they must find Batman, noting he was not well. She sought Croc's cooperation, but he only gave her the same information he was giving Fielding. The last they saw of Batman, he set the fairgrounds on fire and went north. Fielding released Croc, who warned him to look out for himself. Later, Fielding met Detective Nash. Watching the burning fairgrounds, Nash mentioned hearing Fielding's history with Batman, how Batman saved him from Scarecrow, but left him with trauma, teaching him the only way to deal with fear was to face it. Nash believed Batman was grappling with something now, trying to reach the other side, and they had to get there before him. Fielding asked why they should help, and Nash replied that Batman had saved his life. Driving toward the blaze, they wondered who owned the abandoned carnival, and why it had been left in the middle of Gotham. Inside Batman's mind, he was at the abandoned fairgrounds with Dick. Dick asked Bruce why the land had been bought but left undeveloped. Bruce confirmed Wayne Enterprises had purchased it, explaining it only included the land, a few attractions, and remnants left by Haley's, with the circus having moved on. Dick asked why he bought it, and Bruce said it was because of the path Dick had chosen. One day, Dick might face doubt at a crossroads, but he would need a place to remember why he began, somewhere tied to the road he'd chosen with Bruce. It would be a place of deathly comfort to return to. Dick, now as Nightwing, recalled training there with the Flying Graysons before Bruce, learning to leap into the light. He said the key to a trapeze act was letting go and trusting someone to catch you. Swinging on the trapeze before Bruce, Nightwing told him they weren't the same. Bruce thought he needed his darkness. But the trapeze wasn't a solo act. Nightwing asked if Bruce ever wondered whether his darkness needed him too. The vision shifted, and the big red wolf, the asthma, appeared, devouring Nightwing as Bruce shouted, "No." In reality, as the rain struck his face, Bruce screamed against losing the place, realizing his darkness was his fatal flaw. If the asthma devoured his memories, only an empty shell would remain. The figure of Barbatos appeared, asking who Bruce would torment if the darkness left. Bruce replied that his darkness needed him too. Barbatos told him he couldn't stop the creature but could stave it off. This place was real, and real places had weight. Bruce should find more of these remembrances to anchor himself, which might allow them to hold out long enough to survive. Barbatos struck the Asmare with light, saying Gotham's shadows and memories might save him. Elsewhere, Fielding and Nash got another sighting in their hot zone. Fielding realized the location, Park Row behind the old Monarch Theatre, was Crime Alley. Montoya noted the fairgrounds were owned by Wayne Enterprise. Fielding remembered it was where Thomas and Martha Wayne had been killed. The hole in the skull of the world. The ten-eyed man perched on a gargoyle, touching its features, wondering if it was it. He decided it was close, but not exact. Using his finger, he reflected on how pizza had first drawn his attention to something unusual. He recalled a gnawing hunger, how food in his fridge had eventually smelled evil, and likened it to ancient trepanation, drilling holes in skulls to release evil. His own attempts on the fridge released only odors. Hunger drove him to Pete's Pizza, a place known for turning the unfortunate into the fortunate by giving free slices on Fridays. But that night, the door was locked. Determined, he broke in and found Pete inside. Asking what had changed, he placed a finger on Pete's forehead and saw a hole in Pete's brain, then a hole in Gotham itself woven with a distinct shape. This shape was tied to an event where Batman had once saved Pete's life, inspiring him to do good. Now Pete was forgetting it had happened, and his drive to help was fading. The ten-eyed man struggled to fully discern the hole's shape, pressing closer until he injured Pete, who screamed and begged for a hospital. But he didn't stop, and that ultimately killed Pete. The ten-eyed man agreed about the hospital, deciding to go there himself. At the hospital, he observed a nurse in the maternity ward who wept nightly over newborns entering Gotham's dangers, poverty, crime, even the Joker. Something she saw out the window gave her hope for these children. But that night she intended to use hidden ricin to spare them suffering. Distracted by the pizza she had brought, he touched her skin and briefly saw through her eyes before forgetting again. Police tackled him soon after. In a cell with Commissioner Montoya, he asked for his promised pizza. She reluctantly agreed. He explained that someone was trepanning Gotham, drilling a hole to remove something, and insisted she could feel it too. Offering to look into her head, he extended his fingers. Montoya allowed it, and he confirmed there was a hole which was growing. Saying he disliked confinement, he bid Montoya goodbye and vanished before her eyes. A stunned guard reported he had been there a moment ago and was now gone. Montoya realized he had climbed through the hole in the world. High above Gotham, the ten-eyed man perched once again on the gargoyle, calmly eating his pizza after his escape. Out of Hell, the finale. In the car, Fielding spoke about how fear infected everything. He asked Nash if he understood what that was like, saying no training or fieldwork could prepare someone. He remembered an incident 3 years earlier in a warehouse full of Scarecrow's men. He had been shot, pain running up his leg, and his lungs were filled with fear toxin. His mind tried to cling to logic and procedure, but despair overwhelmed every thought. Fear took the form of a giant bat crashing through the roof, blotting out the sun, driving him to the edge of madness. Batman appeared, grabbing his arm with a grip steady and cold like death, telling him not to fight it. Fielding tried to hold on to those words, hoping they could save him from the horrors in his mind. Batman told him the only way out was through. Fielding told Nash he had spent 20 months in a padded cell afterward because prolonged fear gas exposure ruined his mind. He asked Nash to imagine the kind of person who could walk through such fear unscathed. Nash called that person a monster. Fielding agreed, but said it was a monster who saved his life. He admitted that sometimes in the quiet, he wondered what could turn a man into that. Even after months in a facility, the memory of fear stayed long after the toxin was gone. In his mind, Batman stood in the snow with a young Bruce, wondering what someone had to live through to become like that. Meanwhile, Barbatos struck at the asthma and tried to stave it off. The young Bruce stood over his parents' dead bodies, saying they were gone and he was alone. Batman remembered the cold grip of that realization and the question of whether it ever got better, whether saving lives made it go away. His answer was no. Young Bruce asked if they could ever stop. Batman said they couldn't, because the stopping would make the deaths just another gunshot echo in a Gotham alley. He said he coped by making sure their deaths weren't meaningless. Every war, every loss, every death had to matter. Young Bruce said he had to go because he heard someone calling him. Batman apologized, but told him to remember that he was not alone and would never be alone. Alfred appeared in Bruce's mindscape. He said that for all the pain and hurt it would cause, it would also be the one thing that saved Bruce. He stood solemnly in the doorway as police escorted young Bruce toward him. Alfred placed a hand on his shoulder and said goodbye. Batman, watching alongside the younger Bruce, also said goodbye. In the real world, Batman moved toward a single rose on the ground, with Barbatos looming nearby. The location was Crime Alley, where Batman knelt in the rain over the rose. Elsewhere, Arzen was told they were getting closer with each sighting, and it was only a matter of time before they caught him. Arzen told Shavod no one else must get to Batman first, and that no one could know what they had done. Shavod assured him he had people in the right places. forces, whether they knew it or not. He said the balance of power had already shifted, and Gotham no longer protected its dark knight. Batman was running because the past was all he had left, clinging to memories while the future left him behind. All they needed was to know where he was going next. In the car, Nash asked Fielding where they were going, noting it wasn't the way to Crime Alley. Fielding said he had a theory about the name Morton's, recalling that the first time they got close, Batman had mumbled it on a rooftop. He explained the waterfront location was bought by Wayne Enterprises decades ago. Nash pointed out Wayne owned half the city, but Fielding insisted these were not business decisions. They were emotional choices. Morton's, the abandoned circus fairgrounds, and Crime Alley were personal places tied to memories. Fielding said they had one Wayne landmark left to check, one likely to have real memories. He wanted to be sure before sharing his theory with anyone. Nash questioned if he really thought it was Wayne and if he would show up. Fielding said there was only one way to find out. Later, Batman stood in the rain before Wayne Manor, lightning flashing overhead. He approached the gates. Batman stood in the rain at the graves of Martha, Thomas, and Alfred. He knelt at Alfred's grave, saying he was tired and had been at it since the day Alfred pulled him in from the rain. He felt like nothing had changed, still a weary man kneeling before death. He wondered if he had lied to the boy, saying there was no one left and the rain wouldn't stop. Nearby, Fielding and Nash watched. Fielding noted Batman was close to the manor, but not at it. Seeing that he didn't look good, Fielding considered calling it in. Nash suggested taking a closer look first. Fielding agreed reluctantly, telling Nash to watch his back. As Fielding reached for his phone, Nash shot him in the chest with a silenced pistol. Nash calmly reported to Ms. Erhard that Batman was at the family plot and not going anywhere. He then fired more shots into Fielding's body, assuring her they hadn't called it in. Nash approached Batman, telling Shavhod he'd keep an eye on him until she arrived. Soon, Shavhod arrived, and one of the Asmere monsters attacked Batman, pinning him. Shavhod praised Nash for his work and hinted at his reward. Nash asked what they would do with Batman, and Shavhod replied there were worse things than one should burden their mind with. She told Nash to disappear, go off the grid, avoid calls, and not contact anyone. She instructed him to write a letter in a week, confessing guilt for killing his partner, reveal where the money was, and then kill himself. Nash agreed. Shavhod ordered Batman held up. She taunted Batman, recalling their last meeting and mocking him. Shavhod stopped as Arzen arrived, reminding them that others were also searching for Batman and they shouldn't waste time gloating. He instructed Shavhod to take the Asthma to the transport and check restraints, then told her to leave Batman with him. Arzen said Batman wasn't going anywhere, and after so long fighting the Asthma, hanging him would be a relief. Arzen looked at Batman closely, intending to remember who he really was, but stopped in shock upon realizing it was Bruce Wayne. He lamented the cruelty of having to kill a friend. In his mind, Arzen thought of his father and questioned if these were the sacrifices expected of him. He reflected on promises made to preserve a legacy and wondered how many dreams he'd burn for a cause. Shavhod suggested hanging Batman unmasked, but Arzen refused, saying Gotham needed to see Batman hang, not Bruce Wayne. He considered whether Bruce was like him and whether he was worthy of saving. Take my hand. A young Bruce sat wrapped in blankets, his body shaking as he was brought home after his parents were murdered. Shock had gripped him, and though they swaddled him for warmth, no comfort could dull the pain. No words or material comforts could help, yet Alfred still tried. In contrast, Bruce's soul did not shake. Deep within, he was cocooned in grief, his spirit unnervingly still. Shock could shatter, harden, or transform a spirit, and Bruce's stillness drew the attention of Barbatos, who saw him accepting pain and wearing it like armor. Alfred, sitting across the table, told Bruce he was sorry and offered comfort. He admitted he didn't know how to explain it to a child, but spoke plainly. Bruce would come through this, but changed. All life events, good and bad, were part of a shared journey, and the lesson Alfred had learned was never to go through it alone, to accept help. He told Bruce he didn't have to come through it worse. Barbatos whispered his name, promising strength in exchange for acceptance. He called himself the Shadow of Tragedy, and urged Bruce to draw him in, claiming he had always been in Bruce's heart. Bruce sat silent for days, not speaking or crying, locked in the memory of his parents' deaths. Alfred could see him reliving it endlessly. At last, Bruce moved, reaching out his hand toward Alfred, a moment Alfred was proud of, believing it took all Bruce had. Barbatos also spoke in this moment, offering to rid Bruce of fear and to make them great and feared in return, delivering suffering to those who harmed him. The demon could not tell if Bruce heard him through the armor of tragedy, but then Bruce's hand moved. Both Alfred and Barbatos saw Bruce reach out. Alfred hadn't planned beyond this moment. He wondered if he should lead Bruce to bed, knowing the nightmares waiting for him. Before he could act, Bruce squeezed his hand once and then stood, walking away alone through the manor's halls. Barbatos had expected full surrender, believing they would be as one, but Bruce held something back, a small, guarded piece of himself. The demon knew from then that they were truly bound, certain that one day Bruce would give that last piece willingly. Intermezzo, Batman, Outlaw, Part 1. At the old Arkham ruins, the sound of a bell echoed through the night. Inside the cells, Arzen commented on the tolling, saying others now moved through Gotham's rooftops while Batman remained imprisoned, only hours away from execution. Batman sat shackled, his head lowered. Arzen told him Gotham would go on without him and revealed he knew Batman's identity as Bruce Wayne. He said that in another life they might have been friends, but greatness required sacrifice, a lesson his father died to teach him. He noted Batman was still resisting the asthma inside his mind. Arzen explained that most people succumb quickly to the asthma, becoming passengers in their bodies, but those who fight are consumed from within, their memories hunted. The smaller, less important recollections disappear first, but the core memories are attacked last. If there is anything worth saving, one must give in. He admitted he did not know how Batman had resisted so long. A massive red wolf, the asthma, loomed in Bruce's mind, representing the consuming force. Barbatos fought asthma and said they could not hold it back much longer, and urged Bruce to say his goodbyes while he could still remember. Batman struggled to speak, addressing Arzen and revealing that Arzen's father had been betrayed and forced to choose between saving and sacrificing, though not in the way Arzen believed. He accused Arzen of building his convictions on lies, insisting it didn't have to be this way. Batman repeated that Arzen had known the truth all along. Arzen, visibly unsettled, backed away as Batman advanced, still bound but relentless, repeating, "You have known." Arzen reached the cell door, looked back and said, "Goodbye, Bruce." At the Trixie Hotel in Gotham 3 days earlier, a lavish party took place. Guests mingled, laughed and drank, unaware of a figure moving stealthily. The figure made a rooftop leap and infiltrated the building. Inside a private residence, Selina Kyle, dressed in a black gown, entered, greeting her cat and speaking in a cryptic tone about shadows having eyes and the dangers of wandering into teeth and claws. She threw a suitcase lid as a weapon, striking an intruder, a masked figure dressed in black. The intruder recovered and warned her to stay quiet, explaining that there were more people in the building than she could handle, and time was short. Selina demanded to know who they were and why they were there. The intruder said it was about Batman and the events at Orgum Place, specifically the explosions he was being blamed for. He claimed Batman's mind was being torn apart by an Asmere demon, and that in 3 days he would be executed in a cell beneath the ruins of old Arkham. Selina dismissed the idea as medieval, but the intruder argued that while laws protected people, Batman was a mask, a myth, and operated outside those protections. He explained that symbols could be destroyed by turning enough people against them, and the reality engine beneath Orgum Place warped Gotham's narrative to weaken Batman's influence. When asked why he was telling her, he admitted others wouldn't believe him, but she might. He revealed he was part of the Orgum inner circle, but was doing this for the man behind the mask, not for Batman. He acknowledged she cared for him and they had a history. Selina asked if he knew who Batman was beneath the mask. He looked out toward the city in silence. 3 days before Batman was set to hang, Selina Kyle rode her motorcycle through Gotham, thinking about why he hadn't come away with her when he had the chance. No matter the wars they'd been in or the sides they'd taken, she felt she owed him, one outlaw to another. She knew she had only 3 days to rescue him, and the first thing she needed was a crew. She went to a bar where Jim Gordon sat alone, drinking and asking the bartender for 2 fingers of poison. Selina approached, ordering a Chat Noir. Gordon was surprised to see her, and she teased him about still being a lawman at heart, despite no longer being commissioner. He asked why she was there, and she told him she had news about their common friend. Gordon admitted he'd been searching all over Gotham for Batman without finding a trace. Selina told him it wasn't good news. Batman was going to be hanged. Shocked, Gordon called it insane, even for Gotham. Selina described how the city had changed. Devils roamed the streets. The rich built ivory towers, while the poor and abandoned either disappeared or suffered worse. She told him to look around, that Gotham wasn't the same as a few days ago. A woman's broadcast from Orgum Place had stirred something deep in the city's soul. Selina asked if Gordon still had friends in high places, because she needed access she couldn't get herself. Gordon said he'd try to find out who was pulling the strings, though he doubted much help would come. Selina decided to search in her own way. When he asked her plan, she smiled and said she'd put together a crew to steal herself a Batman, starting with just the 2 of them. Meanwhile, at the docks, a gang confronted a lone figure, believing he couldn't take them all. But it was Azrael who struck them down one by one. He declared that Gotham had forgotten God's wrath and vengeance, giving them 3 chances to kill him before he would teach them penance. As the fight began, he counted down 1, 2, 3, cutting through the gang effortlessly. Later, Gordon met Renee Montoya by the waterfront. He told her Batman's execution was outrageous, even for Gotham. Montoya asked if it was really so strange, and Gordon explained how the propaganda worked. The masked woman's broadcast on the day Orgum Place exploded had been replayed endlessly, convincing the public, and beneath it all was the reality engine manipulating perception. He described the divide in Gotham, one reality for the wealthy in their towers and another for those in the streets, turned into monsters. Gordon asked Montoya to keep her ear to the ground and warn him if trouble was coming. When she asked his plan, he said he owed Batman and wouldn't stand by to watch a good man die, even if it meant becoming an outlaw. Montoya said her hands were tied, but Gordon told her at least she was now asking the right questions. Catwoman arrived at a secluded house by the water, reflecting on the news that Batman was going to be hanged. She thought about all that had happened and how she always ended up creeping through damp and muck for another rescue, wondering if she was addicted to trouble. She approached quietly, entering through the shadows. Inside, Poison Ivy lounged on a couch, commenting on Selina Kyle's arrival and noting the chaos in the city, saying the imbeciles were fighting over scraps again. Ivy asked what brought the cat prowling into her garden. Catwoman explained she was putting together a heist. Ivy said she wasn't best suited for clandestine operations, but Selina clarified she wasn't asking her to join. She needed Ivy to make something for her. Ivy looked intrigued and asked what it was. Selina said she was confident she'd have the crew she needed in time and was working on the second thing every good outlaw required: a plan. The exchange ended with Selina's determined gaze, making it clear she was intent on moving forward with her scheme. The scream. After Lewis was born, his mother began to grow suspicious of her husband Connor. He would lock himself away for hours with headphones on, smiling and snickering to himself. When reports came in of 2 missing people in the neighborhood, she began connecting the dots. Connor was the caretaker for a dozen local buildings, and while he was at work, she searched his belongings. She found a hard drive full of screaming, people clearly in great pain. She took it to the police, but now he was being released. Holding her crying baby, she pleaded with Renee Montoya, saying she was scared of him, of what he had done, and what he might still do. She said she couldn't get away because he was always nearby. She asked what she was supposed to do. Montoya tried to reassure her. In the precinct, Montoya discussed the case with an officer. The officer reported Connor claimed the audio was ripped from horror films. Sick, but not illegal. They had checked the neighborhood. It was quiet, and screams like those would have been reported. Montoya suggested he could be taking victims elsewhere. The officer noted Connor didn't drive and stopped home between jobs. They had no proof and couldn't act. Montoya asked if they were just sending him home, questioning the point of their work. Reflecting, Montoya thought about how people stop asking questions as they grow older. She felt disconnected from Gotham and unable to get answers. Considering her options, she saw a bourbon bottle and the questions mask. Between them, she chose the mask. Watching Connor through his window, she activated her belt, releasing a gas that sealed the mask to her face. With sharpened focus, she asked herself only the essential question: how to stop him. She tracked his movements through his workplaces. A textile factory with only machine noise, grocery stores with the muffled screams of packaged meat, and finally, Cherry Hill Elementary. She realized this was the place. Beneath the school, she found a forgotten room filled with junk. The horrors were not well hidden, simply stacked among the mess. Connor appeared with a gun, asking how she figured it out. She refused to tell him about the screams, stating he didn't get to ask questions, and disarmed him violently. She deduced his window for the crimes was recess, when the noise of children masked other sounds. She attacked again, shattering her Rubik's Cube in the process, thinking about how many more victims there might have been. She locked the basement, wondering how many more there would have been if she hadn't stopped him. Montoya, as the question, reaffirmed that the first question precedes all knowledge and ethics. It simply is. Standing on a Gotham rooftop, she opened her mask and let out a scream into the night. The sword of Batman. Azrael returned to Gotham, guided by the Lord, sensing the city had been altered, judgment passed, and something stolen, perhaps something holy, now forgotten, leaving a space in his soul. While he could not remember, the system within him had not forgotten. Buried deep was alien knowledge that had once guided his hands to create impossible things. Without food or rest, he tried for days to drag this knowledge out, to build a machine that would force the world back to the way it used to be. But the attempt failed utterly. He sought his allies, calling out for Carl and vengeance. Their absence was clear. Vomit in the sink, weapons missing. They were already out in the broken city. Vengeance and Father Valley faced monstrous figures. Valley urged her to stay behind him, but she refused, promising to tear the demons apart. Vengeance realized they had sought venom dealers, but found true demons instead. She intended to retrieve venom from one, but was overpowered, vomiting as another spewed into her face. Valley too was struck down, unable to keep pace. Azrael descended into the fight, declaring the duty of the angel to offer mercy to defilers and sinners, though he hoped they would reject it. They did, and he struck them down. His blade sang with righteous fury, swift and merciful, no longer an act of vengeance, though it might look so from outside. When it was done, he checked on his allies. Valley said Azrael should have been called upon. Vengeance admitted she had tried, but he was too lost in holy work to hear. She asked forgiveness for her venom addiction, explaining Father Valley had tried to source it before the dealers turned into monsters. Azrael reassured her. The addiction was never her fault, but noted his failed work had distracted him from his duty and nearly cost her life. Acknowledging his mistake, Azrael realized the failure came from forcing the system instead of listening. This time, he let it guide him, letting it shape his hands and reveal what was stolen from him and all of Gotham. The process moved quickly under this trust. Finally, the vision became clear. Batman's image stood before him. Resolute, Azrael accepted the revelation, affirming, "Yes, of course." The Summoner's Lament. Dr. Simon Hurt explained that people often misunderstood the meaning of summoning, associating it with charlatans and amateurs. He traced the word's origin from Old French and Latin, meaning to remind in secret, or to cause to think in secret. Claiming expertise, he said symbols like magic circles, blood, candles and chanting were only tools to focus the mind, not the act itself. Summoning, he noted, was never instant. True ones could take years before bearing fruit. Hurt recited an invocation to an otherworldly entity, describing it as the Duke of Thrones, born under the hunter's sun, keeper of kings, and master of wings and nightmare screams. He explained that a summoning could begin with a simple act of violence, such as a bullet that forced a child to think, sparking questions like, "What if I could have done something?" or "What if I could have been someone else?" Forged in trauma, the victim became a vessel, primed for sacrifice, even by their own volition. He said a patient summoner worked in the shadow of this vessel's death. After years of preparation, the time had come. Batman was going to die. Hurt claimed every death was only a doorway, and before it fully opened, there would be pain, transformative and mutative. As he readied himself, he emphasized that this process would bring a great deal of hurt. Batman Outlaw Part 2. A noose hung against the sunlit sky as crows circled. Shavhod ordered, "Bring him!" Armed guards escorted Batman in shackles, his head lowered. In Gotham, crowds gathered in a square beneath massive screens and gallows. Shavhod said that Master Arzen believed Batman was still alive in Bruce's mind, fighting the asthma, and would be pleased to watch this. She said the mob only cared about tangible desires and would trample anyone in their way. Gotham didn't care about Batman. People would cheer, go home, and move on with their lives. Statues might fall, blockbusters might fade, but it would all be the same. She hoped Batman was listening, as these might be his last words to hear. Batman was brought beneath the red noose, surrounded by heavily armed guards. The thought echoed, "No one cares, and no one is coming to save you." A good heist was compared to a poker game. Jim Gordon entered a dimly lit room where a woman sat at a poker table. Cards were said to be important, but only to an extent. Eiko Hasegawa pointed a large knife at Gordon, asking why a cop was there. He warned her she might lose a finger. The real game was said to be expectations. You play the players, not the cards. Selina Kyle told Gordon that managing expectations was how they would rescue Batman. Gordon said he liked her confidence. Still, he felt they were a few cards short of a full deck. Selina admitted this was all they had, and they would need to work with it. Cheshire invited the group to the bar, raising a bottle. Selina concluded they lacked the one thing they couldn't get back: time. Selina laid out the plan, explaining that every hand was won or lost in the gap between what the table knew and what they knew. The marked tunnel entrance was their target. They were outnumbered, outgunned and expected, but these were the cards on the table. The first step was to split the enemy's attention. The Orgums still held people in the tunnels who hadn't been turned into asthma, and they couldn't afford to be seen doing anything wrong. Gordon noted he'd been there before, but the cages kept moving. The tunnels were difficult to navigate, and they had no map. Selina insisted they'd been through this before. She poured a drink, saying they still had tricks up their sleeve. Shoes revealed she had been in the cages and got out by turning to someone for help. Solomon Grundy, who disliked the guards. Grundy didn't need a map and could navigate by instinct. With him, they might stand a chance of freeing the captives. Gordon was tasked with recon, keeping watch on the GCPD. Selina told Oracle they needed eyes on multiple locations, and Oracle agreed. Selina turned to Cassandra Cain, noting they were short on numbers. She hinted she accepted an offer from someone else. Leading the group, she introduced the unexpected recruit, Mr. Freeze. Freeze stated he didn't care about their feelings, only that the Orgum installation had something he wanted. He couldn't get it alone, so their goals aligned for now. Gordon protested, calling it a bad idea, warning Freeze would betray them. Selina replied that was the same thing said about her, and that Batman would break every rule if it meant saving someone. Cassandra agreed to work with Freeze to take the installation. Later, Selina moved across Gotham's rooftops, reflecting that it was a game of risks, and no amount of planning guaranteed success. Selina moved through the night, questioning if the risk was worth taking. She positioned herself outside a building, deciding to act before making her final choice. Crawling through shadows, she aimed for a glimpse of her goal, the prize. Peering inside, her eyes widened as she saw Batman. She approached, cupping his face, calling him a fool, but a dear, sweet fool. She told him to look at what he'd gotten himself into. She reflected on the times she had whispered to Bruce, asking him to come away with her. She recalled their rough history, rooftops, moonlit vows, broken promises, and separations caused by war. Despite it all, she hoped he could hear her now and know she was still there for him. In her mind, she vowed never to let him fall. Images of them together played alongside the looming presence of Barbatos, looping inside Bruce's head. She told Bruce to remember, before it was over, that they would come for him. Armed guards entered the cell and confirmed the prisoner was still there. Outside, a soldier reported no sign of anyone else. Inside a control room, Tenclaw explained that Catwoman had dodged every camera to reach Batman. He knew because the asthma inside Batman relayed pieces of his thoughts. They suspected a rescue plan. Shavhod suggested visiting Catwoman, but Niang advised against drawing attention before Batman's execution, saying they could deal with others afterward. Arzen reasoned they outnumbered their enemies, had more firepower, and the city's instruments on their side. This was a public execution, and nothing Catwoman had done would matter unless they intervened on the day itself. If their enemies acted, it would have to be in plain sight. Later, Selina walked through the streets and came upon bodies and chaos. A man screamed about a demon. Azrael, wielding a flaming sword, fought nearby. Selina said she had a plan to get Batman back, but was missing a piece, a big, armoured archangel with a flaming sword-shaped piece. Toxic love. Leon, bruised and exhausted, arrived at Cheshire's door with Solomon Grundy. Cheshire let her in, noting she didn't call her daughter, and had no right to, though Leanne had become more like her than intended. Cheshire remarked on Leanne arriving with a monster, introducing Grundy by name. Inside, Cheshire served tea, reflecting that her hands, which should have nurtured Leanne, had been used for killing, recalling a month ago when she assassinated a man by poisoning him through his carotid. She admitted her hands were never fit for child-rearing. Leanne explained that many people had been taken, and she only escaped because of Grundy, who she believed knew the captor's actions were wrong. Cheshire told her to go somewhere safe, but Leanne refused, calling Gotham her home and the place Cheshire abandoned her. Grundy asked about a past date, prompting Cheshire to recall killing a revolutionary and his wife the day after leaving Leanne at a church, sparing their son. Before Leanne, she wouldn't have spared anyone. She had once feared motherhood made her weak. Leanne asked if Cheshire wanted to know how she survived in Gotham without her. She recounted following Cheshire 3 years ago without being noticed, as men also followed Cheshire. Leanne killed those men violently, unlike Cheshire's quiet kills. Cheshire asked what Leanne wanted. Leanne accused her of being toxic, pushing people away and trying to do to her what she had done to her father. Lian contrasted their lives. Cheshire was taught to destroy while she had to learn to build, finding friends and making a home. Declaring she could now say what she felt, Lian shouted an obscenity at her mother, startling Grundy. She asked for help rescuing others, saying it was her first time asking. Cheshire listed her many injuries over the years to show her resilience and asked what Lian wanted to do. Lian chose to defend her home with its people. Cheshire agreed to help the ridiculous spandex people they embraced, with Cheshire admitting she held her in blood-stained arms and prayed she hadn't damned her. The scene ended with Cheshire, Lian and Grundy preparing to join Catwoman's fight. Batman Outlaw Part 3. Shavhod addressed the crowd as Batman stood shackled on the platform. She called the event a hanging, asking Gotham if it seemed brutish. She explained that kings of old understood its purpose, not about crime or punishment, but as a reminder, a symbol of the contract of power, much like a mask. Power, she said, flowed from the people to their institutions, but a mask denied this arrangement, taking more than its fair share. Masks, no matter their lofty talk of ideals, revolution or justice, represented the failure of people and institutions. She declared they were hanging not the man, but the mask, to remind Gotham she had not failed, and that the power still lay with institutions. Batman, flanked by armed guards, was led to the noose as she called on the accused, the symbol of Gotham's darkness, to give his confession. Arzen, Niang and Tenclaw watched, with Arzen asking if the asthma had succeeded. Shavhod admitted Batman resisted for days, unlike anything he'd seen, even as the asthma pushed him to speak her commanded words. Batman began to speak, saying those in darkness looked to the sun, recalling beauty in daylight, his mother's song, his father's hand, but noted every sunlit boy still cast a shadow. He declared himself Gotham's shadow and vowed to always walk with her. The crowd reacted, with some shouting for mercy. Niang told Shavhod to finish it before the crowd turned. As protests grew, a hood was pulled over Batman's head. Elsewhere, televisions showed the broadcast. In a bar, patrons turned as a loud maniacal laugh filled the air, unmistakably the Joker's. He laughed uncontrollably, taunting that there was only one way to hang a shadow, his wide grin filling the screen. Hours before Batman's hanging, in the tunnels beneath Gotham, armed guards confronted Shoes, recognizing her from a prior escape. One guard said he remembered her, accusing her of running away before. Shoes replied she didn't run away, she went for help. Suddenly, Cheshire struck, her twin sai slashing through the air, killing two guards instantly. She moved with deadly precision, kicking and stabbing others, dropping them before they could react. Cheshire stood over one fallen guard, telling him the only reason he was alive was because she insisted on restraint. Pinning him with a blade at his throat, she warned that if he ever spoke about caging Shoes again, she would cut out his tongue and feed it to him in tiny pieces. Shoes reported over comms that they were at the cages and freeing captives, planning to move and find the other locations. Oracle replied she saw no alarms yet, but would give warning if trouble came their way. Outside, Gordon watched the gallows grounds, noting the GCPD stayed put. He said the crowd was uneasy. Tension hung in the air like tinder, needing only a spark. Catwoman reflected that the pivotal moment in poker was the bluff, shifting from playing the cards to playing expectations. She reported the big rig was pulling out, noting the area was locked down, but the opponent seemed certain of victory. She vowed to escort it as close as she could, knowing the gap between deception and certainty was where all was won or lost. Catwoman silently moved across rooftops, then dropped behind a guard and disabled him quickly with a chokehold, leaving him unconscious. She thought about how the perfect bluff sold the promise of victory to the opponent. Meanwhile, Batgirl moved in the tunnels, engaging a squad of guards in brutal hand-to-hand combat, taking down each with precision strikes and acrobatics. Batgirl worked to get the rig closer, but said it wouldn't matter if they couldn't make the Orgums blink. She deployed smoke grenades, shrouding the area. In the chaos, she moved like a shadow, striking down armed enemies one by one, her silhouette cutting through them with speed speed and force. Batgirl reminded Freeze of Selina's order, no killing. Freeze assured her the enemies were alive, some injured, perhaps maimed. But unlike gadgets and fists, Cold took what it wanted. He added that Batgirl wanted the enemy to hear genuine fear in his voice. As he loomed over a captured man, he ordered him to call his masters and tell them exactly where they were. Minutes before Batman's hanging, chaos was reported underground. Niang ordered a report on what happened. News came of an incident in the Undercroft, where the Thelamus engine was housed, along with trouble in the tunnels holding the caged people. It was suspected to be part of a misguided rescue attempt. Prince Arzen Orgum insisted they could not allow the engine to be taken, nor appear weak. He ordered Niang to take a small contingent to quietly resolve it. Outside, Gordon noted about half the Orgum private guards had left, leaving mostly GCPD. He saw this as a break for their plan. Catwoman, watching from above, saw the green transport rig arrive and said it was their window. She leapt onto it as it approached. The truck exploded in a fiery blast, sending shockwaves through the scene. Smoke and steam poured from the wreckage. Armed forces stood tense as Azrael emerged, wielding a flaming sword. He condemned mankind's arrogance in judging angels and declared punishment, loyalty reforged in fire and steel. He challenged his foes to break upon his unyielding faith. Spotting Gail Tenclaw in his werebeast form, he called him Devil Beast, urging him to shed the skin of man. The narration framed this as the bluff being made, the promise sold, and now everything hanging in the balance. Catwoman confirmed Azrael had engaged, thinning Batman's security. She prepared to move, targeting Prince Arzen. She slipped through the crowd, attacked nearby guards, and grabbed Arzen, holding a blade to his throat. She ordered him to stop the hanging, or she would kill him before Batman was dead. Arzen refused. Daria Orgum intervened, praising her son and telling Selina that he would sacrifice whatever was necessary to achieve their goals. She dismissed Selina's plan as childish bluffing and explained that such gambles were once the domain of kings. She advised never to play a hand one was unwilling to lose. Daria told Selina she could kill her son if she was faster than the guards, but offered to share her wisdom first. Looking down from the balcony, Daria ordered, "Give Shavhod the word." "Oh, go ahead." A soldier received the order, "Hang the Batman." Camouflaged. At the zoo, Bet Kane and Eiko Hasegawa observed a leopard. Bet stared, noting aloud that it was looking straight at her without blinking. Eiko cautioned her not to stare back, explaining that such eye contact triggered a predator's fight-or-flight instinct, and with 120 pounds of muscle and teeth, they tended to pick fight. Passing a Batman captured headline outside the Big Cat Jungle exhibit, Eiko added, "Geez, noted." As they walked away, Betty expressed she was glad Eiko had agreed to the date, even if just to save her from aggravating carnivores. Eiko agreed, softly. Bet's phone buzzed, and she sighed, apologizing for the interruption. She took a call about their territory at 45th and West, insisting it didn't matter if they were out of product, because the shipment was coming that night. If rivals were allowed in, they'd be back tomorrow. She instructed the caller to take 2 men, grab gear from the warehouse, and make sure no one interfered. After ending the call, she called it unpleasant business. But Eiko asked what the look on her face was for. Eiko reminded her 45th and West was outside a school. Betty countered it was a very expensive private school and that her operation had supplied it before. The future leaders of Gotham were some of their best customers. Noting her own family's wealth came from bloodier hands. That, she said, was why they understood and wanted each other. She pointed out Batman had been caught, showing where sanctimony led. In Gotham, she explained, it was predator and prey, and they knew who was beneath them. Beta compared Eiko to the leopard, saying she'd never change her spots, and kissed her. Eiko thought, damn it. Later, Eiko reflected that Beta was right. She had benefited from the Yakuza's crimes since taking over from her father. She knew there were brutal truths she wasn't told, yet she didn't leave. Dressing as Catwoman, she admitted that sometimes she liked to pretend she was better. Catwoman moved against Bet's network, starting at the warehouse she had mentioned on the phone. Inside, she kicked open crates filled with ammunition meant for outside the school and lit a match. The blast destroyed the stockpile. 2 of Bet's men recognized her, asking why a superhero was attacking them. Catwoman told them they should have fled and not looked her in the eye, then swiftly took them down. She then targeted Bet's delivery truck, loaded with packaged product. Leaping onto the moving vehicle, she slashed the driver's arm, flipped the truck, and destroyed its cargo. Outside a nightclub, Betty received word that the delivery had been hit too, panicking that they were ruined. Catwoman, calling as Echo, told her she was busy tomorrow night and every night after. She said that Beta was just beneath her. Bet was left shocked and broken. Echo concluded that while a leopard might not change its spots, those spots could serve a purpose. Batman Outlaw, Part 4. Catwoman reflected on what she knew about rescues, admitting she had only been playing a game. She tried, but in the end, they won. Batman's body hung lifeless from the noose, as she thought that they all lost. She noted luck was an unkind mistress, and questioned the point of playing if one couldn't lose. She knew about taking risks, but not about rescues. In the tunnels, Arzen told Catwoman it was her move. Cheshire was fighting, holding back enemies to protect the captives. Batgirl and Freeze advanced toward the Thelamus engine. Freeze asked Batgirl if she was cold. Above, Daria Orgum declared it over and announced Batman was dead. Elsewhere, Gordon was on the phone, while Oracle monitored the situation. Oracle called Selina, acknowledging the difficulty of the moment, but reminding her they still had people in the tunnels as Orgum reinforcements poured in. Oracle asked what Selina wanted them to do. Cheshire fought fiercely, knocking down multiple enemies and tossing grenades. Oracle warned that Selina still had to make the call, or things would get worse. Cheshire fought violently and threw a grenade to disperse the Orgum army, but she fell as the brunt struck her. Shoes helped her up. Cheshire admitted to her she wasn't sure how much longer she could keep fighting, and, if attacked again, wanted Shoes to lead the others to safety. Shoes refused, insisting she wouldn't abandon her. Cheshire assured her she wouldn't be abandoned and would be right behind her, telling her to trust her. Shoes, emotional, said she wouldn't lose Cheshire again. They embraced, and Shoes silently vowed, not again, as Grundy walked ahead, clearing the path through fallen enemies. Azrael and Gail Tenclaw clashed violently, the werebeast's claws raking and grappling as Azrael forced him back. The two struggled in a brutal test of strength until Azrael wrenched free, shoving Tenclaw away. Tenclaw reverted to his human form and shouted over the chaos, insisting the fight was over and proclaiming that Batman was dead. He told Azrael that all this bravado was meaningless, claiming he had failed. Azrael, sword in hand, stared down his foe, saying he had seen the beast within and once thought it was wearing the skin of a man. Now, he said, he saw only a coward pretending to be a creature of God. For a wolf, he might have shown mercy, but for cowards, he had only fire. He ignited his blade, flames curling along the metal, calling it a searing reminder to Gotham that embers still smouldered in her darkened heart. He brought the burning sword down onto a crate of grenades, splitting it open and igniting the explosives. The detonation ripped through the area, sending a wave of smoke, light, and force outward. Daria Orgum watched the blast from a high vantage point. She mocked her enemies, asking if they were so foolish they couldn't see the war was over. She told Catwoman, who was surrounded by armed soldiers, that her time was finished. She ridiculed her for playing at being a cat without the grace to admit defeat or the claws to change it. She offered Catwoman a chance to avoid a painful death if she called off the fight, addressing her as Selina Kyle. Catwoman smirked and corrected her. The name was Echo, not Selina. Leaning forward, she said she didn't think they knew Selina Kyle at all. In a sudden shift, small explosives and smoke charges went off, startling their captors. A smoke plume burst from a balcony, and Echo launched herself outward into the air, vanishing into the haze. Meanwhile, Selina reflected on the philosophy of the perfect bluff, not selling a lie, but selling the promise of victory to the opponent. The Orgums would expect a rescue attempt, and they couldn't keep such a plan secret for long, so they gave them exactly what they wanted. The tunnels were a distraction to split Orgum forces, with Freeze's armoured assault creating chaos, so Selina could stop the hanging and save Batman. But the plan failed. The Orgums outplayed them and hanged Batman. Selina admitted she was no rescuer. She was a thief. She didn't save people. She stole things. Now, seated among the Orgum-armed forces, she put on the helmet and then moved to take down Batman's hanging body. It was showtime. Selina explained that now that the Orgums believed they had won, the chaos worked in her favour. The explosion in the distance, the rioting crowds, and Echo's dramatic leap from the balcony drew attention away from the gallery. gallows. The guards' focus shifted to moving Batman's body quickly to avoid further unrest. With an underground maintenance route leading back to Orgum Place and only a small guard escort for the corpse, the setup was perfect. She struck fast, taking out the guards easily. From there, the rest of the plan unfolded. Batman wasn't actually dead. Selina recalled breaking into his cell earlier, kissing him goodbye while telling him she'd never let him fall. Her lips carried a poison crafted by Ivy that slowed the body to mimic death, activated by adrenaline. When he was hanged, the adrenaline revived him, his body intact thanks to his strength. Ivy's toxin did the rest. She injected the antidote into him to stabilize his condition without fully waking him. Selina waited for the escort, revealing the Cheshires in the tunnels were never a distraction. They were holding the line until Batman was recovered. Grundy smashed a path through, bringing Cheshire and Shoes to meet her. Selina noted this was where the real theft happened. As they prepared to move, she admitted the trouble for a hanged man better be worth it. Grundy, knowing the tunnels better than anyone, led them to an exit into an abandoned rail station where Gordon waited with a commandeered GCPD supply van. Meanwhile, Batgirl and Freeze had been a true distraction, reaching the reality engine under Gotham. Surrounded by guards, Freeze decided to leave, having gotten the tech he wanted. He detonated an ice blast, giving Batgirl cover to fight and escape. Selina reflected that Freeze's betrayal wasn't surprising. It was a score to settle later. The game was played, the hand won, though not all went smoothly. The final stretch was getting Batman out of Gotham. Gordon warned the Orgums would soon realize he wasn't dead and would be searching. Selina knew their head start wouldn't last. She whispered to the unconscious Bruce this was as far as she could go, and then told Gordon that needed to head for the docks. Watching from a ship, Talia waited for them. Elsewhere, Two-Face flipped a coin, as Selina thought, I'm going to need help. Voyage into the light. Before Batman was hanged, a cargo ship sailed under the night sky. Its crew gathered in the mess hall. One man whispered to the captain about the strange passengers they had taken aboard. When asked for proof, he argued 2 crewmen had vanished, Finch, who supposedly fell overboard during a storm, and Eddington. The captain assured they'd reach Gotham Harbour in hours, and any arrests would happen at the port. A voice cut in. It was Daria Orgum, emerging from the shadows. She said it wasn't about bribes. The captain was simply afraid of her. Daria stepped into the light, noting it was wise to fear her. She asked a young crewman if he'd heard of her. He hadn't. She revealed the Orgums had hidden in the shadows for a generation, then casually confessed she had killed Finch and Eddington. The crew erupted. One man lunged, calling her a murderer. He froze mid-charge, collapsing in agony. Daria explained the men were assassins, sent by Talia al Ghul's daughter to prevent her from reaching Gotham. Another crewman attacked, calling her a traitor to the Damian, but she killed him instantly. Calmly, she asked if there were more assassins aboard. Hearing no answer, she revealed she had poisoned the crew as they slept. The toxin was slow-acting, triggered fatally by adrenaline, something she now smelled in their fear. As more men clutched their chests and died, she watched impassively. Armed guards entered. She remarked they must be nearing America and wanted to see it from the deck. A young boy hid, terrified. At dawn, Daria stood on the bow, holding a small box, watching Gotham's skyline appear. The boy ran to her, pleading. He thought he'd been poisoned and asked if it would hurt. She told him she never planned to kill everyone and had chosen the sea voyage out of respect for the Orgum's return. She revealed there was no poison in him, but ordered him to spread the tale as if there were. Her men would dispose of bodies, bribe officials, and erase the incident, but his fear would sell the story. She told him to be glad she didn't believe his pleas, for when people laughed, some would still see the truth in his eyes. Her name would linger, and when the Orgums reclaimed power, his story would help restore fear. As she proclaimed the Orgums returned to the light, Batman was chained in a dark cell, seething in pain as he fought the asthma in his mind. Batman, Outlaw, the finale. Selina reflected that the game was over. Cards drawn, bets placed, bluffs bought, consequences sold, and all that was left was to walk away. Yet she admitted walking away from Bruce had never been her strong suit. Riding in a van driven by Gordon with Batman unconscious beside her, she held his hand. Gordon alerted her they had company. Pursuers closed in as Gordon told her it was only a matter of time before they were found. He aimed for the freeway, hoping contingencies would hold. He swerved through traffic, remarking that his advanced driving skills were from decades ago. Gunfire erupted, and an explosion slammed into the van, flipping it. Gordon looked on in alarm as Ning Modram approached with an armed force. Modram demanded they hand Batman over, saying he wouldn't ask twice. Selina shouted defiance over her dead body. Modram accepted her challenge, signaling a soldier to aim at her. Before he could fire, the soldier's head was blown off. Coins clinked as Two-Face's arrival was revealed. Two-Face narrated that when Catwoman asked for help rescuing Batman, he questioned why he should. Goody-Goody Harvey wasn't making the calls anymore, and he was out of good deeds. But Selina reminded him of past events, and he realized he had grudges to settle with the Orgums. Facing Modram, he declared himself Two-Face. Modram said Dent should have stayed hidden, but Dent screamed at him to call him by his real name, Two-Face. Two-Face told Catwoman to get Batman out, then turned to Modram, saying he had a score to settle. Modram doubted snipers could stop his men, but Two-Face revealed he had another plan, detonating explosives. He triggered them, blowing up the bridge. Selina noted the blast as the last bridge to Gotham collapsed. She hadn't wanted to leave like this, nor for Bruce's freedom to come this way. She knew she couldn't go where he must, but vowed to wait, as would Gotham. She was certain he would return, because that was what he did. Arzen stood on a balcony when Daria Orgum asked if there was any word on the hanged. He replied that they got away. Niang found them, but Dent intervened. She noted he didn't sound upset. Arzen said they got what they wanted. Gotham thought Batman was dead. Even if Batman returned, Gotham would have changed, renewed itself, and forgotten him. With the reality engine beneath the city turning Gotham to their designs, Batman would no longer be part of it. He added that they had killed the mask, not the man. Daria remarked that he sounded more like his father and invited him to celebrate. Inside, over drinks, Daria spoke of the other Thelamus engines, 4 more in great cities, ready to be corrupted. She described their potential to rule as the Orgums once did. She said Arzen's father never shared that ambition. Pouring wine, she revealed she was one of 6 children, the last of her litter, because only she could see the bigger picture. She confessed she had loved his father but was made to give him up. When Arzen was born, his father wanted to remain grounded, ruling the desert instead of reaching for the skies. She claimed she betrayed his father for their future, then accused Arzen of betraying his blood to save a stranger. As they drank, Arzen suddenly began to falter. His wine had been poisoned. Daria revealed she knew it was him who had given away their plans, because she could read the minds of the others and control them. Calling him the only one she truly trusted, she lamented his betrayal. Arzen struggled to breathe, accusing her of killing his father. Daria dismissed it coldly, saying her long life would allow her to have other husbands and sons, perhaps one who understood her. She left him collapsed on the floor. At the East Side docks, Talia al Ghul faced Selina Kyle, with Batman unconscious at their feet and Gordon nearby. Talia confirmed he was alive but couldn't be woken yet. Selina asked if he was still fighting inside. Talia doubted he would give in. Selina admitted she didn't know how to fix him. Talia suggested they let him put himself back together to become what he would be. As they looked out over Gotham, Selina said the enemy would never stop. Gordon advised against lingering. Talia told Selina she couldn't follow where Batman and she must go. Selina asked Talia to bring him back to her, and Talia promised to try to restore him to himself. Taking Selina's hand, she said Selina would learn as she had. Selina walked toward a docked yacht, thinking about waiting and hoping. Behind her, Gotham burned like it was undergoing an amputation. A white yacht cut across open waters, while narration noted that her favoured son was now adrift in uncertainty. Talia al Ghul was aboard, intent on fulfilling a promise she had made to a dead man. In the following days and weeks, enemies relentlessly pursued her, driven by a near demonic urge to stop her. Talia fought them off and endured for him. She checked on the unconscious man she was protecting, her resolve mirroring her father's yet distinctly her own, which she found amusing. A violent storm struck, wrecking the ship. In its aftermath, she was left with only a small boat, an oar, and the dead. Lost, she recognized that this was the beginning of her path. Meanwhile, in Gotham, the city began to forget. The erosion wasn't immediate, but gradual, as if pieces slipped from its heart. One night, someone neglected to turn on the bat signal at GCPD headquarters, and it remained dark thereafter. Alleys once shrouded in shadows now gleamed with light. Harsh urban reality was fully visible, and the usual outcasts had vanished. James Gordon stood in his private investigations office. No one questioned the absence, the void in Gotham's heart. Yet some refused to forget. Batgirl moved through the city, her silhouette a ghostly reminder of the Bat. In Gotham's abandoned areas, myths and legends still lingered. Sometimes a Batman was mentioned. A child asked his mother why the man dressed like a bat. The mother admitted she felt she knew the story, but had forgotten it. Elsewhere, Flamingo sat in a lavish library speaking to Simon Hurt, who hung upside down. Hurt mused on why a man would dress as a bat, while Flamingo compared it to his own choice of pink attire. Hurt explained that the suit was a chrysalis, and hanging the man inside allowed the master within to emerge. He revealed that Talia would take Batman to the place in between places, where Flamingo was to deal with her. Hurt promised to do whatever was necessary. On the water, Talia rowed her small boat, and in it lay the monstrous red form of Barbatos. Hurt's narration revealed his plan to bring forth the son he had always wanted, his dear, sweet Barbatos. At Wayne Manor grounds, Henry Fielding was found shot 4 times, once in the back, 3 in the chest, and left in the rain to die among the gravestones. Montoya reflected on keeping him in the details, because he was a good detective she could trust. She admitted his blood was now on her hands. She wondered who shot him, where his partner, Alan Nash, was, and who else had been there. These unanswered questions drove her. Donning the mask of the question once more, she urged Gotham to speak, demanding to know why Henry Fielding had to die. Aliasa. Damian Wayne, at 10 years old, was described as the son of Batman and heir of the demon, destined to either break or save the world, and certain to be feared. His mother once told him the tale of the grim soldier, Farhad, tasked by the gods to cross a desert, tethered to a demon. Farhad's motivation was the promise of reuniting with his love, Aliasa, at the journey's end. The tale was filled with monsters and battles, but what struck Damian most was the ending. When Farhad arrived, Aliasa had perished, leaving only sun-bleached bones. Though trained by his mother to fight without mercy, the image of Aliasa's empty eyes haunted Damian. In a dream, she appeared behind him, prompting his shock and denial. She lunged, and he shouted for her to leave him in peace. His mother's lessons followed. There were far worse terrors in the world, and his place was to face them without fear. To master his mind, she exposed him to sages, mystics, and scholars of lucid dreaming. Damian learned to recognize dreams, test reality, and gain control. In the dream, he declared himself Damian Wayne and Robin, telling Aliasa she was only a story. She countered, telling him to remember his mother's teachings. The monsters were real, the grim soldier was not, and no man could face the abyss without flinching. Damian rejected this, vowing there would be someone who could. Declaring his mother wrong, he resolved to prove it if it fell to him. Armoured as Batman, he pledged to stand vigil, gain every tool and knowledge needed to destroy her, and affirmed, "I'm better than you." Damian awoke, telling himself he had won again, but his relief faded when he realised something was wrong. Elisa's monstrous form was in his room. The narration returned to his mother's story, where the grim soldier cursed the gods and became a pillar of stone beside Elisa's remains. Damian, sitting frozen in bed, felt the same, knowing if he moved, the monster would too. As dawn came, the monster was revealed to be the shadow of a grandfather clock. The closing narration repeated that one day Damian would break or save the world, but tonight, at 10 years old, he was simply afraid. Act 3. An Elegy of Sand. Part 1. Talia carried Bruce in a boat across seas and up the river of life and death. She wept for him, knowing there were 2 demons inside him, one clawing at his soul, the other keeping him alive, fascinated by his desperate hold on hope. She wept as she took him to a land where such things had no place. Landing on the bleached bones at the shore of an unending desert called Arras, she bore him for 12 days and nights on the back of a skeletal steed. She bargained with beasts, bartered with ghosts, and gambled with forgotten entities. On the 12th night, she encountered 3 ladies dining under the Ara's moon. She traded her true name, Talia, for tea and a broken compass. Before dawn, she sat with Bruce as the tea whistled in the desert air. At first light, she poured some into his throat, then kissed his lifeless lips and spoke into his ear. She urged, "Come, grim soldier, leave your demons behind. Return my beloved to me." Walking away, she promised she would wait across the desert as the gods willed, as she always had. She told him she would be in the shadow of the standing stone, warning not to tarry. declaring she would not wait until only death and bone remained. Bruce awoke under a blazing sky, realizing Talia was gone. As he sat up, he saw Hurt seated before him, greeting him as "my dear, sweet Bruce." Confused, Bruce demanded to know what Hurt had done and why he was there. Hurt explained they were in a desert, not just any desert, but the desert, Araz, a place between places, neither here nor there. Hurt told Bruce he had died, not completely, but enough to end up in this state. Bruce insisted the situation wasn't real and said he needed to return because Gotham needed him. Hurt disagreed, saying this was as real as it gets and there was no going back. The horse Talia had used to carry Bruce was dead, the river was dry, and the oar was broken. He revealed the tea Talia gave Bruce was more than tea, and now it was time for Bruce to answer the question he had long avoided, who he really was. Hurt described the many identities within Bruce: the frightened child, grieving man, dark knight, bat god, and a wolf that prowled his memories, one that did not belong. This wolf was the creature Bruce must battle each day across the desert, only for one to survive by the journey's end, freeing Bruce. Hurt claimed Gotham didn't need him in his current form, saying it didn't love him like Hurt did. Meanwhile in Gotham, Montoya, as the Question, investigated Henry Fielding's murder, feeling responsible for keeping him on the case. She noted Gotham itself seemed to ask her, "Who are you?" She looked into Detective Alan Nash, whose mother lived on Englehart Avenue. One night, Nash, now hostile, confronted his mother with a knife. As he threatened her, something felt wrong. Fear overcame him, and he fled into the night. He remembered the shadows of Gotham, but found only emptiness, as if a piece of the city's heart was missing, leaving behind only the terrible shape of what was gone. Batman fought under the burning sun and harsh winds against the Asmere creature. The Asmere was fierce and unyielding, its sinewy flesh and rancid claws tangible in the desert. Batman studied its movements and structure, recognizing it as his nightmare wolf come to life. Convinced he could win, he pressed on, but as dusk fell and he pinned the battered creature into the warm sand of Arras, he noticed it was smiling despite its broken jaw and shattered teeth turning to sand. He realized the battle would inevitably return, endless like the desert itself. At twilight, Batman checked the compass he had been given, finding it broken like himself, without direction. He wandered it, counting his steps to stay focused. The empty moonlit horizon showed no signs of life, only his fading footprints. Ahead, he saw a tree at the edge of the world and thought it might mean war, survival, perhaps even a return to Gotham. But approaching it, he sensed despair. The tree's true nature became clear. This was a cruel place without hope or comfort, a land of the lost and forgotten. He lost consciousness, but a stranger gave him water. Meanwhile, the investigator searched Alan Nash's apartment, finding his mother watching a flickering television. Among Nash's belongings was a photo of him with a younger man, possibly his brother, dressed for fishing, and a box of fishing tackle. She also discovered receipts for a storage unit by the docks. Nash's mother murmured about quiche in the fridge, but there was only the memory of an unmade meal, devoured by time. Outside, the investigator inhaled the city air, hearing Gotham's voice urging her to look at the fearful, forgotten residents. One recalled something once in the sky, a shadow or a moon, and asked if it was her. She resolved to be enough. Tracing clues to Nash's fishing supply unit, she broke in and found him dead from a self-inflicted gunshot, a blood-stained confession claiming he killed his partner, Henry Fielding. She reflected that this was not the man his mother remembered, nor the one in the fishing photo, questioning how such truths could ever be forgotten. Bruce was told by a hooded man that the truth of the desert was simple. There was only one way out. To no longer be lost, he must find himself. Bruce revealed the compass Talia had left him, claiming it was broken. The man corrected him, saying it was not broken, only that it would not point north, but could still guide him out. When Bruce asked how he knew this, the man introduced himself as Farhad Parethes, once a soldier. He explained that though he wandered the desert, he was not lost like the poor souls roaming the sands. Ghosts, truly forgotten, rooted in despair like a dead tree. He told Bruce that if he wished to leave, he must know who he was. Bruce answered firmly, saying he knew. He was Batman. Farhad reflected on words, calling them strange things, spoken too little, they were forgotten, spoken too much, they lost meaning. He told Bruce he was not mere words, and addressed him as Wayne. Farhad said the desert had whispered much, and that Bruce's time to leave had come. He warned of temptations ahead, just as he had faced, and that mere words would not be enough. Old fires could dwindle, but sparks could light them anew. He declared that while Batman might be dead, myths could live as long as there was reason to persist and those who refused to forget. He told Bruce the compass was not broken, only without direction. With renewed purpose, Bruce walked the desert again, the fire having warmed him and the water quenched his thirst. He moved with new hope, steeling himself when he saw something rise from the horizon, his first temptation. It took shape before him as a city, and soon he arrived, likened to Calvino's traveller reaching a strange and unpossessed place. There he was met by masked figures standing in ordered rows, flanking a path. At the centre of the procession, Hurt sat on a throne, carried forward by more masked followers. Hurt addressed Bruce warmly, saying, "Welcome, my boy," and continued to lead him forward. His greeting extended to welcoming Bruce to the Gotham that the Batman saved, a city now standing as a monument to the legacy of what Batman had been. But atop a ledge, in place of Batman, stood Barbatos. His name was Hurt, Part 1. At a bar, Annie remembered meeting Simon, remarking how unusual it felt in modern times compared to meeting through an app. Simon was attentive, opening doors, calling instead of texting, and old-fashioned in the ways she liked. He introduced her to his friends, who were doctors and social workers. She felt certain she had found Mr. Right. Within a year, they were married, bought a house upstate, and both longed for children. But after 3 failed attempts, the tone shifted. The first 2 times, he comforted her and said they would try again. The 3rd time, he only made a disappointed sound before walking out. She waited hours, then days, worrying something had happened to him. She called his best man, expecting help, but the man admitted he barely knew Simon. He was an actor paid for a role-play scenario. Every other friend had the same story. She later discovered Simon hadn't been paying the mortgage and their marriage certificate had never been filed. Legally, he did not exist. She questioned why anyone would break her trust like that. Annie, the group leader, thanked herself for sharing, reminding everyone that the purpose of the support group was to help each other trust again and heal. Raoul spoke next, admitting his dream had been to become a superhero. In Gotham, without powers, he sought training and met a man claiming to have trained Batman. This man became his master, putting him through intense years of training in gymnastics, martial arts, meditation, law, chemistry, and biology. He even helped make his costume. Finally, the master gave him a grapple gun for his first mission. But when he leapt from a rooftop, there was no rope. The fall left him permanently injured. He said his master never returned, calling him a coward. Selma disagreed, saying this was exactly what the man did. James, the 3rd speaker, said his experience was more extreme. He had been kidnapped, restrained, and subjected to repeated rites of exorcism involving chants, invocations, and blood-soaked sigils. The man knew he wasn't possessed. He was trying to force him out of his own body. It worked when released. He no longer knew who he was, only the man's name, Dr. Hurt. Annie realized her Simon was Dr. Simon Hurt. Raoul confirmed his master was Master Hurt. James said Hurt had destroyed his life too. Selma, the 4th victim, told them that Hurt had also taken her memories. James admitted he had brought them together with an ulterior motive. She knew where Hurt would be the next night. She asked if they were willing to kill him, if they had it in them to rid the world of the devil. An Elegy of Sand, Part 2. In his mindscape, Batman stood beside Hurt, overlooking a grand cityscape. Hurt urged him to see the city's beauty, its happy citizens, ivory towers and mirrored walls, claiming it was saved by Batman's hand. Bruce said the place wasn't real, but Hurt countered that it could be. He reminded Bruce that he'd sacrificed his manor, money and name for the cape and cowl, then asked if he was saving Gotham or punishing himself. Batman attacked Hurt, sending them crashing to the ground. Hurt mocked him, questioning if rooftop chases and street fights truly made a difference. Batman's attention was drawn to twisted versions of his rogues, including a grotesque Joker, taunting him with chaotic glee. Bruce insisted the place wasn't real, but Hurt reappeared, reminding him of past near-death experiences and asking if he intended to die again. In the streets, people dressed as jesters and grotesque figures swarmed Batman, praising him as the savior, the Bat God, and the Bat King. Hurt claimed Bruce knew he could have used his fortune to feed the people, but instead clung to darkness. He accused Bruce of avoiding his greater purpose to truly become the Bat-God, choosing instead to keep fighting criminals endlessly. The monstrous Joker loomed over Batman, driving him to insist the place wasn't real. The Joker's laughter rang out as he performed theatrically, questioning his own place in a happy city. He bid Gotham farewell, pretending to fall to his death, but continued laughing. Falling on Batman, the Joker stabbed him. Bruce rejected Hurt's insinuations that such victories were hollow lies, saying he wouldn't accept a false victory. Hurt pressed that Bruce must face the truth and make a sacrifice to Barbatos. Batman continued battling the asthma-like beast in the desert's endless cycle. He fought because it was ingrained in him, his lifelong purpose. Yet Hurt's words lingered, making him wonder if there was some truth in them, even as he roared in defiance, declaring himself Batman. Meanwhile in Gotham, Renee moved through the streets, telling herself she must always win. Her inner voice asked if they had won. She questioned if this was what victory sounded like, watching wealthy citizens in handcrafted suits and kitten heels walk down pristine streets. She called it a veneer, a shiny lie she had helped create. From a rooftop, she looked down at a group of armed men moving in formation, asking if one wanted to know what the truth sounded like. She described it as the thump of tactical boots down wallpapered hallways, while mothers covered their children's ears so they wouldn't hear neighbours being taken. It was the sound of a door being kicked in, followed by gunfire. It was the quiet sobs of someone on their knees, hands clasped behind their head. She explained the Orgums were sanitizing Gotham, removing all undesirables, building their vision on the backs of the homeless. The voice told her to stop, but she remembered there had once been a shadow in Gotham's skies that would have prevented this. She asked herself what his name had been, realizing that sometimes just the memory of him was enough to bring a wraith crashing through a window. The Batman's ghost still haunted Gotham. She followed Gotham's guidance to find a way inside, discovering a trail of violence as if a memory had violently expressed itself. Gotham urged her to remember the Bat. She remembered her own dead, Henry Fielding. Inside, Batgirl fought soldiers brutally. Renee confronted her, saying she needed the man alive because she had questions. Batgirl responded with a cold, "You." Renee repeated that she needed the soldier to talk, gripping Batgirl's bloodied fist, intent on getting the answers she sought. In the mindscape, the desert's relentless winds and swirling grit wore Batman down as he pushed forward, telling himself he couldn't be far from the edge. He recalled already defeating the asthma, only to realize he had been here before, moving in circles. Time blurred. He wondered how long he had been there and how many sunsets had passed. At night, he lay motionless on the sand, conserving strength until he could stand and fight again. Sometimes the sky cleared, revealing the moon and thoughts of home. This night, the moon descended to him, his second temptation. A craft landed and Hurt emerged, calling Batman "my stubborn boy" and claiming he had travelled all this way to come home. Hurt led him to a window overlooking a futuristic Gotham, telling him this was the end of his path. Beyond fear, heartbreak, and old age lay doom, the Gotham the Batman had doomed. Batman demanded an end to the games. Hurt replied the only escape was to play, mocking his weakness. Hurt described Batman's insistence on being more than a man, predicting it would lead to a city of fear with one hero and all others villains, and that absolute control was the only way to win. Over time, Batman would build the machinery of the myth, with an entire industry devoted to his victory. Hurt said the myth, without the man, was a god, and rebellion against such a god must be crushed. Outside, armed forces attacked fleeing civilians. Batman demanded Hurt stop it, but Hurt denied having a role, daring Batman to act. Batman leapt from the craft. Hurt challenged his faith in the myth, questioning what would protect him. Batman caused an explosion, scattering debris, and emerged from the wreckage as Hurt's voice asked if he would finally submit to Barbatos, warning that weakness was the worst fate for a myth. Batgirl threw the soldier from a height, noting there was a weakness in their plan. An imposed reality couldn't withstand underlying truths. The man, terrified, knew Batman was gone, yet still feared being flung to his death. Dangling upside down, he begged to talk, revealing Alan Nash had a burner phone when he shot himself. and there had been calls to one number. The question explained she could listen to cell towers transmitting data. Gotham told her the calls were made to her. When she asked why, the man admitted he was ex-GCPD, had recruited Nash, and that Nash worked for the Orgum woman, Shavhod Erad. Pressed on what for, he claimed ignorance and begged to be let go. She cut the rope, dropping him into a dumpster, and walked away. The narration tied all threads to Shavhod Erad, who appeared on TV delivering hopeful speeches while Gotham's streets ran with blood. Gotham remarked that people no longer looked at the gutters, only the stars. Before leaving, the question asked Batgirl how she resisted the reality engine's influence. Batgirl replied it was her way of remembering him, a single-minded pursuit of vengeance. Asked if she got it from him, Batgirl said she'd had it before him, before she was a cop, a detective, before everything. The question stated her own pursuit was of the faceless truth. She reflected that lies could be imposed as reality, but the foul, unpalatable truth always flowed beneath, vowing to find the weakness in their plans. In the desert, Talia stood on a dune, remembering how harsh the place could be. Time there felt tenuous, but she believed he should have arrived by now and would win. She had waited longer than intended, and, like Aliasa from her stories, realized death stalked her as well. A patrol approached, carrying someone. They reported finding him nearby, vultures circling. They showed her the blood-covered figure, saying she should see how they found him. His name was Hurt, Part 2. James led Annie, Raoul and Selma to a newly appeared castle outside Gotham, explaining it was the site of Dr. Hurt's party. Annie, already drunk, followed as they entered, all armed with handguns. James reflected on how Hurt had erased his identity and abandoned him, leaving him amnesiac and alone. With no life to return to, revenge became his only purpose. Tracking down others Hurt had wronged, he eventually uncovered an invitation to Dr. Hurt's semi-centennial masked macabre in a heavily encrypted data leak. Inside the opulent masquerade, Annie thought she spotted Simon. A masked woman approached her, claiming to be one of Hurt's brides. She boasted that there had been hundreds of such brides over the past decade, all part of his quest to create an heir to his exacting standards, though none had succeeded. Annie kept drinking while her friends remained watchful. On stage, a masked man, Hurt's helper, announced the Ubermensch Spectacular. He presented a group of men and women he claimed embodied human perfection. Andrew, a pediatric neurosurgeon. Angela, a senior vaccinologist. Arthur, an award-winning playwright. And Abigail, an aerospace engineer. He praised them as humanity's pinnacle, saying they agreed to appear thanks to large donations to their chosen charities. Without warning, water tanks enclosed them, filling rapidly. As they panicked, the helper mocked them for believing themselves superior due to their hard work and philanthropy, declaring the crowd would now see their true worth. Raoul froze, recalling how Hurt had once trained him to his peak, only to cripple him for amusement. Seeing the audience laugh at the captives, Raoul decided they didn't deserve to laugh anymore. He drew his gun. James tried to stop him, but Raoul told him to run. Gunshots rang out as James, Annie and Selma withdrew. Annie asked about Raoul's absence, but got no answer. They soon entered a room filled with Hurt's failed experiments, people discarded after serving his purposes. These victims revealed they had no reason to live without Hurt, so they drank poisoned wine. Annie, already having consumed some earlier, began showing signs of delirium, claiming Simon had come back for her. Selma pushed James onward, saying they could return for Annie later. She revealed Hurt had done to her what he'd done to James, erased her identity and destroyed her mind, forcing her to piece it back together. She urged James to work with her to stop him. Together, they ascended to a grand throne room. Hurt was nowhere to be seen. James commented on the throne, calling him a narcissist. Selma agreed, but then revealed a darker truth. Hurt had not failed with her as he had with James. He had successfully overwritten her brain patterns with his own. As James realized what she meant, she leveled a gun at him. "You were a failed experiment," she told him. "I am Dr. Hurt." An elegy of sand, the finale, in Bruce's mindscape. Amid the ruins of a burning city, a group hurried through the wreckage. One man questioned why they were bringing an injured figure along. Another replied that the man, dressed like Batman, had saved them. Batman stirred, insisting he could stand. A boy acknowledged the costume, but sensed he was different, like them. Batman studied the boy, feeling he had seen him before. The boy introduced himself as Brutus Wainwright, while his companions named themselves Aldridge Pierce and Marcus Martin. Batman asked why they were running from the Batman. Brutus stated he could tell this wasn't the real one. Batman admitted that in this place, even he was unsure who he was. Brutus described the Batman they knew as old, tired, and weak, one who sought total control. Marcus added that the tyrant had become the very thing he once fought against. Batman's allies emphasized that they still resisted, even in this nightmare. Marcus declared he knew who he was, and therefore who Batman was. Suddenly, rail gun fire tore through the area. Batman urged them to escape. Marcus, holding explosives, told them to resist. The armored, red-eyed Batman arrived. Marcus engaged him, buying time for the others. Even while struck down, Marcus refused to submit. Batman took Marcus' explosives and threw them at the red-eyed, armored Batman, saying that he would never become this version of him. A massive blast erupted. Hurt appeared, mocking Batman for refusing true strength and clinging to false righteousness. Batman countered that he felt no fear, only regret, and would never embrace Hurt. Hurt taunted him, pointing out his defeat by his future self and questioning if Batman was a lie. As Batman lay in the sand, Hurt told him to reconsider his choices as the looming devil approached, promising to return, perhaps tomorrow or at the end of time. Hurt ended with his final offer as the snarling asthma closed in. Meanwhile at Gotham, the question reflected that the Orgum's greatest weapon was telling a lie everyone wanted to believe, that removing the symbol of failure erased failure itself. People knew the lie but embraced it until no one remained to question it. At Gotham Broadcasting House, spotlights and helicopters framed a public event. Inside, a live broadcast featured Mayor Nakano's associates and Shavhod Erhad. The host credited Nakano, but also noted some credited the Orgums for Gotham's miraculous change. Nakano's representative cited improved crime, homelessness, business growth, and rising property values for the first time in a decade. Shavhod claimed they invested in Gotham's structures and good people, removing masks and outsiders for upstanding Gothamites. Another panelist said unified effort made progress easier and suggested using this as a model citywide. The question listened to cheers, noting no one questioned the loss of street culture or art. A man asked Erhad about allegations the Orgums forcibly removed undesirables from society. She dismissed it as lies and criminality. The question pointed out homelessness dropped because vagrancy was used to justify incarcerations outside the city. Meanwhile, the question infiltrated an office, cloned Shavhod's phone, and found call records linking her to Alan Nash and Fielding's deaths. But she knew the truth alone wouldn't suffice. To shatter the illusion, she needed evidence tying Shavhod directly to Fielding's death. A cop's death, clearly and inescapably. She acknowledged there were still people who cared about the truth, but it wouldn't be enough without deeper proof. She resolved to find something beyond mere inconvenience, something undeniable. Batgirl was seen pursuing leads, moving through Gotham as the question's investigation paralleled her actions. As the sun set over the city, the question committed to uncovering the connection that would break the Orgum's lie once and for all. Batman knew he was nearing the end of his desert trial, one way or another. His body had pushed past anger, vengeance, and the hunger for victory. Beyond pain, desperation, and numbness, something deeper kept him moving. He had lost track of the days. As the asthma beside him crumbled into sand again, he thought of it as his only true companion in this ordeal. Their fates were bound together. Looking at it, he promised that soon one of them would be free, only one would remain. He held a broken compass, still unmoored but feeling less uncertain, and whispered soon as a bloodied winter wind approached. This was his last temptation. Standing beneath blossoming trees, Barbatos urged him to understand. This was the brink past human limits, revealing his true self. The desert either took you or showed you who you really were. Barbatos claimed that from the moment of his formative trauma, his true self had always been him. The Dark God offered him dominion over all if he embraced the truth. Batman admitted he had always needed his darkness, perhaps even needed Barbatos at times, but he had never needed to win. The two two fought viciously. Barbatos questioned why he would choose to struggle and remain human when he could be a god. Batman countered by recalling a friend, Superman, a god who wanted to be human, saying that if his life were truly in danger, that friend would already be there. He believed people shouldn't have to look up for hope, only around. Barbatos insisted he would fall to his death. Batman declared he had found himself in the desert, embracing his failures without regret, and vowed he would stand again. He struck back, holding firm despite the threat of falling. Barbatos called him a stubborn fool, saying there would still be time for regret, and that, as Batman, he would create his own tragedies. As Batman reached the ground, a sandstorm swallowed him, stripping away his clothes and outer facade. Bruce reflected that if he wore a mask again, it would be for new reasons and a new purpose. Through the swirling sand, he saw a familiar figure, Dr. Hurt, who reacted with disbelief, insisting his summoning had been flawless and demanding the whereabouts of the wrath he had created. Bruce responded by saying, "Here," and attacked. Hurt claimed to be the keeper of devils, but Bruce called him an afterthought, reminding him he had already been foiled the night Thomas and Martha Wayne died, foiled by the kindness of another. Burning away the asthma's influence like a cleansing sun, Bruce stepped into daylight. The warmth triggered a memory of his maker's voice, telling him he would come through changed. In the distance, he saw a black granite standing stone, much like the shadow he had seen as a child after his tragedy. Unafraid, he walked toward it. Elsewhere, in the desert, a duel played out between Flamingo and Talia al Ghul. They traded taunts, Flamingo claiming Dr. Hurt had likely already won, and that he was just insurance to ensure Batman's rescue ended in tragedy. He imagined Batman's rescuer dead and faceless as a perfect outcome. Talia, unimpressed, dismissed his threats. Suddenly, Bruce approached from behind Flamingo. He struck Flamingo hard across the face, knocking him to the ground. Flamingo was dragged away, leaving his knife in the sand. Bruce said to Talia, "You waited." She admitted she had almost left, saying she wasn't someone to be stood up. Bruce teased her about her earlier opponent, calling him the hot pink hombre. Talia replied that between Flamingo and Bruce, the choice of who to meet was a difficult one, but she ultimately chose this meeting as they walked together across the desert. The question struggled with her final choice. She had scoured the data from Shavhod's phone and confirmed that Shavhod took the call that led to Henry Fielding's death. The truth was in her hands, and every part of her wanted to act on it. This had always been the purpose of her mask, but she believed justice needed a face she could trust. She sought out Jim Gordon, greeting him in the street. Jim reacted with surprise, and the question remarked that she had almost forgotten what that felt like. She handed Jim the phone data. Explaining it showed Shavhod received calls from the killer seconds before Fielding was shot. Jim asked what that had to do with him, reminding her he was no longer a cop. She said he still knew good people who would follow a lead even if they didn't like where it went. Jim asked if that would stop her, but the question told him justice belonged to the people, even if the truth was hers. A sniper reported visual confirmation of the stolen data and moved in. All exits covered. Armed operatives closed in, ordering the question to put down the device. Before they could act, their comms were jammed. One soldier's warning was cut short as a swarm of bats filled the air. The operatives panicked, shouting about bats everywhere. Through the chaos, the Dark Knight emerged from the swarm, his cape spread wide as he descended onto the scene. Batman was back. His name was Hurt, the finale. James confronted Selma, insisting she wasn't Dr. Hurt, but had been brainwashed to think she was, just as Hurt had tried with him. He reminded her they came to the castle together to stop Hurt. Selma, carrying herself as Hurt, replied she still intended to stop him, referring to her old body, wandering somewhere, moustached and middle-aged. When James asked if she was fleeing, she dismissed the thought and kicked open a door. Inside, she explained the castle was a sentient pocket dimension she had coerced into servitude. James pleaded with her, but she continued to refer to herself as Dr. Hurt. Leading him through the halls, she speculated where she would hide if she were herself. They found the real Hurt, watching events unfold on monitors. Selma expressed disappointment in him, and Hurt replied she was too successful a replacement. He criticized her for having too much ego, while she claimed he was jealous. Selma told James that she, the new Dr. Hurt, had lived for centuries and had tried various methods of reproducing himself, from cloning to overwriting minds like hers and James's. She declared she finally perfected it, no longer feared oblivion, and insisted there could only be one Dr. Hurt. But suddenly, other copies of Dr. Hurt surrounded her, repeating, "My name is Dr. Hurt." The real Hurt explained to James that Only the best duplicates navigated the castle, but they were still imperfect. The ground rumbled, and he revealed the castle itself. Part of his mind, his mental copy, got jealous and tolerated no imitators. The floor shattered, sending Selma and the other copies falling into the void. Hurt, now alone with James, mused why he made more Hurts. James said it was because Hurt was evil, anti-life, anti-decency, and wanted to destroy a perfect version of himself. Hurt praised James's insight, but said maybe one day James would be him, though not now. He said that it was time to wake up. James awoke strapped to a table, disoriented. As a general explained, he'd been exposed to hallucinogens and hypnotic suggestion in an isolation chamber. James recalled volunteering for an isolation experiment, calling the experience awful. The general said the doctor overseeing the experiment found the results invaluable. When James demanded the doctor's name, the general referred to the man in charge, prompting James to shout for the name. Dr. Hurt grinned an evil smile from somewhere in the void as the general answered James's question. His name was Hurt. Crescendo, Part 1. Bats swarmed Gotham's skyline as a chilling presence returned to its streets. Gordon, Question, armed soldiers, all stood in awe as they witnessed this re-emergence, the shape of a long-forgotten fear. A giant bat loomed under the moonlight. What had come to Gotham was neither demon nor man, but something known by name once, a Batman. Batman struck swiftly, causing panic among masked gunmen. They fired wildly, but he dismantled them with brutal efficiency, taking down multiple attackers in rapid succession. Amid the chaos, an Azrael monster attacked. Batman taunted the large creature, asking if it wasn't so scary anymore. Activating a sonic device, he commanded, "Listen, learn." The sound weakened the creature, causing visible pain, before Batman instructed it to go to sleep and knocked it unconscious. The asthma changed back into its human host. Gordon emerged, greeting Batman warmly, saying it was the best sight the city had seen in a long time. Batman returned the sentiment. He explained the creature was only knocked out, not killed, because he couldn't risk the Asmere parasite re-emerging. He described it as a parasite with mimetic neurological effects that responded to low-frequency sound. The Question joined them, and Batman mentioned hearing she had been searching for the truth about the Wayne family graves. She confirmed she had questions. Batman handed her a device containing footage from Wayne Manor's security cameras, showing the Orgums' direct involvement in Henry Fielding's murder. He admitted it wouldn't hold up in court, but said sometimes the truth had to do what justice couldn't. The Question observed he seemed different, and Batman admitted he had found answers. She told him the city never truly forgot him, comparing his presence to a lingering dream of night. Gordon asked what happened after they had last parted, and Batman promised to tell him the full story, but first, he wanted to find a place to see the sun come up over Gotham. Earlier, in the desert, Bruce's past trials felt like a fading dream. He had taken on challenges that once seemed daunting and indulged in passions he thought were long gone. He trained hard and he loved Talia again. He slept deeply for many days, but recently began to wonder if it was time to act again. One morning he woke beside Talia, asking if he was still dreaming. She teased him about his loud snoring and his unkempt, sand-covered state, saying her dreams had better taste. Bruce joked that he should have stayed asleep. Talia told him to stay in bed so she wouldn't have to search for him later. Bruce watched her dress as the sounds of her guards filled the camp, reminding himself this was no dream. For the first time in a long while, he hadn't thought about the cape and cowl, yet his instincts warned him that even here, shadows could hide much. Outside, Talia moved through the camp and ordered a crate opened. Bruce intercepted a guard, accusing her of ferrying the dead. Inside the crate was Arzen Orgum's corpse. Talia explained they believed the Orgum queen had poisoned him. Bruce speculated Daria might have killed her own son for being the mole. He noted Arzen had gone to Selina and helped rescue her. Talia showed him a music box moved with the coffin, saying she'd tracked Orgum movements and thought this transport important enough to investigate. Talia revealed she'd enlisted help to obtain the secret of the Lazarus pits and intended to revive Arzen, keeping a promise after her father sacrificed his liege to save his son. Bruce called it wrong, warning nothing good would come of it. Talia argued she kept promises, even if it would be more convenient not to, pointing out she had done the same for Bruce. Later, by a campfire, Talia remarked Bruce had shaved. She reflected that part of Arzen had wanted to make better choices, but good intentions vanished when larger schemes began. Bruce accused her of erasing consequences, saying Arzen had died, saving him and bringing him back nullified that sacrifice. She quietly told him it was time. Bruce prepared to leave, and Talia sat alone, the firelight between them. Later at sunset by the shore, Talia asked Bruce what he would do. He replied that he would become Consequence. At present, in Gotham, Batman reflected that change without consequence was the ultimate lie. Jim Gordon told him change was hard, something he should know well. Batman and Jim looked over a transformed Gotham, an ivory city with no shadows or alleys for ghosts to linger. Batman wondered if everyone had simply forgotten and moved on. Jim questioned what would happen if they had. Batman said the Batman had died, and he was trying to see what the symbol could mean under bright lights and spotless windows. Gordon pointed out a construction site where new apartments were rising, explaining it used to be a juvenile shelter. He recalled a case of a missing boy, Lucas Alvarez, whose aunt begged for help. The boy had a long record despite being under 17. Gordon had so many missing persons cases that he eventually had to turn some away. Many, like Lucas, he said, didn't need a machine to erase them, just the promise of a life without inconvenience to make them forgotten. In this Gotham, they had no place. Gordon admitted he believed saving something meant saving it all without a choice. It was never about who Batman saved, but about Batman himself. There was no room for moral grey in the city's new image. Addressing Batman, Gordon said sometimes it was more important to stand opposed. Batman thanked him, but Gordon brushed it off, saying he'd lay low until Batman fixed the mess. Gordon hinted there was someone else Batman should thank for saving him. When Batman asked who, Gordon smiled and suggested that Batman already knew who it was. In a secret gathering, Daria Orgum said that people believed the city would never change, locked in eternal conflict. She claimed Gotham's flaws had been removed, making it a blueprint for other power centers. Addressing a group of villains, she said Gotham never lacked heroes or villains, but needed vision. Daria spoke of a vision to share, a prosperous city, safe yet not free of injustice, populated by the right people, shielded from ugliness and wrapped in beauty. She said true power came from an unspoken contract where people gave up control for the appearance of safety. Meanwhile, Batman infiltrated a building as she explained they didn't need to fight for power if it was willingly surrendered. Explosions ripped through the building, forming a fiery bat symbol in the burning hole of the structure. Daria Orgum's blueprint was on fire. On another rooftop, Catwoman asked Batman if subtlety was off the table. He replied the occasion called for fireworks, and credited her, among others, for his survival. She asked what he would do next. Batman said he was no longer the same man who went into the desert, prompting Catwoman to question if that was reassuring. They parted ways, both with unspoken thoughts. Catwoman worried, recalling when Batman was chained and nearly hanged, vowing never to let him fall again. She decided to take an action she wouldn't have considered before his death. Arriving at a location, she entered and approached a shadowed figure sitting on a chair. It was the Joker. Joker smiled and asked if he could share something funny, that as a boy, he once had a pet cat. Saving grace. Earlier, Cassandra Cain, as Batgirl, struck a man hard, causing a transverse fracture in his fifth metacarpal shaft. She injured another, causing a partial tear in his anterior talofibular ligament, and then inflicted a traumatic ulnar nerve subluxation on a third attacker. A figure on the ground called out, "Batman!" as Cassandra moved past. Landing heavily, she advanced through Gotham's now brightly lit nights, transformed under Orgum control. The lights had driven the rats away, and she tracked them to the docks. The Orgum influence was spreading toward the waterfront, and a coffin was being moved. She followed the trail and overheard Lady Shiva ordering a coffin loaded onto a boat, warning the men not to look inside, or she'd kill their families. For Cassandra, it was the first time in months she'd heard Shiva's voice. Shiva sensed her presence, calling her child and telling her to come down. Shiva assessed her critically, noting her moves were not her daughter's. Cassandra recalled witnessing Batman chained, humiliated, and hanged. The two fought, Cassandra accusing Shiva of seizing an opportunity, Shiva dismissing her as airing grievances. They exchanged martial arts blows, Shiva critiquing Cassandra's fighting style and warning she'd break every bone in her body. As they clashed, Shiva accused her of trying to keep Batman's memory alive by becoming him. Their fight was interrupted by intruders, Asmere demons. Shiva ordered Cassandra to keep them from getting the box. When asked why she should help, Shiva said she'd had 3 chances to kill her and hadn't taken any. They fought together, Shiva's words cutting deep. Cassandra attacked fiercely despite sustaining injuries: anterior glenohumeral joint dislocation, acute medial meniscus tear. Memories and panic flashed, but she continued, moving with deadly speed and precision, cutting down demons. When the battle ended, Cassandra asked what was in the box. Shiva said it was for an associate, and she had promised to deliver it. She advised Cassandra to head north, warning the Coast Guard was nearby, and told her she couldn't be Batman. The best way to honor his memory was to be who he wanted her to be. Cassandra felt lighter than air despite her pain. The coffin had Arzen Orgum's body. Crescendo, Part 2. Catwoman approached Joker, who began with a story about having a pet cat as a boy. He described it as mangy and mean, scratching him whenever he tried to pet it. At the boy's home, no one would let him put it in a blender. One day, they found the cat in a bowl, and he told them she'd made it to the punchline by a whisker. Catwoman said something was seriously wrong with him. Joker replied he'd been told that before. She said it wasn't even funny. He asked if it wasn't, then said he knew why. Mocking, he asked why he couldn't laugh anymore, and claimed it was because they took Batman from him, interrupting his greatest joke. She asked what if she told him Batman was back. Joker asked what if she did. She said he'd try to stop them again, and Joker asked if she thought they'd execute him this time. She replied he'd fail, because both sides were instruments of order, unlike him. Joker leaned in, suggesting she could help. He accused her of thinking she understood him. He asked how long it would take to beat her to death with an egg beater and whisk her into a perfect, airy consistency. Catwoman told him Gotham had changed. Cameras, lights, spikes, overpriced coffee, and overpaid cops. The trains ran on time, and the city had been scrubbed clean. Walking away, she said a clown had no place in a happy city, and admitted none of it was funny anymore, so she thought he might do something about it. Elsewhere, Daria, Tenclaw, Shavhod, and Niang discussed Batman. They noted how he struck with precision and ferocity, injuring multiple foes. They remarked that he seemed different. Daria stated he had hit 6 facilities registered to their holding companies, targeting operations at the docks, breaking down patrols and squads in the Narrows and Alleytown. She noted he had not returned to the manor, with no sign of a central base of operations, suggesting he was fishing for clues to their next moves. Questions arose on how he survived without the asthma, with Daria and the others debating if he was truly the same man. Tenclaw said that Batman no longer had the asthma inside him, but was somehow changed. Daria said Batman had taken her son, forcing her to poison him. She vowed not to let that sacrifice be in vain. Tenclaw said there was evidence implicating Shavhod was involved in Batman's capture and in a police officer's death. They agreed they must appear as Gotham's saviors. The Queen warned Niang that his inadequacies were pushing them to the brink and demanded he not disappoint her further. Niang promised the work on a body, wrapped entirely in golden armor, was nearly complete. He said he would be ready when the time came, but no one could be allowed to interfere. Batman arrived with Gordon at a concealed base hidden in an industrial facility, one of several contingency locations he had prepared in case his primary base was compromised. Gordon, surprised by the secrecy, asked how Batman found such places. Batman explained that the Myotis septentrionalis, the North American long-eared bat, excelled at locating dark, hidden areas in cities. Gordon commented on the sheer number of hideouts, but Batman said the city had more secrets than most could imagine. He clarified these bases were not about themed gadgets, but about the skill of the hands that used the tools. Gordon remarked that Batman seemed different, almost younger. Batman revealed Talia had taken him to his maker, where he realized he had outgrown the man who shaped him. His mission was now about more than his past. He no longer needed saving from from his demons, as they were part of him, shaping his identity and giving him strength. Walking past large, tactical maps, Batman showed Gordon layouts of Blackgate Prison, heat maps of Gotham's tunnels, and the old coal transport network. Gordon admitted he couldn't see the connection, prompting Batman to explain that Gordon's earlier words about Gotham forgetting him had inspired a new plan. Batman rode toward Blackgate on his motorcycle, vowing to let Gotham's demons give him strength. Approaching the prison, he unleashed gas cans from the bike, igniting them into a large flaming bat symbol in the yard. The explosion was bright but low-powered, designed to distract the guards. Armed teams opened fire, but the smokescreen and decoy allowed Batman to slip inside. Gordon, monitoring from the base, acknowledged the move bought time but warned it wouldn't last. Batman told him to watch police communications while he took an alternate escape route. Inside, Batman located Cardine, playing a violin. Cardine recognized Batman's approach, remarking on the lack of subtlety. Batman reminded him of their last conversation about black noise, which could manipulate the asthma, bringing them to the surface or suppressing them. He tasked Cardine with composing a piece in the Asmer's musical scale to send them back to sleep. Cardine complained about going deaf, but Batman compared him to Beethoven, who composed Für Elise, despite his hearing loss. Flattered, Cardine recalled once being called the maestro and agreed, requesting a proper workspace. Batman extracted Cardine from the prison. Outside, Gordon updated him on the police response to the flaming bat symbol, which Batman saw as an advantage to divert attention from his next target. Gordon asked where that was. Batman instructed him to check the live thermographic satellite scan of Gotham's subterranean network and to identify the coldest location beneath the city. Batman's plan was already moving toward the next phase. At a Gotham industrial facility, the scene opened with an exterior shot before moving inside to reveal an icy, frozen interior. Batman stepped into the cold, scanning the frost-covered machinery. Without warning, a bright blast of freezing energy tore through the air toward him. Mr. Freeze emerged, telling Batman he should have stayed dead. Another shot followed, Freeze adding he should have stayed out of his way. Batman evaded and pressed forward as Freeze continued his attack. Freeze fired again, the icy beam tearing through the space, but struck only Batman's cape. Realizing his mistake, Freeze muttered, "Just the cape," before Batman crashed through the ice wall, closing in fast. Batman told him he'd spent too much time with frozen statues and smashed him across the room. Freeze hit the ground as Batman loomed over him, landing a hard punch and remarking that frozen sculptures didn't hit back. Batman reminded Freeze he had helped Catwoman rescue him from being hanged, but Freeze had betrayed her once he got what he wanted, the completion of his machine. Freeze defended himself, saying he would leave Batman alone, but others wouldn't. Batman linked it to Nora, pointing out that if she had moved on, but was still in danger, Freeze would not stay in his icy refuge. Freeze admitted Gotham had forgotten him. Maybe even Nora didn't need him, but the city's shadows, its demons, still knew him. Batman then shifted the focus, saying Freeze's machine was complete and accusing him of stealing something from the Orgums. Freeze did not deny it, explaining that the stolen component allowed the Orgum reality engine to tap into Gotham's natural pathways. He revealed it was his ultimate failsafe, a device that could plunge Gotham into a true winter, freezing it from within. This was his protection against the city, capable of neutralizing enemies entirely. Batman pointed out that the Orgums had an army of Asmer creatures patrolling the streets, using them to maintain control, and said they could be frozen. He told Freeze he would need the eternal winter when the time came. Freeze asked how he would know, and Batman answered, "Whatever they're planning, it's going to be huge." Elsewhere, the Orgums observed an enormous glowing machine in a dark chamber, its lights humming. One spoke about how it was big enough to rewrite how a city thought. They claimed to have taught Gotham to forget the darkness in her heart, but acknowledged some still clung to it. For those, they would offer not bliss, but fear. The hum of the machine filled the air as Daria declared, "You will obey in fear." Jonathan Crane, the Scarecrow, was led in chains before them. Gail greeted him mockingly, remarking on how difficult he had been to find, while holding out Crane's tattered mask. Crane stared back, his eyes glowing faintly, as the Orgums stood ready to draw him into their plan. auto de fe. Magda walked through the snowy streets, speaking on the phone about a political deal. She told the caller she had just had dinner with the alderman, who was now fully supporting their plan. With one more vote, eviction notices could go out in the Narrows. She dismissed the idea of providing her own security, ending the call by saying she was meeting an old friend for drinks. At the bar, she ordered 2 old fashions. Turning, she was stunned to see Victor freeze. He thanked her for coming, and she noted he hadn't aged a day. They sat, and she commented on his important appearance. She joked about them just being 2 old friends catching up, but Victor began speaking seriously. He described strange sensations, warm breath on his neck, imagined condensation in his helmet, and concluded the problem wasn't his suit, but himself. He believed he was experiencing anxiety. He explained he had built a beautiful machine that could make his life better, but warned it would have irreversible consequences for Gotham. When she asked why he came to her, he asked if she remembered their first meeting. In a flashback, she recalled him as Mr. Zero, arriving in an ice cream truck during police activity. She advised him to avoid windows in case authorities circled back. Victor noticed her books, mentioning his wife had some. She showed him a flyer about a protest against police corruption and urged him and Nora to come. Victor likened her to Nora, warning Gotham could snuff out her light. They spoke all night about justice and law. Returning to the present, Victor said she had never feared him. He wanted her to convince him the city didn't corrupt everything. Magda recalled the quake's aftermath, when she worked distributing food and confronted members of the False Faces gang. Threatened at gunpoint, she was saved when Victor appeared, freezing her attackers. He asked where she was staying and offered her protection, telling her to take any empty apartment. She trusted this kindness as proof he wouldn't harm the city. Magda admitted she had once tried to help everyone, but grew tired when she realized no one was there to help her. Victor prepared to leave, saying he could still do good if he had more time. She confided her job wanted her in DC, but she was exhausted from dealing with younger, aggressive colleagues. Victor understood and handed her a written recipe, instructing it be taken on an empty stomach. She thanked him warmly. Later, Victor reflected on his childhood fascination with fire and permanence, wanting to freeze moments before they faded. He returned to his machine, determined it was too late for Magda, but believing it could still save others. Magda was now dead in her chair from his concoction. Green vapor curled around her lifeless body as he prepared to move forward with his plan. Crescendo, Part 3, Batman, struck with ferocity, taking down a group of armed men in quick succession. He landed a bone-crunching punch, unfurled his cape to disorient, and hurled batarangs into an attacker's gun hand. Another thug received a powerful blow to the face, and Batman, eyes blazing, delivered a final strike that sent the last man reeling. At the train yard, bodies lay scattered among rows of tankers under a blood-red sky. Batman confronted Two-Face, saying he could keep fighting all night, but only wanted to talk to him. Two-Face mocked his return from the dead and warned he knew how to hurt those close to him. Batman replied that he would stand in his way each time and had made no promises to Harvey. He wanted to speak to the man who once cared about Gotham. Two-Face insisted Harvey no longer made choices, bound to the demon, but Batman revealed he held something for the demon. He took out the frequency device that put the asthmas to sleep. Later, at the docks with Gotham's skyline burning orange in the distance, Batman spoke to Harvey again. Harvey told him he should have stayed away, but Batman came to thank him and apologize. He spoke of the asthma's invasive grip, how it tore at his memories, and the impossible task of separating oneself from darkness, something Harvey had warned him about. Batman admitted it took a death and a desert for him to understand. The fight against darkness is eternal. Harvey said the Orgums sought to save Gotham by severing it from that darkness. Batman vowed to oppose them and asked Harvey to stand with him. Harvey asked if he wanted his help or the demons. Batman said he would need Harvey's help, but Gotham would need all of them. Each morning, Duela Dent woke, convinced she was still dreaming. She had to look in the mirror to remind herself she wasn't wearing a mask of severed flesh. She was saved. After her run, she would sit on a bench, watching the Evensons, her landlords. Mrs. Evenson read gossip to her cats, and Mr. Evanson polished a car he never drove. On most days, these mundane moments grounded her, but some days, her thoughts drifted back to darkness, imagining morbid fates for the Evensons. That day, a familiar voice greeted her, the Joker. He mocked the neighborhood's niceness, reminding her he'd worn her face once. Duela demanded he leave the Evensons alone, But Joker spoke of jokes as weapons of truth. He told a story about his childhood cat, while Mrs. Evenson called for her own, Mr. Skittles. Joker hinted he'd done something, revealing he'd left a gift in the microwave, set for 2 minutes and 59 seconds. He taunted Duela about pretending to fit in, asking how long before she tired of it. Producing a grotesque mask, he offered it to her for when she was ready to show Gotham its false victories. As he walked away, Duela sat holding the mask, the Joker's words lingering, the jokes on them. Jim Gordon told Renee Montoya that Gotham still had a lot of ugliness beneath its surface. In her office, Montoya asked what she was supposed to be looking at. Gordon explained the surface looked legitimate: trades, purchase agreements, but deeper digging revealed large purchases in arms, security, and industrial real estate, all a facade. He said it was the Orgums who had convinced Gotham they were here to save it. Gordon shared data pulled from their offices before a bat-shaped explosion destroyed them. He warned something big was happening and advised her not to get caught out. Montoya acknowledged she knew how he got the data. Gordon said this was why they needed Batman, to do the work while they kept their hands clean. Batman met the 10-eyed man, whose eyes were set in the palms and fingertips of his hands. He asked what he was supposed to see. 10-eyed man spoke of patterns, predictions, and how he hadn't foreseen Batman finding him. Batman said the city hadn't forgotten these rooftops, and noted 10-eyed man had been at Jocasta Joy's apartment since she went missing. Batman gave him stolen Orgum data, maps, purchases, land deals, and asked him to find patterns of behavior. 10-eyed man agreed, saying Gotham had not forgotten Batman, but had excised him. He described the Orgum's methods, creating a bat-shaped hole in the heart of a place, drawing power into the hands of a few, and using an icon of power to enforce change through aspiration or fear. As he spoke, imagery showed Batman's hanging, an assassination motorcade, a military leader, and a woman in a wide-brimmed hat. Batman considered that Jonathan Crane had gone missing with no trace. 10-eyed man repeated the goal, patterns of behavior, emphasizing that finding them was key to understanding the Orgums' plan. The Orgums convened, declaring their plan simple yet time-tested. Gotham stood at a tipping point. Batman's disruptive actions meant little. His absence from the scales of power had already created space for change. They vowed to guide this transformation, beginning by unleashing what the city feared most: its disenfranchised, downtrodden, and demonized upon a Gotham that had forgotten them. This chaos, they claimed, would not trouble those in power, for it was a product of their own making. Amid erupting fires and rioting creatures, they resolved to give the people a villain. That villain was Shadow Angel, born to take the place of Daria's son. On the streets, Shadow Angel led monstrous beings in violent assaults, culminating in the takeover of Gotham Broadcasting House and the taking of hostages. A news reporter on site described the chaos before cutting to a live feed from inside, where Shadow Angel addressed Gotham. With glowing eyes, he accused the city of casting out its children into the dark, only for them to return changed. He vowed to hold the city accountable, beginning with its leaders, promising executions every 3 hours until demands were met. His call was for revolution. On a nearby rooftop, Batman, Batgirl, Azrael, and Nightwing observed. Batman recognized the ploy. The Orgums staged an attack on themselves to play the victims, an orchestrated lie to control the narrative. Regardless, the team needed to locate the real targets. Nightwing greeted Batman with a quip about his survival, and Batman replied he had a fight left in him. Batgirl acknowledged Gotham's resilience and credited their presence. Batman affirmed his belief in vengeance alongside mercy, noting all pieces were in place and that every member would be needed before night's end. With Batgirl expressing she had missed him, Batman vowed that no one would die on their watch. The group Batman, Nightwing, Batgirl, and Azrael into the burning city, determined to remind Gotham that there were still those who stood against the dark. Duela sat on a couch between the bloodied corpses of the Evensons, holding her cat, Mr. Snickers. She said the Joker had been right. People quickly blamed her for Mr. Skittles' fate, assuming her guilt without a word. She had thought they liked her, but realized they only liked her mask. Watching chaos on TV, she compared Gotham's madness to a city loving a new mask, now threatened. She said it was time, as her father taught, to put on her real face and reveal what truly lay under Gotham's skin, holding her old, severed mask in her hands. habeas corpus. Under Gotham's stormy, neon-lit night, Two-Face was approached by Enzo, who reported they had found stumbles in a dope den in the East End. Harvey noted this reflected poorly on Enzo, saying he must have known the kid was a moron when he vouched for him. Enzo protested, insisting Stumbles was a good kid who cared for his mother. Harvey remarked on Enzo's big heart, but warned that bringing in such liabilities had to stop. Inside, Stumbles was beaten and tied up. Harvey observed him and said he was well done, then confronted him directly. Stumbles apologized, but Harvey told him stupidity gets you killed in their world. Harvey recalled how long it took to set up a deal with the Cardim mob, and how such arrangements required pragmatism. But Stumbles had gotten greedy, stealing from them. When caught, he panicked and killed a man. Harvey explained that if the Cardim mob had caught him first, they'd have tortured him creatively and forced out information on all Harvey's operations, creating big problems. The mob would demand repayment, and Harvey's door would be the one they'd knock on. Harvey cocked his gun, and Stumbles pleaded, asking him to tell his mother he was sorry. Before pulling the trigger, Scar's voice interjected, invoking Audi alteram patem, the right to be heard in one's defense. Harvey dismissed it, but Scar pushed for a fair trial. A surreal courtroom formed, with Judge Two-Face presiding. Harvey's side argued for execution, but Scar cross-examined Stumbles. Stumbles revealed he stole to prove his mother wrong after she threw him out at 15, wanting to show he could be a big shot. Scar pointed out this stemmed from contempt, drawing a parallel to Harvey's own past. Scar claimed the Orgums were targeting people like them, grifters, bookies, and criminals, saying none of them had a place in Gotham. The judge allowed Scar to finish. Harvey flipped his coin, which landed clean side up. He ordered Stumbles cut down and told him to flee Gotham forever, warning that if he returned, he'd beg for a bullet. Afterward, Harvey instructed Enzo to gather every soldier they had. When asked why, Harvey's scarred side gave the answer, "We're going to war." Crescendo Part 4. Batman stood before a Gotham engulfed in flames, the skyline lit by burning buildings as smoke spiraled into the night sky. Shadow Angel's voice declared, "Gotham, do you hear us?" Across the city, armed attackers smashed into homes, dragging people, wealthy and powerful, from their residences. They vowed to tear down doors, pull their targets from their high castles, and parade them through the streets to atone for their crimes. Fires blazed as the captives were marched toward nooses under a blood-red sky. At Gotham Broadcasting House, Shadow Angel addressed the city from atop the chaos. He proclaimed the time was up for those deemed filth and unwanted, declaring that the night belonged to the returned and the cast aside. His followers chanted, "The night is ours," as they prepared to hang their captives. Suddenly, one captor was struck down. Nightwing arrived first, mocking that the Night title was already taken. Azrael followed, stepping through flames with his burning sword, condemning cowards who hid in the dark. Batgirl lurked above, ready to strike. Their coordinated assaults scattered the attackers. Batgirl engaged multiple foes, sending them sprawling. Nightwing fought through the crowd and freed a captive woman, keeping her out of harm's way. A narrator noted the team was engaging Shadow Angel's forces at multiple points while protecting Gotham's upper class. This distraction allowed others, like a trench-coated man moving through alleys, to maneuver freely, though he worried about the larger plan. Elsewhere, Batman stood atop a rooftop, meeting with the Ten-Eyed Man. The Ten-Eyed Man revealed the true aim on a map, the real target behind the chaos. Batman thanked him for his work. The Ten-Eyed Man warned of more evil brewing, more divisions drawn, and Gotham's growing worry. Batman said Gotham would learn to trust her darkness, as he had. Looking over the burning city, Batman resolved that in this town, every shadow would play their part. A massive explosion tore through Gotham's streets as chaos unfolded. Armed Orgum soldiers, led by Gail Tenclaw with his Asmere beast, advanced through the destruction. He ordered them to keep moving, use the Asma against any armed resistance, and to find her. In a quieter scene, a voice instructed that only the commissioner should be kept alive, no witnesses. At GCPD, Renee Montoya was warned they were overrun and needed evacuation. Officers suggested the west emergency exit, but Montoya insisted on heading to the roof. Her escort, Riggs, hesitated, but she assured him it was their best option. As they moved, the Asmare closed in, smashing obstacles aside. They reached the rooftop, where Riggs questioned their purpose. Montoya told him to help help get a dormant device working. Elsewhere, Mr. Freeze watched Gotham burning on a screen, declaring, "So it begins," as he prepared his machinery. Montoya and her team struggled to activate the rooftop device, while Freeze announced, "Winter roams once again." Snow began falling across Gotham in July, rising from the ground. Montoya activated the bat signal, projecting it into the snowy night sky, hoping for a miracle. The cold swept over the Asthma and Orgum soldiers, slowing them. Gail Tenclaw demanded answers, but suddenly the shadow of the bat loomed in on them. In the blizzard, Tenclaw transformed into his massive werewolf form, prompting the order to take it out. Montoya and Riggs opened fire alongside the troops. Batman suddenly dropped into the fray, striking down Orgum soldiers. Gail Tenclaw, in werewolf form, engaged him in brutal combat, but his Asmare was hampered by the cold and weaker. Gail taunted Batman, saying they had been here before, Batman adapting and returning, but claimed it was already over. Seizing Montoya, he declared Gotham was theirs. Batman moved through the snow as Gail prepared to escape with her, confident of his hold on the city. Batman pursued Gail Tenclaw, who held Montoya captive. In the chaos, masked gunmen loaded others into a van. From the shadows, Batman confronted Tenclaw, telling him Gotham still remembered and preferred revenge cold. They clashed violently until a gunshot interrupted. Two-Face appeared, firing silver bullets into Tenclaw. Two-Face mocked the werewolf, telling Batman to chase the van while he handled Wolfie. Declaring his men had taken out Tenclaw's guards, he aimed to settle their score, firing repeatedly despite recalling a promise of no killing. Meanwhile, Batman leapt onto the escaping van's roof as it sped away. Elsewhere, the Orgum Council discussed Tenclaw's trouble with Two-Face. They noted the Bat family's interference, but confirmed Montoya's capture kept their plans on track. She would be executed by Shadow Angel, spreading fear laced with Scarecrow's fractured psyche, ensuring a compliant Gotham. On the streets, Shavhod moved toward Gotham Broadcasting House, while Niang was tasked with neutralizing the unnatural cold, hindering them. Tracing the interference to its source, they ordered its elimination before it became a real problem. Niang approached, detecting the target, only for Mr. Freeze to emerge, declaring hot before unleashing a freezing blast. Ice engulfed soldiers, and Niang, halting their advance. Nearby, Batwoman battled Orgum forces amid the frozen streets. Batgirl coordinated civilians' evacuation while Nightwing fought through enemies. In the van, Montoya struggled against her captors as Batman breached from above, knocking them aside. Outside, the city burned and froze in equal measure as the bat signal illuminated the snowy July night. Tenclaw regrouped, his fury undiminished despite his wounds. Two-Face, alternating between Scar and Harvey, taunted him about past encounters, firing more silver rounds, and Batman pressed forward, aware that saving Montoya was the priority. The Orgums monitored events closely, confident their reality-warping engine and fear plan would soon tip Gotham irreversibly into submission, even as the cold and resistance on the streets mounted. Batman struck from above, taking down armed Orgum soldiers near a van holding hostages. Catwoman watched from a rooftop, remarking that plans rarely went smoothly. Batman urged her to trust him, noting he had returned. She said he had changed since the desert. As snow fell, Batman hinted at a future together, and Selina agreed it would be nice. Before leaving, she told him not to die and reminded him that Gotham often made her own plans. Batman's gaze shifted to Gotham Broadcasting House, where Shadow Angel addressed the city, accusing old powers of protecting themselves. He declared change was coming and announced they had captured the head of the snake. Mid-sentence, his head was severed by a chained blade. Duella appeared on the broadcast. She mocked the Gotham Revolution and said they were bringing breaking news as she laughed maniacally into the camera. Bonk! The streets of Gotham were chaos as a red car sped recklessly through traffic, driven by two grotesque, zombie-like figures. From above, Azrael watched, calling them demons on the streets of Gotham and walking blasphemies. The vehicle smashed into another car, sparks and flames erupting as it swerved violently. Azrael leapt into action, igniting his flaming sword, declaring it was the duty of the angel Azrael to bring them to justice. Before he could strike, his attack was interrupted as Nightwing's baton struck his helmet with a loud bonk. Nightwing mocked him, calling him a big, scary angel of vengeance with entitlement issues, and told him to put the weapon away. He warned that while Batman might be tolerating Azrael's help in the current Gotham crisis, he wouldn't allow him to kill anyone. Nightwing admitted he disliked seeing Azrael in his old mantle. Azrael responded that he wore it for a reason. When Batman was gone, there was a hole in the world shaped like him, and someone had to keep his memory alive. Meanwhile, the Asmere-controlled driver continued to tear through the streets, causing destruction. Azrael accused Nightwing of letting them run riot. Nightwing countered that the people were possessed and didn't deserve to burn. Diving into the moving car, Nightwing subdued the driver, telling him to sleep. Batgirl arrived as he confirmed the man was secure, instructing her to check the other victim. However, Nightwing turned to see Azrael holding another man over the flames of an overturned vehicle. Shocked, he demanded Azrael stop. Azrael told him to trust him. Nightwing refused, citing Azrael's past brutality, including killing Arkham escapees like Solomon Grundy. Azrael countered that he was born to kill, brainwashed to be an assassin, then added, "So was I." Azrael then plunged his sword into the ground, tearing open a glowing rift. Through it, a vision appeared, a mother clutching her child. He reached through and offered his hand, telling them to take it. Pulling them to safety, he declared, "The angel of mercy has you." Afterward, Azrael said he had heard them praying and reassured them they would be safe at a nearby clinic. He told Nightwing that while they had never liked each other, he now had a new covenant with the Lord, no longer the angel of vengeance, but the angel of mercy. Nightwing dryly noted he was all for second chances, but Azrael was on about his 25th. Azrael reminded him of the earlier strike, saying the Angel of Mercy grants 3 chances, leaving Nightwing with 2. Nightwing retorted that it was barely a hit, more of a bonk. The tense moment ended with Azrael warning, "Let's not have a problem, But Nightwing threw his baton again, and there was an unusual bonk. Finale, Part 1. Duella Dent broadcasted from a blood-red stage, mocking Gotham for its hollow revolutions and short-lived outrage. She ridiculed how citizens returned to complacency after brief unrest, calling it a masquerade. Standing over a severed head, she challenged viewers to confront their true selves without masks. She pointed to Gotham's newest villain as an empty puppet controlled by unseen masters, vowing that the city deserved better. Claiming her father had shown her Gotham was a joke, she promised to give them a reason to rise. While Gotham's heroes fought monsters and high-profile enemies, Duella explained she had planted explosives in ordinary neighborhoods, the Narrows, water districts, Alleytown, and ironworks. She presented the people with a choice: rush the wealthy's homes for safety or wait for heroes. Watching over the city, she found her plan amusing, though she admitted she lacked her father's comedic flair. In the Orgum stronghold, Daria Orgum grew enraged, smashing equipment as Duella's broadcast continued. She demanded to know Shavhod's whereabouts and why the lunatic wasn't being stopped. Shavhod was revealed elsewhere, descending stairs in a mask of many eyes. The ten-eyed man confronted her, calling out her mental manipulations. Shavhod tried to assert control, but the ten-eyed man revealed he had no single mind to shape. He saw multiple truths at once and could perceive the poison she had spread. He explained his eyes had penetrated her mask, exposing her as hollow and powerless against someone who could truly see. He manipulated strings connected to her, stating all it took was finding the right place to push. Shavhod's form fragmented into pieces, crumbling away. As she disintegrated, the ten-eyed man declared her lies would fall apart and turned his attention elsewhere, considering his next move. Snow fell heavily outside as an Orgum soldier reported to Daria Orgum that the transport vehicle carrying the commissioner had arrived at the south entrance. Relieved, she called it good news, but was told there was no reply on communications. Assuming interference from the snow, she ordered the vehicle let in, but with heightened alert and weapons ready, promising to join them shortly. Outside, armed guards approached the van cautiously. One soldier opened the rear, confused by what he found. Inside were only unconscious Orgum troops. Another confirmed to Daria that the driver was theirs but unconscious, with a remote device rigged to drive the van back. No commissioner inside. Daria immediately realized this was a diversion, ordering all personnel to be alert for unauthorized ingress at access point E04 and yelling that it was a distraction. Meanwhile, Batman tore through Orgum soldiers, his cloak swirling with shadowy menace. He advanced relentlessly, stating over comms, "I'm coming for you." Orgum guards panicked, calling him inhuman. Daria monitored power and armory sectors going down, realizing he was heading for the enemy's engine apparatus and ordering him cut off. Elsewhere, Niang Modram was frozen in a block of ice, but began cracking it apart. Mr. Freeze waited, but Niang lunged with his twin blades, breaking free. Freeze expressed surprise, but quickly learned Niang could raise his body temperature at will through breath, blood, and muscle control, as taught in the Kala Chakra. Freeze countered that he understood perfectly. He had anticipated any of the Orgums coming for him and prepared for each. For Niang, he had modified his weapon's ice with heparin, so when Niang's heated blood mixed with it, the anticoagulant thinned his blood dangerously. Freeze described how Niang's blood vessels were now bursting and his heart was pumping increasingly thin blood, noting the pain. He offered to use the cold to ease the pain or save his life, but remarked on Niang's aversion to being put on ice as the warrior collapsed, bleeding into the snow. Two-Face prowled the snowy streets, revolver in hand, calling out mockingly for the Wolf Man. He noted Gail Tenclaw's guards and Asmere creatures were neutralized and claimed his men had the area secure. As he advanced, Tenclaw ambushed him from behind, biting into his shoulder and demanding who was hunting whom. Tenclaw dismissed the threat of silver bullets, boasting it would take more than a gun-toting gangster to bring him down. Tenclaw lifted Two-Face up in a bear hug. Two-Face shot through his own ribs and wounded Tenclaw with the silver bullet. Wounded but alive, Two-Face told himself. He couldn't risk shooting through the heart. He flipped his coin and, despite his injuries, told an approaching ally he would live. GCPD forces moved in, and he remarked it wouldn't hurt if they took their time reaching the body. Two-Face said he would have kept flipping his coin until putting silver in Tenclaw's head, but decided he'd done his good deed for the day. Meanwhile, Batman confronted Daria Orgum. She acknowledged his feat of overcoming the asthma as near mythical and asked if he had reconsidered his stance. Batman attacked, accusing her of killing him and purging Gotham's darkness rather than saving it. He declared he had returned from death to show her the consequences. As they fought, Batman revealed that Gotham's pawns were gone. Shavhod, the Orgum beast, and Tenclaw, taken by Gotham's vengeance. The city's shadows would return, not as an unblemished place, but one defined by its tragedies, unlike the Orgum's vision of erasing them. Batman told Daria his own monsters were worse and always close to his heart. But he failed to open a large sealed door, and Daria claimed that Gotham's fate was sealed, and that inside was a man who understood fear, Jonathan Crane, his mind tethered to the Thelamus engine. Daria said Crane's influence would instill fear into Gotham's people, molding them into compliance. She insisted Gotham's good people would choose her over Batman. As chaos unfolded outside, with Duela Dent's broadcast still playing, she taunted Batman for persisting only to be crushed like a rodent. She stood transformed as a monster in front of Batman. The Golden Child. Talia al Ghul ordered the infusion to begin. The body of Arzen Orgum floated in a containment chamber, surrounded by machinery. It was noted that the Lazarus Pit waters, once lethal to the living but restorative to the dead, were now gone. Talia had seen her father restored countless times, a miracle in her eyes, and now sought a new, human-forged miracle to surpass them. The synthetic process was underway. At 8 years old, Talia had asked her father how it felt to be restored by the Lazarus Pit. He dismissed the idea of personal gain, saying it was for the League's strength through the ages. She'd only wondered if it hurt, having seen him thrash in the water. She now knew such movement was involuntary, the waters unconsciously repairing the body by soaking into every pore, binding tissues and mending age and wounds. The League had mastered medicines and methods to heal almost any ailment, but replicating the Lazarus effect to restore life had been impossible until now. As the infusion progressed, Talia urged it on. The process, like the pits, was imperfect, with the brain decaying quickly after death, and often leaving the resurrected insane. Arzen burst from the tank in a rage. League soldiers moved to protect Talia, but she dismissed them, approaching Arzen directly. She reminded him of his name, and he slowly recognized her. Arzen, struggling to speak, recalled that his mother had murdered him. Talia confirmed he lived again, comparing their shared roles as children molded for their parents' schemes. Arzen identified her as the daughter of the man who killed his father, repeating what his mother had told him before poisoning him. Talia challenged his belief in that claim, noting he was once the Golden Child, until no longer needed. Arzen declared he would return to Gotham to confront his mother, thanking Talia for saving him. She told him he should not thank her, but accepted his pledge that her father's debt to his family would be repaid in full. As Arzen left, Talia watched him, recognizing him as a betrayed golden child, cast aside by his family's grand design. She felt something stir in her, though she refused to call it jealousy. Finale, Part 2. Batman confronted Daria Orgum, telling her to look at him. He reflected on the saying about staring into the abyss, and observed the twisted, inhuman form she had taken, with the parasitic asthma contorting her beyond recognition. She charged at him, and the two clashed violently. With each blow she mocked him, seeing only an aging, broken man in a suit, unaware of the monstrous lengths he had gone to. He questioned how long he could keep fighting, and whether he could win, while noting that true monsters never lose. Nearby, a soldier aimed his weapon as Batman approached Daria, telling her, "Look at me!" He stated there was no victory for her, only consequences for her actions. Batman and Daria locked in a bloody, brutal battle when someone declared, "This ends now, mother." A soldier prepared to fire, but he was tasered along with the others. A tune played that put Daria's asthma to sleep. Talia al Ghul appeared with Arzen Orgum, who stood beside her with swords crossed against his mother. Daria, in shock, recognized Arzen and demanded to know what Talia had done. Arzen said he kept his word, revealing that his father traded his life for Arzen's, and accusing his mother of lying to him until the day she had him killed. He rejected her, declaring he was never hers to sacrifice. He asked his mother to pick up a sword and fight him. Talia and Batman stood ready as Daria tried to undermine them, claiming no matter the outcome, it wouldn't change her control. Batman acknowledged that the door behind them could not be opened from the outside, but he rejected the idea that Gotham was lost. He believed there were always those who kept the city from despair, and they were acting that night. Heroes like Nightwing rescuing a child from a burning building, bringing them into the light while still moving in the shadows. Elsewhere, Batgirl protected a family, noting there were still those who resisted. Inside a broadcasting station, the maestro worked frantically while Gordon begged him to finish creating the tune. Maestro retorted that genius couldn't be rushed, defending the complexity of composing with black noise harmonics under duress. Gordon snapped that Gotham was burning, freezing, and falling apart, and whatever Maestro had would have to do. Maestro smugly replied that Mozart wishes he'd composed this as they prepared to act. Gordon entered the building, but was spotted by Orgum's goons, who mocked that he wasn't Joker's daughter, but still an intruder. One questioned if he used to be a cop, and Gordon confirmed he was commissioner before attacking, adding that he was now retired. He struck one down, but others grabbed him from behind. Before they could finish him, the question burst in, kicking and punching through the attackers. Gordon fought alongside her, knocking more down. The two acknowledged they'd faced similar situations before, with Question urging that there was still time for truth, justice, and one last tune. They headed to the production studio. Question asked if Gordon knew what he was doing, and he said yes. He'd do his part and then get out of the way. He patched through on comms, saying, "Over to you, Oracle." At her station, Oracle noted the broadcast was still looping, making things easier, and patched the tune into the emergency PA system, telling everyone to get into place. Maestro on the streets began playing, telling himself to sing loud. His black noise harmonics spread through Gotham, cooling fires and freeing people from the Asmare's influence. On television, footage exposed the Orgums role in a policeman's murder. The sound shook Gotham's foundations, and its people, feeling betrayed, turned angry. A young boy, sketching a bat symbol, walked to his window with a homemade light. He shone the symbol into the snowy night, joining others across the city, projecting bat signals into the sky. Gotham's skyline lit up with hundreds of bat symbols, a sign of hope. The people of Gotham left the light on, hoping for the shadow of a miracle. Catwoman, Arzen, and Talia reached a massive sealed door where Arzen engaged Daria Orgum in combat. He struck fiercely, while Catwoman made a dramatic entrance, declaring she had brought the one miracle requested. Her appearance startled Daria, who recognized her as Catwoman just before Arzen landed a brutal blow. Arzen told his mother they were not finished, wanting her to watch as all her plans collapsed. Meanwhile, Catwoman taunted the defeated Daria, noting this was the second time she had been beaten by a cat. Down below, Damian observed unconscious guards and revealed that the van supposedly supposedly carrying the commissioner, had been a ruse, not to let Batman in, but for another purpose. Catwoman explained she had been cracking the door from the inside all along. Daria scoffed, claiming victory was still hers. She monitored the Thalamus engine and informed Batman there were no fail-safes, redundancies, or emergency cutoffs, and they were seconds from the pulse. Determined that if she could not win, no one would, she tried to seal the outcome. Arzen restrained her, demanding to know what she had done. Daria said there was only one way to stop the engine from injecting Crane's fear into Gotham's very structure: to kill Crane. Inside, Batman approached the restrained Jonathan Crane. Talia stood aside at his request. Batman told Selina that perhaps he never needed to stand in the light, recalling her saying he needed his darkness. He then addressed Crane directly, ordering him to look at him. Batman unleashed Crane's deepest fear, confronting him with a terrifying, monstrous visage. All other horrors Crane had endured faded before this primal phobia, and he screamed. The Thalamus engine resonated with his terror, releasing the final note of the Black Noise Symphony into Gotham's core. The city, in its bones and blood, came to know fear, and that fear would be of the Batman. As the black music transmission flowed through Gotham, Batman spoke to everyone. Gotham seemed to release a long-held breath, exhaling something intangible: memory, belief, or both. These were the things that kept the city alive. For most, the shift was subtle, unnoticed, but Mr. Freeze sensed it immediately. His own breath was always visible, hanging in the air, icy and cold. Gotham's breath moved through the same channels as the machine he once planned to use to freeze it. The memory it carried was equally cold. Batman told Freeze, "Look at me," and mentioned Gotham was his Nora. Freeze asked if Batman had saved her. Batman replied, "We saved her." Freeze accepted it was time to move on, abandoning the machine he'd crafted with such care to rot beneath the city. Perhaps a cold act, or proof of thawing. Elsewhere, Gotham's breath coincided with Harvey Dent in a safe house, bleeding badly. As he tended his wound, he contemplated thesis and antithesis, two ideas colliding, wondering if one might consume the other or merge. Batman's voice urged, "Look at me!" Harvey reflected. It was neither thesis nor antithesis. He called it synthesis, deciding the city was his again. He flipped his coin, considering whether to remain in Gotham or find somewhere new. In another part of the city, Gotham's breath reached the ten-eyed man, his breathing irregular. He spoke to Shavhod, musing about carrying all of Shavhod's eyes, a gift that became a dilemma. Shavhod had been stripped of her powers and her eyes. Batman's voice asked, "Look at me." The ten-eyed man theorized that if Batman controlled these eyes, Gotham itself would become his panopticon, forcing obedience. He discarded some eyes, calling them stifling, and spoke about flying without them. Finally, Gotham's breath surrounded Azrael, kneeling, surrounded with armed soldiers. Despite everything, his breathing was deep and steady, the breath of prayer and faith. Batman's voice told him to look. Azrael recalled being dead and found, urging celebration. Gotham's breath was exhaled, the Luftpause ended. As Azrael readied his burning sword and readied for battle, the city sang. Batman and Catwoman stood overlooking Gotham. Batman noted the song was nearly over, but believed the city wouldn't forget it easily. Catwoman described the chaos below: fire, panic, explosions, villains loose, and civilians terrified. She questioned what all the blood and struggle had been for, warning that the people would fear and hunt him again, even as he tried to save them. She asked if this was what he died for. Batman replied it was what he was born from. She spoke about the saying of staring into the abyss. Batman answered that he had looked into it and found himself, direction, and a way to return. He recalled finding a way to love and be loved, to forgive and be forgiven, reuniting with old friends and making new enemies. He had helped a boy reconnect with his father and stopped the poison meant for Gotham's mind. Batman then reflected that beneath the destruction there was still change. Enough light even for him. Perhaps Gotham's darkness could never be cured, but he would never abandon her. Catwoman remarked that everyone needs someone to stay and pick them up after defeat. Batman agreed, saying, "Maybe when all this was over, it would be nice." She responded, "That would be nice, wouldn't it?" Batman then listed the ongoing threats: the Joker's daughter, threatening to blow up half the city, tensions between rich and poor, Two-Face's unstable control, a cat burglar on the loose, and whispers among the clowns. Catwoman asked what he would do. As Batman jumped into the burning city, under the sky lit by the bat signal, he said he was the boy who once dreamed of standing in the sun, but he was happy to still be the night. Marvelous verdict. And so the final note fades, but the echo lingers in Gotham's bones. Through fire and frost, song and silence, the city has been tested. Its people bent, but not broken. The Orgums sought to claim its soul, to rewrite its very nature. Yet, in the end, Gotham proved what it has always been, a place of contradictions, where fear walks hand in hand with hope, and where the night is both a curse and a shield. Batman emerged as the eternal shadow that stands between Gotham and the abyss, a guardian who knows the city will never be perfect, and loves it all the more for it. For in Gotham, the song never truly ends. It only waits for the next verse to begin.